Good afternoon, disciples, journeymen, whomever. Sorry if you were expecting another chapter today. I just didn't have time to record, so it's the compilation. It's 61 through 70. Woo, let's go. I just want to say thank you once again to everyone who's been listening, following along, preparing for Black Myth Wukong. It's setting up to be a fun time. We have about a month left. I think in the 10-ish days before release, I plan on releasing two a day, just so that I can have every bit of the story out before Wukong officially releases. Um, don't quote me on that, but that's the plan tentatively as of right now. Um, so yeah, uh, hope everyone's doing well and enjoy 61 through 70. Thanks. Chapter 61. Zhu Beiji helps to defeat a demon king. Monkey's third attempt to borrow the fan. The story tells how the Bull Demon King caught up with the great sage and saw him looking very cheerful as he went along with the plantain fan over his shoulder.
So the macaque has also tricked the art of using the fan out of her.
The Demon King thought.
If I ask him for it back to his face, he's bound to refuse. And if he fans me with it and sends me 60,000 miles away, that would be just what he wants. Now I know that the Tang priest is sitting, waiting by the main road. When I was an evil spirit in the old days, I used to know his second disciple, the pig spirit. I think I'll turn myself into a double of the pig spirit and play a trick back on him. That macaque will no doubt be so pleased with himself that he won't really be on his guard.
The splendid Demon King could also do 72 transformations, and his martial skills were on a par with those of the great sage. It was just that he was rather more clumsily built, was less quick and penetrating, and not so adaptable. First, he hid the swords. Then he said the words of the spell, turned himself into the exact likeness of Pig, went down and met Monkey face to face.
I'm here, brother,
He called. The great sage was indeed delighted. As the saying goes, a cat that's won a fight is more pleased with himself than a tiger. Monkey was so confident of his powers that he did not bother to investigate why the new arrival was here, but seeing that he looked like Pig, called out,
"Where are you going, brother?"
The Bull Demon King made up an answer on the spot.
You'd been away for so long that the master wondered if the Bull Demon King's magic powers were too much for you and you couldn't get the treasure. So he sent me to meet you.
There was no need to worry, said Monkey. I've already got it.
How did you manage that?
The Bull Demon King asked. Old Bull and I fought over 100 rounds without either of us getting the upper hand, till he broke off the fight and went to the bottom of the green wave pool in Ragged Rock Mountain for a banquet, with a whole lot of lesser dragons and dragons. I tailed him there, turned into a crab, stole the water-averting golden-eyed beast, made myself look like him, and went to the plantain cave to trick Raksasi. She as good as married me on the spot, and I conned it out of her.
You had to go to a lot of trouble, brother.
The Bull Demon King replied.
Can I hold the fan?
Not realizing that this pig was an impostor, or even considering the possibility, the great sage's son handed him the fan. Now the Bull Demon King knew the secret of making the fan shrink or grow, and as soon as he had the fan in his hands, he made a spell with them that nobody could see, shrunk it back to the size of an apricot leaf, and reverted to his true form.
Bloody macaque,
He swore.
do you know who I am now?
As soon as he saw this, Monkey regretted making so terrible a mistake. With a cry of anguish, he stamped his feet and yelled, "Ah! After all these years I've been hunting wild geese, a gosling has pecked out my eye." He was now leaping around in a thunderous fury, and he took a crack at the Bull Demon King's head with his iron cudgel. The Demon King then fanned him with the fan, not realizing that the great sage had inadvertently swallowed the wind-fixing pill he had in his mouth when he turned himself into a tiny insect to go into Raksasi's stomach. This had made all his entrails, his skin, and his bones so solid and firm that no matter how hard the Bull Demon King fanned him, he could not move him. This alarmed the Bull Demon King, who put the treasure in his mouth and fought back, swinging a sword in each hand. The two of them fought a splendid battle up in mid-air. The great sage equaling heaven. The Bull Demon King of evil. All for the sake of a plantain leaf fan. When they met each other, showed his powers. The careless great sage got the fan by a trick, but allowed the Bull King to take it back. One mercilessly raised the golden cudgel. The other wielded with skill his blue-tipped swords. The mighty great sage belched out colored mists, while the evil Bull King breathed brilliant lights. Well matched in courage, both of them wicked, they gnashed and ground their teeth in terrible wrath. Heaven and earth were darkened by the dust they kicked up. Gods and ghosts alike hid from the flying stones. "How dare you try to turn a trick against me?"
I'll get you for what my wife promised you.
Coarse was their language, and fierce were their tempers.
For tricking my wife, you deserve to die.
"When I sue you, the sentence will surely be death." The cunning great sage equaling heaven, the murderous strong-armed Demon King. Both of them only wanting to fight, neither of them willing to pause and discuss. Equal the effort of swords and of cudgel. Had either relaxed, he'd have gone straight to hell. The story now tells not of those two locked in their struggle, but of the Tang priest sitting by the road and finding the heat unbearable. He was also very anxious and thirsty. "May I ask you," he said to the local deity, "what that Bull Demon King's powers are like?" "He has very great magic," the local god replied. and his Dharma powers are unlimited. He and the great sage Sun are very well matched. Wukong is a very good traveler, Sanzong replied. He can normally go 600 or 700 miles and back in an instant. Why has he been away all day? I'm sure he must be fighting the Bull Demon King. With that, he called for Pig and Friar Sand and asked, "Which of you will go to meet your elder brother? If he is up against an enemy, you will have to help him in the fight, get the fan, and come back. I am very impatient to cross these mountains and continue along our way."
It's getting late,
Pig replied.
and I'd like to go meet him. The only thing is that I don't know the way to Mount Thunder Piled.
"But I do," the local god said. "Tell the curtain-lifting general to keep your master company while you and I go there." Sanzang was delighted. "I am most grateful to you for going to such trouble," he said, "and I shall thank you again when you have succeeded." Pig then summoned up his spirits, tightened the belt round his black brocade tunic, and took his rake in his hands as he rose up on his cloud with the local god and headed due east. As they were going along, they heard great shouts and were buffeted by strong winds. Stopping his cloud for a good look, he saw that it was all caused by Monkey and the Bull Demon King fighting. "Why don't you join in, Marshal Tianpeng?" the local deity asked. "What are you waiting for?" At that, the idiot brandished his rake and said with a great shout,
Brother, I'm coming.
"Idiot," said Monkey bitterly. "You've ruined things for me."
But the master told me to come to meet you,
Pig protested.
He asked the local god to guide me as I don't know the way. That's why I'm a bit late. How can you say I've ruined things for you?
"I'm not angry with you for being late," Monkey replied. "It's this damned bull who's a thorough disgrace. I'd got the fan off Raksasi, but he turned himself into your double and came to meet me. I was so pleased to see you that I passed him the fan. He turned back into himself, and we've been fighting it out ever since. That's why I said you'd ruin things for me." This news put Pig into a flaming temper. Raising his rake, he shouted abuse to the Bull Demon King's face.
I'll get you, you pox-ridden bag of blood. I'll get you for pretending to be me, your own ancestor, and to trick my brother and stir trouble up between us.
Watch as he starts lashing out wildly with the rake. The Bull Demon King, who had been fighting Monkey all day, was tiring, and he also realized that he would never be able to withstand the onslaught of Pig's rake, so he fled in defeat. But his way was blocked by a force of spirit soldiers led by the local god of the fiery mountains. "Wait, strong-arm king," the local deity said. "All the gods in heavens are protecting Tang Sung Zang on his journey west to fetch the scriptures. The 3 worlds all know about him, and the 10 directions are supporting him. Please, lend him your plantain fan to blow out the flames so that he can cross the mountains without danger or disaster. Otherwise, heaven will hold you criminally responsible, and you are bound to be executed."
You haven't looked into the rights and wrongs of this at all,"
King Demon Bull replied.
"That damned ape has done one evil thing after another. He's stolen my son, bullied my concubine, and defrauded my wife. I wish I could swallow him whole and turn him into shit to feed to the dogs. I'll never lend him my treasure."
Before the words were all out of his mouth, Pig had caught up with him and was saying abusively,
"I'll get you, you poxy bull. The fan or your life."
The Bull Demon King had to turn round to fight Pig off with his swords, while the great sage monkey wielded his cudgel to help him. It was a fine fight they had there. A boar turned spirit, a bull become monster, a monkey who had robbed heaven and found the way. Dharma nature can always overcome what has been created. Earth must be used to combine with the prime cause. Pointed and sharp were the 9 teeth of the rake. Flexible and keen were the 2 sword blades. The movements of the iron cudgel dominated the fray. The local god formed the cinnabar head. The 3 of them struggled to overcome, each of them scheming to give play to his powers. Metal money is best at making the bull draw the plow. If the boar goes in the oven, wood is finished. Unless the heart is in it, the way cannot be completed. To keep the spirit controlled, the monkey must be tied up. Amid wild shouts and desperate pleas, the 3 types of weapon whistled through the air. There was no kindness in the blows of rake and sword. The gold-banded cudgel rose for good reason. Their fight put out the stars and dimmed the moon. The sky was filled with a cold, dark, dreary fog. The Demon King fought hard and courageously for mastery, falling back all the while. When the dawn came after a whole night of battle, there was still no victor, and in front of them now was the entrance to the cloud-touching cave on Mount Thunderpiled. The ear-splitting noise that the 3 of them, the local god, and the spirit soldiers were making alarmed Princess Jade, who sent her serving girls to see who was causing the din. The little demons on the doors came in to report, "It's our master. He's fighting the man with a face like a thunder god, another monk with a long snout and big ears, and the local god of the fiery mountains and his men." The moment Princess Jade heard this, she ordered the senior and junior officers of the guard to take their swords and spears and help the lord.
"Good to see you,"
said the Bull Demon King with delight.
"Good to see you."
All the demons rushed wildly into the attack. It was more than Pig could cope with, and he fled in defeat, trailing his rake behind him. The great sage sprang aloft out of the multiple encirclement on a somersault cloud. The spirit soldiers broke and ran. Old Bull led his hosts of demons back to the cave in victory, and the doors were tightly shut behind them.
"He's tough, damn him," said Monkey. "He started fighting me at about 4 yesterday afternoon, and we were nowhere near a result when you 2 came along to help last night. He fought for half a day and a whole night without showing any sign of tiring. And that bunch of little devils who came out just now were a rough lot, too. Now he's shut the doors of his cave and won't come out. What are we to do?"
It was about 10 yesterday morning when you left the master, brother,
Pig said.
So why was it 4 in the afternoon when you started fighting him? What were you doing for the 6 hours in between?
"I reached this mountain soon after I left you," Monkey replied, "and saw a woman. When I questioned her, she turned out to be his favorite concubine, Princess Jade. I gave her a bit of a fright with my cudgel, so she fled into the cave and sent her bull demon king out. He and I swapped a few insults, then started fighting. We'd been at it for a couple of hours when someone came to invite him to a banquet. I tailed him to the bottom of the green wave pool on Ragged Rock Mountain and turned into a crab to do a little spying. Then I stole his water-averting golden-eyed beast and changed myself into the Bull Demon King's double to go back to the Plantain Cave on Mount Turquoise Cloud, where I conned Raksasi into giving me the fan. I went outside to try the magic spell out on the fan and made it grow. But I didn't know how to make it shrink again. As I was walking along with it on my shoulder, he turned himself into your spitting image and tricked it back off me again. That's how I wasted 6 hours."
As the saying goes,
Pig replied.
it's just like a boat full of bean curd sinking. It came out of the wet and it disappeared into the wet. Easy come, easy go. But how are we going to take our master across the mountains if we're having so hard a time getting the fan? We'll just have to go back and make a bloody detour.
"Don't get impatient, great sage," the local god said. "And don't try to be lazy, Marshal Tianping. If you make a detour, that will mean leaving the straight and narrow. You'll never cultivate your conduct that way. As the old saying goes, in walking, never take a shortcut. You mustn't talk about detours. Your master is waiting by the main road, desperate for your success." "Yes, yes," said Monkey, his resolve stiffened. "Don't talk nonsense, idiot. The local deity is right. As for that Bull Demon King, we'll have to straggle for mastery, use our powers, until we can make the whole earth change. Since coming to the west, he has never met a rival. The Bull Demon King was originally the Mind Ape transformed. Only today do the sources flow. We must hold out till we borrow the fan, put out the flames in the cool of the dawn, smash through obstinate emptiness to visit the Buddha. When all is fulfilled, we will rise to heavenly bliss, and all go to the assembly under the dragonflower tree." These words braced Pig's spirits too, and eagerly he said,
Yes, yes, yes. Go, go, go. Never mind what the Bull King's powers are. Wood grows in the nor-northwest and is matched with a pig. The bull calf will be led back to the earth. Metal was born in west and southwest was an ape. Without any conflict or conquest and full of peace. We must use the plantain leaf as if it were water, to put out the flames and bring harmony. Hard work by night and day with never a rest will lead us to success and the Ulambana feast.
The two of them led the local deity and his spirit soldiers forward, then battered the doors of the cloud-touching cave to pieces with the rake and the cudgel. This so terrified the guard commanders that they rushed inside to report, "Your Majesty, Sun Wukong's brought his troops here and has smashed down our front doors. The Bull Demon King was just then telling Princess Jade what had happened and feeling thoroughly fed up with Monkey. The news of the front doors being smashed made him beside himself with fury, so he put his armor on immediately and went outside with his iron mace in his hands, shouting abusively,
Damned macaque! You must think you're a very big shot indeed, coming here to play the hooligan and smash down my front door. Old skinflint,
retorted Pig, going forward.
Who do you think you are, trying to put other people in their place? Don't move. Take this. Idiot,
The Bull Demon King replied.
Chaff guzzler. You're not worth bothering with. Tell that monkey to come here.
You don't know what's good for you, cud chewer, called Monkey. Yesterday you were still my sworn brother, but today we're enemies. Watch this carefully. The Bull Demon King met their onslaught with spirit, and the ensuing fight was even finer than the one before. The three heroes were locked in a melee. What a battle! Rake and Iron Cudgel showing their might, leading the spirit soldiers to attack the ancient beast. The beast displayed his terrible strength when fighting alone, reviving his powers that rivaled those of heaven. The rake hit hard, the mace struck, the iron cudgel showed its heroic powers. The three weapons rang against each other, blocking and parrying, never giving way. One said he was the champion. Another claimed, I am the best. The Earth soldiers who were watching could hardly tell them apart, as wood and earth were locked in combat.
Why won't you lend us the plantain fan? You had the effrontery to mistreat my wife, to ruin my son and terrify my concubine. I haven't punished you for all of that yet, and now you harass us and beat down my doors.
Be on your guard against the as-you-will cudgel. A touch of it will tear your skin open.
Mind you avoid the teeth of my rake. One blow, and 9 wounds all gush blood.
The bull monster fearlessly gave play to his might, wielding his mace with skill and with cunning. Their movements turned the rain clouds upside down, as each of them snorted out his mists and winds. This was indeed a battle to the death, as they fought it out together with hatred in their hearts. Taking new stances, offering openings high and low, they attacked and they parried with never a mistake. The two brother disciples were united in their efforts. The solitary mace showed its might alone. They battled from dawn till 8 in the morning, till the bull demon had to abandon the fight. With death in their hearts and no thought of survival, the three of them fought another 100 rounds or so, till Pig took advantage of Monkey's miraculous powers to put all his brute strength into a rain of blows from his rake that were more than the Bull Demon King could withstand. He turned and fled, defeated, back to his cave, only to find the entrance blocked by the local gods and his spirit troops. Where do you think you're going, Strong-Arm King? The local god shouted. We're here. As he could not get into his cave, The Bull Demon King fled, only to be pursued by Pig and Monkey. In his panic, the Bull Demon King tore off his helmet and armor, threw away his mace, shook himself, turned into a swan, and flew away. Monkey looked around and said with a grin,
"Pig, old Bull's gone."
The idiot had not the faintest idea of what had happened, and neither had the local god, as they looked all around and aimlessly searched Mount Thunderpiled. "Isn't that him flying up there?" said Monkey, pointing.
"It's a swan,"
Pig replied.
"Yes,"
said Monkey.
"it's what old Bull turned himself into."
"So, what are we going to do about it?" the local god asked.
"You two charge in there, wipe all the demons out without quarter, and tear down his den,"
Monkey replied.
"That will cut off his retreat while I go and match transformations with him."
We shall say no more of Pig and the local god smashing their way into the cave as they had been instructed. Putting away his gold-banded cudgel and saying the words of a spell while making the necessary hand movements, Monkey shook himself and turned into a vulture who soared up into the clouds with his wings beating noisily, then swooped down on the swan, seizing its neck and gouging its eyes. Realizing that this was Sun Wukong transformed, the Bull Demon King braced himself and turned into a golden eagle who gouged back at the vulture. Then Monkey turned into a black phoenix to chase the eagle, only to be recognized by the Bull King, who turned into a white crane and flew off south with a loud call. Monkey stopped, braced his feathers, and turned into a red phoenix, who called loudly too. At the sight of the phoenix, the king of all the birds, whom no bird dared treat with respect, the white crane swooped down beside the precipice with a beat of his wings, shook himself, and turned into a river deer grazing in a timid, stupid way at the foot of the cliff. Monkey spotted him, came swooping down too, and turned into a hungry tiger that came running after the river deer, swishing his tail hungrily. The Demon King had to move fast as he transformed himself into a huge leopard with spots like golden coins, who turned to Savage, the hungry tiger. Seeing this, Monkey faced the wind, shook himself, and turned into a golden-eyed lion with a voice like thunder, a brazen head, and an iron bow. He spun round to devour the leopard, at which the Bull Demon King immediately became a giant bear that ran after the lion. Monkey then rolled himself up and became an elephant with tusks shaped like bamboo shoots and a trunk like a python that he stretched out to wrap round the bear. The Bull Demon King chuckled and switched back into his original shape as a great white bull with a craggy head and flashing eyes. Each of his horns was like an iron pagoda, and his teeth were rows of sharp swords. He was about 10,000 feet long from head to tail, and stood 8,000 feet high at the shoulder.
"What are you going to do to me now, damned macaque?"
he shouted to Brother Monkey at the top of his voice, at which Monkey too reverted to his own form, pulled out his gold-banded cudgel, bowed forward, and shouted, "Grow!" He then grew to be 100,000 feet tall, with a head like Mount Taishan, eyes like the sun and moon, a mouth like a pool of blood, and teeth like doors. He raised his iron cudgel and struck at the Bull Demon King's head, and the Bull Demon King hardened his head and charged Monkey with his horns. This was a ridge-rocking, mountain-shaking, heaven-scarring, earth-frightening battle, and there is a poem to prove it that goes, "The way grows by 1 foot, the demon by 10,000. The cunning mind-ape puts him down by force. If the fiery mountain's flames are to be put out, the precious fan must blow them cool. The yellow wife is determined to protect the primal ancient. The mother of wood is set on wiping out the demons. When the 5 elements are harmonized, they return to the true achievement. Evil and dirt are refined away as they travel to the west." The 2 of them gave such a great display of their magic powers as they fought on the mountain that they alarmed all the deities, the gold-headed protector, the 6 Jias, the 6 Dings, and the 18 guardians of the faith who were passing through the air, came to surround the Demon King. He was not in the least afraid as he butted to east and west with his straight, shining iron horns, and lashed to north and south with his strong and hairy tail. Sun Wukong stood up to him, head on, while all the other gods surrounded him, till, in his despair, the Bull Demon King rolled on the ground, turned back into his usual form, and headed for the plantain cave. Monkey too put away his magical form and joined in the chase with all the gods. But once in the cave, the Demon King shut the doors fast. The gods then threw a watertight encirclement around Mount Turquoise Cloud. Just when they were all about to storm the doors, they heard the shouts of Pig arriving with the local god and his spirit soldiers. "How are things going in the cloud-touching cave?" Monkey asked, greeting him.
"I finished off Old Bull's woman with 1 blow from my rake,"
grinned Pig.
"and when I stripped her, I found she was a jade-faced fox spirit. Her demons were all donkeys, mules, bulls, badgers, foxes, raccoon dogs, river deer, goats, tigers, elk, deer, and things like that. We killed the lot of them and burned down all the buildings in the cave. The local god tells me he's got another woman who lives here, so we've come here to wipe her out too."
"You've done well, brother," said Monkey. "Congratulations. I tried competing with Old Bull in transformations, but I couldn't beat him. He turned into a simply enormous white bull, and I made myself as big as heaven and earth. We were just battling it out when all the gods came down and surrounded him. After a long time, he turned back into himself and went into the cave."
"Is this Plantain Cave?"
Pig asked. Yes, yes," Monkey replied. "Roxassi's in here."
"Then why don't we storm the place and wipe the lot of them out to get the fan?"
said Pig, his blood still up.
"Are we going to let the 2 of them live to be any older and wiser and love each other with tender passion?"
The splendid idiot then summoned up his strength to bring his rake down on the doors so hard that doors, rock face and all, collapsed with a mighty tumble. The serving girls rushed inside to report, "Your Majesty, someone smashed the doors in, and we don't know who he is." The Bull Demon King himself had just run panting in, and was still telling Raksasi about his fight with Monkey for the fan, when he heard this report, which made him very angry indeed. At once he spat out the fan and gave it to Raksasi, who took it in her hands and said tearfully, "Your Majesty, give the macaque the fan if he'll call his troops off."
"Wife,"
the Bull Demon King replied,
"it may only be a little thing in itself, but I hate and loathe him. Wait here while I have it out with him again."
Once more the demon put on his armor, chose another pair of swords, and went out to find Pig smashing the doors down with his rake. Without a word, Old Bull raised his swords and cut at Pig's head. Pig parried with his rake and fell back a few paces till he was outside the doors, where Monkey swung his cudgel at the Bull Demon King's head. The bull monster then mounted a storm wind and sprang away from the cave to fight Monkey once more on Mount Turquoise Cloud. All the gods surrounded him, while the local gods' soldiers joined in the fray from either side. It was a splendid fight. Mists obscured the world. Fog shrouded heaven and earth. A whistling evil wind sent sand and pebbles rolling. Towering wrath had the ocean's waves breaking. With a newly sharpened pair of swords, and a body encased in armor once more, his hatred was deeper than the sea, and loathing made his fury greater than ever. In his pursuit of glory, the great sage equaling heaven no longer regarded the other as an old friend. Pig was using his might to obtain the fan, while the gods and protectors tried to capture the bull. Neither of the Bull King's hands could rest, as he blocked to left and right with heavenly skill. Birds folded their wings, unable to fly past. Fish stopped leaping and sank to the bottom. Ghosts wept, gods howled, the earth and sky were dark. Dragons and tigers were terrified, and the sun was dimmed. The Bull Demon King fought over 50 rounds for all he was worth, till he abandoned the field and fled north, unable to hold out any longer. He was soon blocked by the Vajrapani Bofa from the hidden demon cave on Mount Wu Tai, whose magical powers were very extensive.
"Bull monster,"
he shouted,
"where are you going? I have been commanded by the Lord Sakyamuni Buddha to spread out heaven and earth nets to arrest you here."
As he spoke, the great sage, Pig, and all the gods caught up. In his desperation, the Demon King turned and fled south, only to find his way blocked by the Vajrapani Shinshi of the Cave of Cool Purity on Mount Imai, who shouted, "I am here on the Buddha's orders to take you." The Bull Demon King was now so terrified and exhausted that he turned and fled east, only to be blocked by the Vairocana monk, the Vajrapani Dali of Moer Cave on Mount Sumeru, who shouted, "Where are you going, old bull? I am on a secret mission from the Tathagata to catch you." The Bull Demon King withdrew in terror once more, this time to the west, where he came up against the imperishable king, the Vajrapani Yang Zhu, from the Golden Brightness Ridge on Mount Kunlun, shouting,
"Where are you going, damn you? I have been personally instructed by the venerable Buddha of the Thunder Monastery in the Western Heaven to cut off your escape this way. Nobody will let you pass.
The old bull was now trembling with fear, but it was too late for regrets. On all sides he was surrounded by the Buddha's troops and heavenly generals. It really was as if he were caught in a high net, from which there was no escape. In his despair he heard Monkey coming after him at the head of his forces, so he sprang on his cloud and went up. At just that moment, Heavenly King Li, the pagoda carrier, was encamped in the sky with Prince Neja, the fish-bellied Yaksa, and the mighty miracle god.
Not so fast, he shouted. Not so fast. I am here on the mandate of the Jade Emperor to exterminate you.
In his extremity, the Bull Demon King shook himself, turned back into the giant white bull, and tried to gore the Heavenly King with his iron horns, while the Heavenly King hacked at him with his sword. Soon, Brother Monkey arrived. "Great Sage," Prince Neja shouted at the top of his voice, "I can't greet you properly as I'm in armor. Yesterday my father and I went to see the Tathagata Buddha, who sent a note to the Jade Emperor. It said that the Tang priest was held up by the fiery mountains, and that you could subdue the Bull Demon King, Great Sage. The Jade Emperor then ordered my father to bring his forces here to help." "But this damned creature's magical powers are tremendous," Monkey replied. "And he's turned himself into this. What are we going to do about him?" "Have no doubts," replied Neja with a smile. "Watch me catch him." The prince then shouted, "Change!" gave himself 3 heads and 6 arms, and took a flying leap upon the Bull Demon King's back. With one swing of his demon-beheading sword, he had the bull's head off before he even realized he had done it. The Heavenly King threw down his sword and went to meet Monkey. But another head grew out from the Bull Demon King's throat, its mouth breathing black vapors and its eyes flashing golden light. Neja cut again, but as the head fell, a new one appeared. Neja's sword cut a dozen heads off, and a dozen new heads immediately grew again. Neja then hung his fire wheel on the bull's horns, blew on the magic fire, and made it blaze so fiercely that the Bull Demon King bellowed in desperate pain, shaking his head and tail, and trying for all he was worth to escape. Just when he was about to do another transformation and get away, his true image was fixed in Heavenly King Li's demon-revealing mirror. Now he could make no more changes, and he had no way of escape. He could only call out,
"Spare my life. I wish to be converted to the Buddhist faith."
"If you value your life, hand the fan over at once," said Neja.
"My wife is looking after it,"
the Bull Demon King replied. Hearing this reply, Neja did his demon binding rope and slipped it round his neck, then took him by the nose, ran the rope through it, and led him along by hand. Monkey, meanwhile, gathered together the 4 Vajrapanis, the 6 Dings, the 6 Jias, the guardians of the faith, Heavenly King Li, the mighty miracle god, Pig, the local god, and the spirit soldiers to crowd around the bull and lead him back to the entrance to the plantain cave.
"Wife,"
Old Bull called,
"bring the fan out and save my life."
As soon as she heard this, Raksasi took off her jewelry and bright-colored clothing, dressed her hair like a Taoist nun, and put on a white silk habit like a Buddhist one. She came out through the doors carrying the 12-foot fan with both hands, and at the sight of the Vajrapanis, the gods, the heavenly king, and Neja, she fell to her knees in terror, kowtowing in worship and saying, I beg you, Bodhisattvas, to spare my husband and me. I present the fan to my brother-in-law Monkey for him to win his glory with. Monkey went forward, took the fan, and rode back east by Auspicious Cloud with the others. Sanzang and Friar Sand had been waiting for a very long time, sometimes sitting and sometimes standing, for Monkey to come back. They were extremely anxious by the time the sky was suddenly filled with auspicious clouds, and the earth was lit up by blessed light, as all the gods came whistling through the air towards them. Wu Xing, said the venerable elder in terror. Whose divine soldiers are coming from over there? Master, said Friar Sand, who could recognize them. It's the 4 Vajrapanis, the golden-headed protector, the 6 Jiyas, the 6 Dings, the guardians of the faith, and all the other passing gods. The one leading the bull is Prince Neja, and there's Heavenly King Li, the pagoda carrier, holding a mirror. My eldest brother is carrying the plantain fan, and that second brother and the local god behind him. The others are all escort troops. Hearing this, Sanzang put on his Vairocana mitre and his cassock, then went with Friar Sand to welcome the gods and thank them with these words. What merits do I, your disciple, have that I put all you holy ones to the trouble of coming down to earth? To this, the 4 Vajrapanis replied, Congratulations, holy monk. The great task has now been achieved. We were sent to help you on the Buddha's orders. You must now continue your self-cultivation and not slacken for a moment. Sanzang replied amid kowtows that he accepted their commands. The great sage Sun took the fan close to the fiery mountains, waved it as hard as he could, and put the flames out. Their glare disappeared. He waved the fan again, and the rustle of a cool breeze could be heard. And at the third wave, the sky was overcast with cloud, and a fine rain began to fall. There is a poem that bears witness to this. For hundreds of miles, the mountains of fire lit heaven and earth with notorious flames. When fire roasts the 5 passions, the elixir cannot be made. When flame burns the 3 passes, the way is not pure. To borrow the plantain fan and bring down rain, heavenly gods had to help with their spiritual power. When bull is led to the Buddha, it must stop being evil. When water and fire are allied, the nature is calm. Having been relieved of his cares, Sanzang stopped worrying. All the hosts then reverently thanked the Vajrapanis, who all returned to their mountains, and the 6 Dings and 6 Jiyas went back into the sky to give their protection. The deities who had been passing by all went on their way, and the heavenly king and Neja led the bull back to hand him over to the Buddha. This left only the local mountain god waiting there with Raksasi under his guard. Why aren't you on your way, Raksasi? Monkey asked. What are you standing there waiting for?" "I beg you in your mercy, great sage," she replied, "to give me back the fan."
"You've got a cheek, damned bitch!"
roared Pig.
"We've saved your life, and that should be enough for you. What do you want the fan for? When we've crossed the mountains, we'll be able to sell it for food. Do you think we're going to give it to you after all the trouble and effort we've been to? It's raining, so be off home with you."
She bowed again and said, "But the great sage promised to give it back when he'd put the fire out. I'm very sorry about all that has happened. It was only because I was feeling so upset that I put you to all that trouble. We too have learned to live like human beings. The only thing is that we had not been converted to the pursuit of the true achievement. Now our true bodies have turned to the west, and we will not dare do anything wicked again. I beg you to return the fan so that I can reform and cultivate myself." "Great sage," said the local deity, "let us make full use of this woman's knowledge of the art of extinguishing fires to put these fires out for good, and give her back the fan. Then I will be able to live here in peace, help the people who live here, and be given offerings of blood and food. This would truly be a great kindness to me." "I heard the local people saying that when the fan puts the flames out in these mountains, they can only gather one harvest before they start burning again," said Monkey. "How are we going to be able to put them out forever?" "All you have to do to put the flames out forever," said Raksasi, "is wave the fan 49 times. Then they'll never burn again." Now that Brother Monkey knew this, he took the fan and fanned the mountains with it 49 times as hard as he possibly could, whereupon heavy rain began to pour down. The fan really was a treasure. Where there were flames, it rained, and where there were not, the sky was clear. By standing where there were no flames, master and disciples avoided getting wet. After spending the night sitting there, they got the horse and luggage ready the next morning, and returned the fan to Raksasi. "If I don't give it back to you," Monkey said, "people might say I don't keep my word. Take the fan with you, go back to your mountain, and don't make any more trouble. As you've achieved human form, I'll spare your life." Taking the fan from him, Raksasi said the words of the spell, pinched the thread so that it shrank back to the size of an apricot leaf, and put it in her mouth. She then thanked them all and prepared to cultivate her conduct as a hermit. Later, she too achieved the true reward, and her name was made eternally famous through the scriptures. Raksasi and the local god expressed their deep gratitude to the four sages, and escorted them along their way. As Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand escorted San Zong along his way, their bodies felt cool, and the ground under their feet was pleasantly damp. This was indeed a case of, with the help of trigrams, Kan and Li, the primal is compounded. When fire and water are balanced, the great way is completed. If you don't know how many years it was till they returned to the east, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 62. Cleansed and with a washed heart, he sweeps the pagoda.
The devils are captured and converted. The body is cultivated. Through all the hours it must never be forgotten. When success is won, all time will be put away. For 5 years and 60,000 miles, do not let the holy water dry up. Do not allow the fire to flag. When water and fire are in balance, no harm will arise. The 5 elements are joined as if with hooks. Yin and yang in harmony climb the cloud tower, riding the phoenix to the purple palace, and flying on the crane to magical Yingzhou. This lyric is set to the tune Lin Jiang Xian. It tells how Tong Zhang and his disciples, with the help of water and fire, cooled their natures and borrowed the fan that was pure yin to blow out the flames on the distant mountains. It took them many days to cover the 250 miles as they made their way west, feeling relaxed and free of care. It was now the time when late autumn was becoming early winter, and this is what they saw. The petals of wild chrysanthemums wilting, the tender new blossom of the plum. In all the villages, crops are gathered in. Delicious broth is everywhere enjoyed. As the trees are stripped of leaves, distant forests can be seen. Ravines are thickly frosted, and the quiet valleys pure. In response to the cold season, the silkworms are put away to hibernate. In pure yin and yang, the moon rules over the primal ocean. Where water is at the full, Shun's sun shines with merciful brightness. Earth vapors sink, sky vapors rise. The rainbow is no more to be seen, while slowly ice forms over the pond. Flowers fall from the creepers on the cliff, while bamboo and pine show still greener in the cold. When the four of them had traveled a lot further, they approached a walled and moated city. Reining in the horse, the Tang priest spoke to his disciples. "Wukong, what sort of place is that with all those tall and magnificent buildings?" Monkey looked and saw that the city was like this. A wall of bronze, shaped like a dragon, and in the form of a crouching tiger. From all directions, fine carriages approach, and many a wheel has smoothed the roads to it. Amazing beasts are carved on the balustrades of marble. Statues of great men stand on pedestals of gold. This is indeed a blessed capital, a true metropolis. Its vast domains are firmly held. The dynasty has flourished for 1,000 years. To the monarch's goodness, the barbarians submit. Here is the holy gathering from islands and from sea. Before the palace steps is purity. Peace reigns on the highways. The bars are full of noise and song. Bliss is found in the houses of pleasure. Outside the palace grow trees of eternal spring, where phoenixes sing their greetings to the dawn.
"Master," said Monkey, "that city is a royal capital."
The world is full of prefectural cities and country seats,
laughed Pig.
What makes you so sure that this is a royal capital?
You don't seem to realize that royal capitals are different from prefectural cities and county towns, Monkey replied. Just look. It's got over 10 gates, and the wall must measure 20 or 30 miles around. Those towers are so high they disappear into the clouds. How could anything except a royal capital be as grand as that?
You're right, brother, said Friar Sand. It is a royal city, but what's it called?
How can I tell? Monkey replied. There aren't any signs or banners. We'll have to go into it and ask.
The venerable elder whipped on his horse and was soon at a gate, where he dismounted to cross the bridge and go in to look. They saw the 6 main streets and the 3 markets, where commerce was flourishing, as well as the imposing clothes of the noble and great. Then, as they were walking along, they saw a dozen or so Buddhist monks in chains and kangyus, heavy boards locked around their necks, begging from door to door. They were dressed in rags. The fox mourns for the death of the hare, sighed Sanzong. All things are sorry for their own kind. Go and ask them, Wukong, why they are being punished like that. Doing as he was told, Monkey asked, What monastery are you from, monks? Why are you in kangyus and chains?
My lord,
said the monks, all falling to their knees.
We are from the Golden Light Monastery, and we have been wronged.
Where is the Golden Light Monastery? Monkey asked.
Just round the corner,
they replied. Monkey led them to the Tang priest and asked them, How have you been wronged? Tell me.
We don't know where you're from, but you look a little familiar to us, my lords, the monks replied. We don't dare talk here. Please, come to our poor monastery, where we can tell you our woes.
Very well, said the venerable elder. We shall go to their monastery and ask them all the details. They went with them to the monastery gate, over which was a board on which was written in letters of gold, Nation Protecting Golden Light Monastery, founded by royal command. When master and disciples went inside to look around, this is what they saw. Cold were the lamps in the ancient hall. Wind blew the leaves along deserted cloisters. 1,000-foot pagoda touched the clouds. Pine trees grew to nourish the nature. Fallen blooms carpeted the unvisited grounds. Spiders span cobwebs all over the eaves. The drum stand was empty. The bell hung in vain, and the frescoes could barely be seen through the dust. Still was the pulpit where no priest could be seen. Silent the Dhyana hall, except for the birds. The desolation made one long to sigh. Its dreariness caused great pain. Although an incense burner stood before the Buddha, all was cold ash, withered flowers, and desolation. All this made Sanzang miserable, and he could not help his tears flowing. The monks in their kongyus and chains pushed open the doors of the main Buddha hall and invited him to step inside and worship the Buddha. Sanzang entered, offered the incense of his heart, and said the recitation 3 times. Then he turned round again to see 6 or 7 young monks locked to the pillars outside the abbot's lodgings. It was more than he could bear. When he entered the abbot's lodgings, and all the monks came to kowtow to him, they asked, "You, reverend gentlemen, look rather different. Are you from the great Tang in the east?"
You must have second sight, Monkey said with a laugh. We are indeed, but how could you tell?
"We don't have second sight, my lords," the monks replied. "It's just that because we're so distressed at the injustice we've suffered, and because there's nowhere else we can turn, we've been calling on heaven and earth for days on end. Some heavenly deity must have been moved by us, because last night we all had the same dream. We were told that a holy monk was coming from Great Tang in the east who would save our lives and right our wrongs. We knew who you were today because you looked rather unusual." This pleased Sanzang greatly. "What country is this, and what injustice have you suffered?" he asked. "My lord," said the monks on their knees, "this country is called Jisai, and it's one of the biggest in the West. In the old days, the foreign states all around used to send tribute. Yutuo in the south, Gaoshang to the north, Western Liang in the east, and Benbo to the west. Every year they used to offer fine jade, bright pearls, beautiful women, and magnificent horses. We never had to resort to arms or send expeditions against them. They naturally acknowledged us as their suzerain. If they did that, your king must understand the way, and your civil and military officials be wise and good." "My lord," the monks replied to Sanzang's question, "our country's civil officials are not wise, our generals are not good, and our monarch does not understand the way. Auspicious clouds used to gather round the pagoda of our monastery, and mists of good omen rose high above it. The glow above it at night could once be seen from thousands of miles away. The colored vapors were admired by the countries all around. That was why this was a divinely appointed capital to which all the foreigners sent tribute. But 3 years ago, at midnight, on the first day of the first month of autumn, it rained blood. The next morning everyone was terrified and miserable. All the ministers submitted a memorial to the throne. They didn't understand why heaven was so angry with us. Taoists were asked to perform purifications, and Buddhist monks to recite sutras as an offering to heaven and earth. Goodness only knows why, but our golden pagoda has been contaminated, and for the last 2 years, no foreign countries have sent tribute. Our king wanted to send armies to punish them, but the officials said that the reason why foreign countries weren't sending tribute was that the auspicious clouds and mists of good omen had disappeared, and this was because we monks had stolen the treasure from the pagoda in our monastery."
The stupid king did not investigate, and those corrupt officials had all us monks arrested. We've been beaten and tortured in every possible way. There used to be 3 generations of us monks in this monastery, but the 2 older generations both died off because they couldn't take the beating and torture. Now we've been arrested and made to wear these congus and chains. Your Honor, we could never be so wicked as to steal the treasure from the pagoda. We implore you to take pity on your fellows, and in your great mercy and compassion, make wide use of your Dharma power and save our lives. At this, Sunzong nodded and said with a sigh, "This is an obscure business that will be hard to sort out. The court is ruling badly, and you are suffering a calamity. If it was the rain of blood that contaminated your pagoda, why did you not report the fact to your king at the time? Instead, you let yourselves in for this calamity." "We are only common mortals, your lordship, and had no way of telling what heaven had in mind. Besides, our elders didn't understand. What could we be expected to do about it?" "What's the time, Wukong?" Sanzong asked. "About 4 in the afternoon," Monkey replied. "I would like to see the king to present our passport," Sanzong said. "But I cannot solve these monks' problem and report on it to His Majesty. When I left Chang'an, I made a vow in the Femin Monastery that on my journey west I would burn incense at every temple I passed, worship the Buddha in every monastery I came across, and sweep every pagoda I saw. Today I have met these monks who have been wronged on account of their pagoda. Will you get me a new broom while I take a bath? I shall then go up to sweep it and find out what has contaminated it and why it does not gleam any longer. Once I have found out the truth, it will be much easier to report on it in person to the king and rescue them from their misery." As soon as the monks in congus and chains heard this, they hurried to the kitchen to fetch a big vegetable chopper that they handed to Pig. "Take this chopper, your lordship," they said, "and cut through the iron locks holding the young monks to the pillars, so that they can prepare you some food and tea and wait on your master while he eats and bathes. Meanwhile, we shall go out on the streets again to beg for a new broom for your master to sweep the pagoda with."
"There's no problem about opening locks,"
laughed Pig.
"We don't need knives or axes. Just ask the hairy-faced gentleman. He's been opening locks for years."
Monkey then stepped forward and used lock-opening magic. One touch, and the locks all fell open. The young monks all ran into the kitchen to clean up the cooking pots and stove and prepare the meal. When Sanzong and his disciples had eaten, and it was gradually getting dark, the monks in congus and chains came in with 2 brooms to Sanzong's great delight. As they were talking, a young monk came in to light the lamp and invite Sanzong to take his bath. By now the sky was bright with the moon and the stars, and from the lookout towers The watches of the night were being beaten out on the drum. It was indeed the time when cold breezes blow around the walls, and lamps are lit in every house. Along the streets, all the doors are shut. The gates of the 3 markets are all closed. The fishing boat is sheltered under the trees. The plowing ox is let off its rope. The woodman gives his axe a rest, while the schoolboy can be heard reciting his lessons. When Sun Zong had bathed, he put on a narrow-sleeved tunic, tightened the belt around his waist, put on a pair of boots, and took the new brooms. "You sleep here while I sweep the pagoda," he said to the monks. "The pagoda was contaminated by the rain of blood," Monkey said, "and it hasn't shone for many a long day. There may be evil things living up there. If you go out by yourself on this cold and windy night, I'm worried that something might go wrong. Why don't I go with you?" "Very good idea," Sun Zong replied, and, each carrying a broom, they first went up into the main Buddha hall, where Sun Zong lit the glazed lamp, burned incense, and bowed to the Buddha, saying, "Your disciple Qin Xuanzang has been sent by the great Tang in the east to worship out Tathagata Buddha on Vulture Peak and fetch the scriptures. I have now reached the Golden Light Monastery in the kingdom of Jisai, where the monks tell me that their pagoda has been contaminated, and that they have been unjustly punished because the king suspects them of having stolen the treasure. Your disciple is now going devoutly to sweep the tower in the hope that my Buddha, in his great responsiveness, will reveal the cause of the contamination and spare these folks from injustice." When he had prayed, he and Brother Monkey opened the door of the pagoda and began to sweep it from the ground upwards. That pagoda towered to the stars, thrust up into space. It was called the Glazed Tile Pagoda, the Golden Sarira Spire. The stairway spiraled like the inside of a cave. The door seemed to be the door of a coop. The gleam of the vase reached the moon at the horizon. The sea breeze carried the sound of its bells. Look at the eaves and the corbel brackets, the finial in the clouds. The eaves and the corbel brackets were of masonry through which the scented breezes blew. The finial in the clouds had mist dragons coiling around the pagoda. The view stretched out for hundreds of miles. To climb it was to climb to the heavens. At the doors of every story were set glazed lamps, but full of dust, not light. All around, under the eaves, ran marble balustrades, covered with filth and insects. Inside the tower, by the Buddha statues, incense no longer burned. Outside the windows, in front of the divine face, cobwebs covered all.
The incense burners were full of mouse droppings, the lamps untouched by oil. Because the treasure had been spirited away, many a monk had died for nothing. Sanzang was determined to sweep out the pagoda and restore it to the beauty that it had before. When he had swept one story, the Tang priest went on to sweep the next, and so he continued till he reached the 7th story. By now it was the 2nd watch of the night, and he was beginning to feel exhausted.
"You're tired," Monkey said. "Sit here and let me sweep it for you."
How many stories does it have? Sanzang asked.
"About 13, I suppose," Monkey replied.
Overcoming his weariness, the Tang priest said, I must sweep it myself to fulfill the vow. By the time he had swept another 3 stories, his back and legs were aching. At the 10th he collapsed and said, Sweep the last 3 floors for me, Wukong. Monkey summoned up his energy, went to the 11th floor, and a moment later up to the 12th. As he was sweeping there, he heard voices from in the roof.
"That's odd," he thought. "Very odd indeed. It's the 3rd watch. There can't be people talking up there as late as this. I'm sure it's evil spirits. Let's have a look."
The splendid Monkey King put his broom quietly under his arm, tucked up his clothes, slipped out through the door, and stepped on a cloud to take a better look. Sitting in the middle of the 13th story were 2 evil spirits with a dish of food, a bowl, and a jug of wine. They were playing the finger-guessing game and drinking. Monkey used his magic powers to get rid of the broom and bring out his gold-banded cudgel, with which he barricaded the entrance to the pagoda and shouted,
"So you're the ones who stole the pagoda's treasure, you monsters!"
The 2 of them jumped up in their panic, grabbed the jug and bowl, and flung them at him. Monkey deflected them with his iron cudgel and said,
"I won't kill you because I need you to give evidence."
He just used his cudgel to force them to talk. The devils were pinned against the wall, unable to struggle or even move. All they could do was to repeat,
"Spare us! Spare us! It was nothing to do with us. The thief isn't here."
Monkey used holding magic to carry them single-handed down to the 10th story, where he said,
"Master, I've got the thieves."
This news woke up Sanzang, who had been dozing, with a start of pleasure. Where did you catch them? He asked. Dragging the demons over and forcing them to kneel to his master, Monkey replied,
"They were drinking and playing finger-guessing up on the roof. When I heard the din they were making, I shot up by cloud to the roof and blocked their escape. I wasn't rough with them because I was worried that a single blow would kill them, and we'd have nobody to give evidence. That's why I brought them here nice and gently. You can take statements from them, Master, and find out where they're from, and where the stolen treasure has been hidden."
The demons were still shivering and shaking and saying,
"Spare us!"
Then they made this true statement.
We were sent by the infinitely sage Dragon King of the Green Wave Pool on Ragged Rock Mountain. His name's Bin Borba, and mine is Babor Bin. He's catfish spirit, and I'm a snakehead fish spirit. Our infinitely sage ancient dragon has a daughter called the infinitely sage princess. She is as lovely as flowers or the moon, and brilliant as well. The ancient dragon got a husband for her who would live in the palace. He has tremendous magic powers, and he's called Prince Ninehead. He came here the other year with the Dragon King to demonstrate his powers by making a blood rain that contaminated the pagoda and stealing the precious Sarira relic of the Buddha. The princess then went up to the Daluo heaven and stole the Queen Mother's 9-lobed magic fungus plant from in front of the Hall of Miraculous Mist. We keep it at the bottom of the pool, and it shines day and night with golden light and a colored glow. Recently, we've heard that Sun Wukong is on his way to fetch the scriptures from the Western Heaven. They say his powers are enormous, and that all along the way he has been looking out for wrongs to right. That's why we keep getting sent here to patrol and stop him when the time comes. If that Sun Wukong turns up, we're ready for him.
At this, Monkey gave a mocking laugh.
What an evil beast, he said. He's unspeakable. No wonder he invited the Bull Demon King to his place for a banquet the other day. He's been extending his contacts among all these damned demons because he's up to no good.
Before he had finished speaking, Pig and 2 or 3 of the young monks came up the steps from the bottom of the pagoda with lanterns.
Master,
Pig said,
why don't you go to bed now that you've swept the pagoda, instead of staying here talking?
You've come at just the right moment, brother, said Monkey. The pagoda's treasure was stolen by the infinitely sage ancient dragon. He sent these 2 little devils I've just captured to patrol the pagoda and keep their ears open for news of us.
What are they called, and what sort of spirits are they?
Pig asked.
They've just confessed everything, Monkey replied. This one's called Bin Borba, and he's a catfish spirit. And that one's Babor Bin, and he's a snakehead fish spirit.
Pig then lifted his rake to strike them.
If they're evil spirits and they've already confessed, he said, what are we waiting for? Let's kill them.
No, said Monkey. You don't understand. Keep them alive so that they can tell it all to the king and lead us to catch the thieves to get the treasure back.
The splendid idiot then put his rake down again. He and Monkey each carried one of them down the stairs.
Spare us,
the demons kept pleading.
I'd like to turn you 2 fish into soup for those monks who've been mistreated so unjustly,
muttered Pig. The 2 or 3 young monks, who were thoroughly delighted, led the venerable elder down the pagoda stairs with their lanterns. One of them ran ahead to tell the other monks.
Good news, he shouted. Good news! Our troubles are over. The reverend gentlemen have caught the evil spirits who stole the treasure. Fetch chains, Monkey said. Run them through their shoulder bones and lock them up here. Watch over them while we get some sleep. We'll decide what to do next tomorrow. The monks then kept a very close watch on the demons while Sanzang and his disciples slept. Before they knew it, it was dawn. Wukong and I will go to court to present the passport, Sanzang said, and he put on his brocade cassock and Virukana mitre. When he was dressed in his majestic vestments, he strode forward, accompanied by Monkey, who had tightened his tiger skin kilt and straightened up his tunic, and was carrying the passport.
"Why aren't you taking those two demons with you?"
Pig asked. We'll submit a memorial to the throne first, Monkey replied. Then I expect the king will send men for them. They then went to the palace gates, seeing no end of red birds and golden dragons adorning the deep red gateways of the pure capital. At the gate of eastern splendor, Sanzang bowed to the officer in charge and said, May I trouble your honor to report that a monk sent from Great Tang in the east to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven begs an audience with his majesty to present his passport? The gate officer did indeed make this report, going to the steps of the throne to say, There are two Buddhist monks with strange faces and strange clothes outside, who say they have been sent by the Tang court in the east of the southern continent of Shambu to go to the west to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. They request an audience with your majesty in order to present their passport. The king then sent for them. As the Tang priest took him into the palace, all the civilian and military officials were alarmed at the sight of Monkey. Some called him the Monkey Monk, and others the Thunder God Monk. They were all too terrified to look at him for very long. The Tang priest bowed to the king with a dance and a loud chant of obeisance, while the great sage stood leaning to one side with his arms crossed, not moving. The venerable elder then submitted this memorial. I am a priest who has been sent by the great Tang in the east of the southern continent of Shambu to worship the Buddha and fetch the true scriptures in Thunder Monastery in the land of India in the west. As my route lies across your distinguished country, I would not dare cross without authorization, and I beg you to verify the passport I have with me, and allow me to proceed. The king was very pleased to hear all this, so he summoned the holy priest from Tang to the throne hall, where an embroidered stool was set for him to sit on. Sanzang went into the hall by himself and handed over the passport before gratefully accepting the courtesy stool. When the king read the passport through, he was delighted. It appears that when your great Tang emperor was ill, he could choose an eminent monk who would not flinch from a long journey to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. But all the monks in our country want to do is steal, thus destroying the country and ruining their sovereign. When Sanzang heard this, he put his hands together and replied, How can you be so sure they are destroying the country and ruining their sovereign? This country of ours is the leading one in the western regions. The foreign states all around always used to send tribute because of the Golden Pagoda in the Golden Light Monastery in this capital. A multicolored glow used to shine from the pagoda right up to the sky. But recently, the pagoda's treasure has been stolen by the wicked monks in the monastery, and for 3 years now, there has been no colored glow and no tribute from the foreigners. It is all extremely upsetting for us. Your Majesty, said Sanzang, smiling as he put his hands together in front of his chest. A little mistake can lead to a great disaster. Soon after entering the gates of your heavenly capital yesterday, I saw a dozen or so monks and kongyus. When I asked them why, they told me that they were from the Golden Light Monastery and were the victims of injustice. On close investigation in the monastery, I found that it was no fault of the monks there. When I swept the pagoda in the middle of the night, I captured the thieving devils who had stolen the treasure.
Where are they?
Asked the delighted king. My disciples have them locked up in the Golden Light Monastery, Sanzang replied. The king ordered royal guards to be sent at once to the Golden Light Monastery to fetch the thieving devils so that he could interrogate them himself. Your Majesty, I think it would be best if my disciple went with the guards.
Where is he?
The king asked. Standing by the steps of the throne, Sanzang replied. The king was shocked by what he saw. How can your disciple be so ugly when you, reverend sir, are so handsome? He asked. When he heard this, the great sage Sun shouted at the top of his voice. Your Majesty, you should no more judge people by their faces than you'd measure the sea with a bucket. Good looks would never have captured the thieving devils. This calmed the king's alarm, and he said, You are right, holy monk. We do not know how to select men of talent here. The ones who catch the thieves and recover the treasure are best. He then ordered his aides to have a carriage prepared and told the royal guards to look after the holy monk as he went to fetch the thieving devils. The aides had a large palanquin with a yellow canopy got ready, in which 8 guardsmen carried Monkey, with 8 more as escorts, who shouted to clear the way to the Golden Light Monastery. By now the whole city had heard the news. Everyone came out to see the holy monk and the thieving devils. Hearing the shouts, Pig and Friar Sand, imagining that the king must have sent some of his officials, hurried out to meet them, only to see Monkey riding in the palanquin.
Now you're yourself again, brother,
laughed Pig. What do you mean? Monkey asked, putting his hand on Pig to steady himself as he stepped out of the chair.
There you are, being carried by 8 men in a carrying chair under a royal yellow canopy, said Pig. Isn't that the handsome monkey king way to travel? That's why I said you're yourself again.
Stop joking, said Monkey, who then had the 2 devils brought for him to escort the king. Won't you take me along too? Friar Sand asked. You stay here and look after the luggage and the horse, Monkey replied.
My lords,
said the monks and congus in chains,
why don't you all go to see his majesty? We can look after your things here.
In that case, we'll all go to report to the king, said Monkey, and then have you released. With Pig manhandling one devil and Friar Sand the other, Monkey got back into the palanquin and led the devils to the court. They were soon at the steps of the throne hall, where the king was told that the devils had arrived. He came down from his dragon throne to examine them with the Tang priest and his civil and military officials. One of the devils had bulging cheeks, black scales, a pointed mouth, and sharp teeth. The other had slimy skin, a fat belly, a big mouth, and long whiskers. Although they had legs and could walk, it was obvious that they had only assumed a certain appearance of humanity through transformation.
Where are you from, you thieving devils, you evil spirits? The king asked. How long have you been preying on this country? What year did you steal our treasure? How many of you bandits are there? What are your names? I want it all, and I want the truth.
The two devils fell to their knees before him, and although blood was gushing from their necks, they did not feel the pain. This was what they had to say.
3 years ago, on the first day of the 7th month, the infinitely sage Dragon King brought a crowd of his relations to live in the southeast corner of this country, in the green wave pool on Ragged Rock Mountain, about 40 miles from here. He has an extremely attractive daughter, for whom he found a husband to live in our palace, Prince Ninehead. His magic powers are unbeatable. He knew that you had a rare treasure in your tower, so he plotted with the Dragon King to steal it. First he made it rain blood, and then he stole the Buddha relic. Now it lights up the Dragon Palace, which is as bright as day and even in the darkest night. Then the princess used her powers to sneak up and steal the Queen Mother's magic fungus to keep the treasure warm in the pool. We two aren't the bandit chiefs. We're just private soldiers sent here by the Dragon King who were captured last night. This is the truth. As you have made this confession, the king said, why don't you tell me your names? I am Bin Borba, one of them replied, and he is Babor Ben. I am a catfish monster, and he is a snakehead monster. The king then told the royal guards to keep them safely behind bars, and ordered, release all the monks of the Golden Light Monastery from their congus and chains, and have the Office of Foreign Affairs prepare a banquet in the Unicum Hall to congratulate the holy monks on their great achievements in catching the thieves. We shall now invite them to capture the ringleaders. The Office of Foreign Affairs then laid on a double banquet of both meat and vegetarian food, for which the king invited Sanzang and his disciples to take their places in the Unicorn Hall. May I ask your title, holy monk? He said to Sanzang, who replied, his hands together. My lay surname is Chen, and my Buddhist name is Xuanzang. My emperor granted me the surname Tang and the title Sanzang.
What are your disciples' titles? The king asked. They do not have titles, Sanzong replied. The senior one is called Sun Wukong, the second one Zhu Wuneng, and the third Sha Wujing. These were the names the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the Southern Sea gave them. When they became my disciples, I called Wukong Sun the Novice, Wuneng Beiji, and Wujing Friar Sand. The king then asked Sanzong to take the place of honor, while Monkey sat at his left and Pig and Friar Sand at his right. Their banquet was all vegetarian: fruit, vegetables, tea, and rice. In front of them was a table of meat dishes at which sat the king, and below them were 100 or more tables set with meat dishes for all the civil and military officials. The officials all thanked the king for his kindness, and the disciples sat down with the permission of their master. When all were seated, the king raised his goblet, and though Sanzong would not drink, his 3 disciples all drank to the success of the banquet. Woodwinds and strings then began to sound as the court musicians performed. Just watch Pig as he eats for all he is worth, gobbling his food down whole like a tiger or a wolf, and emptying the table. Soon more soup and food was brought, only to disappear in the same way. Every time servants brought more wine, he drained the cup, never refusing. The feast went on till after midday before it broke up. When Sanzong expressed his thanks for the sumptuous banquet, the king wanted to keep him longer. It was just a gesture to thank you, holy monks, for capturing the demons. He then ordered the Office of Foreign Affairs to move the banquet to the Jianzhang Palace, so that he could discuss with the holy monks how the ringleaders were to be captured and the treasure brought back to the pagoda. If we are to capture the thieves and recover the treasure, Sanzong said, another banquet won't be needed. We shall take our leave of your majesty now, and set off to catch the demons. But the king insisted on taking them to the Jiansheng Palace for another banquet. Which of you holy monks will lead the force that is to capture the monsters? He asked, raising his goblet. Send my senior disciple, Sun Wukong, Sanzong replied. The great sage raised his clasped hands and bowed in acknowledgment. If the venerable Sun is going, how big a force of cavalry and foot will he need? The king asked. And when will he be setting out? At this, Pig could not restrain himself from shouting.
We won't need any soldiers, and we don't care when we go. With a good meal and a few drinks inside us, he and I can go and catch them right now, just by laying our hands on them.
Beiji, said Sanzong with delight, you're getting very keen. Very well, then, said Monkey. Friar Sand, you guard the master while we 2 go. Even if you 2 venerable elders don't need troops, the king said, surely you need weapons.
We don't need your weapons,
laughed Pig.
We carry our own.
On hearing this, the king fetched 2 huge goblets and drank a toast to them on their journey. "We won't have any more to drink," said Monkey, "but we'd like the royal guards to bring those little demons to us. We need them as guides." The king gave the order, and they were brought out at once. Then Monkey and Pig, each firmly grasping a demon, rode the wind and used carrying magic to take them off to the southeast. Indeed, only when king and court saw the magical clouds did they realize that the 4 of them were truly holy monks. If you don't know how the capture went and what they found, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 63. 2 monks wipe out the demons in the Dragon Palace. The sages destroy evil and recover the treasure. The story tells how the king of Jisai and his officials high and low watched as the great sage Monkey and Pig disappeared by wind and cloud, carrying the 2 demons with them. Then all of them bowed in homage to heaven, saying, "Their fame is well-founded. Only today can we really believe that such immortals and living Buddhas exist." As Monkey and Pig vanished into the distance, the king bowed again to thank Sanzang and Friar Sand. "Our mortal eyes were only able to see that your illustrious disciples had the power to capture thieving devils. We never realized that you were superior immortals with the power to ride on winds and clouds." "I do not have any Dharma powers," Sanzang replied. "On my journey, I have depended very much on my 3 disciples." "I tell you the truth, your majesty," said Friar Sand. "My senior fellow disciple is the great sage equaling heaven who has been converted. He once made havoc in heaven, and none of the 100,000 heavenly troops were a match for his gold-banded cudgel. He had the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu and the Jade Emperor both scared. My next senior fellow disciple is Marshal Tian Peng, now a faithful Buddhist. He once commanded 80,000 sailors on the River of Heaven. I'm the only one of us with no magic powers. I was the curtain-lifting general before I took my vows. We're useless at everything except capturing demons and monsters, arresting thieves and runaways, subduing tigers and dragons, and kicking the sky into a well. And we know a thing or two about stirring up the sea and turning rivers upside down. Oh yes, and then there's riding clouds and mists, summoning wind and rain, moving the stars around in the sky, carrying mountains, and chasing the moon, but those are just extras." All this made the king treat them with very great respect indeed. Inviting Sanzang to take the place of honor, he kept addressing him as Buddha and referring to Friar Sand and the others as bodhisattvas. All the civil and military officials were delighted, and the citizens of the country kowtowed to them. The story switches to the great sage Monkey and Pig riding their storm wind to the green wave pool on the Ragged Rock Mountain, where they stopped their clouds. Blowing a magic breath on his gold-banded cudgel, Wukong told it to change and turned it into a monk's knife, with which he cut an ear off the snakehead and the lower lip of the catfish.
then threw the two demons into the water with a shout of, "Tell the infinitely sage Dragon King that Lord's son, the great sage equaling heaven, is here. If he wants me to spare the lives of him and his family, he'd better hand over the treasure from the pagoda of the Golden Light Monastery in Jisai at once. If there's even the hint of a no from him, I'll give his pool such a stirring that there'll be no water left in it, and then exterminate his whole family." Having been given this order, the two little devils fled for their lives in great pain, jumping into the water, chains, ropes, and all, to the alarm of the various turtle, alligator, shrimp, crab, and fish spirits, who crowded round them to ask, "Why are you roped and chained?" One of them shook his head and waved his tail with his hand over his ear. The other stamped and beat his chest as he covered his mouth. There was much shouting and commotion as they both went to the Dragon King's palace to report, "Disaster, your majesty!" The infinitely sage Dragon King was drinking with his son-in-law, Prince Ninehead, when the two of them arrived.
"What disaster?" the Dragon King asked, putting down his cup.
"We were on sentry duty last night," they reported, "when the Tang priest and Sun the novice captured us as they were sweeping the pagoda. We were chained up and taken to see the king this morning. Then Sun the novice and Pig dragged us here. One of us had an ear cut off and the other a lip. They then threw us into the water to come to ask for the treasure from the top of the pagoda."
They then told the whole story in great detail. The news about Sun the Novice, the great sage equaling heaven, gave the ancient dragon such a fright that his souls left his body and were scattered beyond the sky. "Son-in-law," he said to the prince, shivering and shaking. "Anyone else would have been easy enough to deal with, but if it's him, it's terrible."
"Relax, father-in-law," the prince replied. "I've been studying the martial arts since childhood and made friends with quite a few of the world's heroes. He's nothing to be scared of. After 3 rounds with me, I guarantee the wretch will surrender with his head hanging low, so he won't even dare look you in the face." The splendid demon jumped to his feet, put on his armor, took the weapon he used, a crescent-bladed halberd, walked out of the palace, parted the waters, and when he reached the surface, called out, "What's all this about a great sage equaling heaven? Come and give yourself up at once." Standing on the bank, Pig and Monkey saw how the evil spirit was dressed. A silver helmet on his head outshone the whitest snow. The suit of armor that he wore was higher than autumn frost. Over it was a battle robe of brocade, with dragons, cloud patterns, and pearls. The rhinoceros-patterned belt at his waist was like a python wrapped in gold. He held a crescent halberd that flew and flashed like lightning. The pigskin boots on his feet moved as smoothly as water or waves. From a distance he seemed to have only one face and head, but seen from close to there were faces all around him. Eyes in front and eyes behind that could see in all directions. Mouths to the left and mouths to the right.
9 of them all talking. One shout from him would make the sky shake, like the call of the crane resounding through the stars. As nobody answered, he shouted again, "Which one of you is the great sage equaling heaven?" Touching the golden band round his head and fingering his iron cudgel, Monkey replied, "I am." "Where do you live?" the demon asked. "Where are you from? What brought you to Jisai to look after the king's pagoda? Why did you have the effrontery to capture and mutilate 2 of our officers? And why are you here demanding battle now?"
"Thieving devil,"
replied Monkey abusively.
"it's obvious you don't know who I am. Come a little closer and I'll tell you. My people come from the Mount of Flowers and Fruit, from the water curtain cave in the middle of the sea. Since childhood I have made my body indestructible. The Jade Emperor created me, heaven-equaling sage. When I made havoc in the Dipper and Bull Palace, all the gods of heaven were not enough to beat me. The Buddha then was asked to use his great and subtle powers. His infinite wisdom went beyond the mortal world. When I matched my powers with his and made my somersaults, his hand turned to a mountain and crushed me underneath. There I was kept for full 500 years, and only was released when converted by Guan Yin. Because Sanzang was going to the western heaven to seek the Buddha's words at distant Vulture Peak, she freed me then to escort the holy monk to clear up all the monsters and purify my conduct. Our journey led to Jisai in the regions of the west, where their monkish generations have been cruelly mistreated. When, in our mercy, we asked them what had happened, we learned that the pagoda no longer shone with light. My master swept it clean to find out the reason. In the deep silence of the night's 3rd watch, we captured the demons and extracted their confessions. They said you were the thief who had stolen the great treasure, conspiring to be a robber with the ancient dragon king, and the princess who is also known as Infinitely Sage. Your rain of blood washed out the pagoda's magic light, and you brought the treasure back to use it here yourselves. The confession that they made was true in every detail, and we have come here now on His Majesty's own orders. That is why we looked for you and challenged you to battle. Never will you need to ask my name again. Give the king back his treasure this instant if you want to save the lives of all members of your family. Should you in your folly try to make resistance, your pool will be dried out and your palace smashed to ruins."
When the prince heard all this, he replied with a touch of a mocking smile, "If you're monks going to fetch the scriptures, you shouldn't be trumping up charges where it's none of your business. So what if I stole their treasure? You're going to fetch your Buddhist scriptures, and it's nothing to do with you. Why are you here looking for a fight?"
"Thieving devil," said Monkey. "You've got no idea of right and wrong. The king's done us no favors. We don't drink his kingdom's waters or eat its grain. We were under no obligation to do a thing for him. But you have stolen his treasure, contaminated his pagoda, and brought years of misery to the monks in the Golden Light Monastery. They are our fellow believers, so of course we'll make an effort for them and right their wrong."
"So it looks as though you want to fight," said the prince. As the saying goes, the warrior avoids unnecessary combat, but once I start, there'll be no mercy. You'll be dead in next to no time, and that will be the end of going to fetch the scriptures.
Bloody thieving devil! Monkey cursed back. You must think you're quite a fighter talking big like that. Come here and take this.
The prince was not flustered in the least as he blocked the cudgel with his crescent-bladed halberd. A fine battle ensued on the Ragged Rock Mountain. Because the monster stole the treasure, the pagoda was dark. Monkey went to catch the demons for the sake of the king. The little devils fled for their lives back into the water. The ancient dragon took counsel in his terror. Prince Ninehead showed his might as he went out in armor to exercise his powers. The angry great sage equaling heaven raised his gold-banded cudgel that was very hard indeed. In the monster's 9 heads were 18 eyes, shining bright as they looked in all directions. Monkey's iron arms were immensely strong, and auspicious lights glowed all around. The halberd was like a new moon's crescent, a cudgel like flying frost. Why don't you give up trying to right wrongs?
You were wrong to steal the pagoda's treasure. Behave yourself, damned devil, and give me back the treasure if you want to live.
Cudgel and halberd fought for mastery. Neither emerged as victor in the fight. The two of them fought hard for over 30 rounds without either of them emerging as the winner. Pig, who was standing on the mountain admiring the sweetness and beauty of their fight, raised his rake and brought down on the evil spirit from behind. Now the monster's 9 heads all had eyes in them, and he could see Pig coming behind him very clearly. So he now used the butt end of his halberd to block the rake, while holding off the cudgel with the blade. He resisted for another 6 or 7 rounds, until he could hold out no longer against the weapons that were swinging at him from before and behind, when he rolled away and leapt up into the sky in his true form as a 9-headed bird. He looked thoroughly repulsive. The sight of him was enough to kill one with horror. His body all covered in feathers and down. His girth was some 12 feet measured around, and he was as long as an old crocodile. His 2 feet were as sharp as book-shaped blades, and his 9 heads were all set in a circle. When he opened his wings, he could fly superbly. Not even the rock could match his great strength. His voice could resound to the edge of the sky, with an echo even louder than the call of the crane. Bright flashed golden light from his many pairs of eyes. His pride far outstripped that of ordinary birds. The sight alarmed Pig, who said,
"Brother, I've never seen anything as ugly in all my days. What sort of blood could that monstrous bird have been born of?"
There's nothing like him, Monkey replied. Nothing. I'm going up to kill him. The splendid great sage then leapt up on his cloud into mid-air, where he struck at the monster's head with his cudgel. The monster now displayed the power of his body as he swooped down, his wings outspread, then turned with a roaring noise to come low over the mountain and shoot out from his waist another head with a mouth wide open like a bowl of blood. His beak gripped Pig's bristles at the first attempt, then he dragged Pig to the pool and pulled him in. Once back outside the Dragon Palace, he turned himself back into what he had been before, threw Pig to the ground, and said, "Where are you, little ones?" Thereupon the mackerel, trout, carp, mandarin fish, and soft-shelled tortoises and alligators, who were all armored demons, rushed forward with a shout of, "Here!" "Take this monk and tie him up for me," said the prince. "This will be revenge for our patrolling sentries." Shouting and pushing, the spirits carried Pig inside, to the delight of the ancient Dragon King, who came out to meet the prince with the words, "Congratulations, son-in-law. How did you catch him?" The prince then told him the whole story, after which the ancient dragon ordered a celebratory banquet, which we need not describe. Instead, the story tells how Monkey thought in terror after the evil spirit had captured Pig. "This monster is terrible, but if I go back to the court to see the master, the king will probably laugh at me. But if I challenge him to battle again, how will I deal with him single-handed? Besides, I'm not used to coping in water. I'll just have to turn myself into something to get inside and see what the evil spirit has done with Pig. If it's possible, I'll sneak him out of there to help me." The splendid great sage then made magic with his fingers, shook himself, turned into a crab again, and plunged into the water till he was outside the archway again. He knew the way from when he had come here the previous time and stolen the Bull King's water-averting golden-eyed beast. When he reached the gateway to the palace, he walked in sideways to see the ancient Dragon King, the nine-headed monster, and their whole family drinking together to celebrate. Not daring to go too close, Monkey crawled under the eaves of the eastern veranda, where several shrimp and crab spirits were fooling around and amusing themselves. He listened to them for a while, then said, imitating their way of talking, "Is the long-snouted monk the prince brought here dead or alive?" "He's alive," the spirits all replied, "and tied up. Can't you see him groaning under the western veranda over there?" Monkey then crawled quietly over to the western veranda, where he did indeed find Pig tied to a column and groaning. "Can you recognize me, Pig?" he asked. Pig knew who it was from Monkey's voice.
"This is terrible, brother," he said. "The monster got me."
Looking all around to make sure there was nobody there but Monkey, he cut the ropes with his claws and told Pig to go.
"What am I to do, brother?" Pig said. "He's got my rake."
"Do you know where he put it?" Monkey asked.
"I think he must have taken it into the main hall of the palace,"
Pig replied. "Wait for me under the arch," said Monkey, and Pig slipped quietly out to save his skin. Monkey climbed up on the roof of the main hall, from where he saw the intense glow of Pig's rake down on the left, made himself invisible, and sneaked it out of the palace. Once under the archway, he called, "Pig, take your weapon."
"You go on ahead, brother,"
said Pig, now reunited with his rake.
"I'm going to attack that palace. If I win, I'll capture the whole family of them, and if I lose, you'll be waiting by the bank to rescue me."
Monkey, who was delighted at the suggestion, urged him to be careful.
"I'm not scared of him,"
Pig replied.
"I know a thing or two when it comes to water."
Monkey then left him and came up through the water. Pig, meanwhile, tightened the belt round his black tunic, grasped his rake with both hands, and charged in with a great war cry that sent all the members of the watery tribe rushing into the palace and shouting, "Disaster! The long-snouted monk has broken free from his bonds and is charging back in." The ancient dragon king, the nine-headed monster, and the rest of the family were caught off their guard, and all they could do was jump to their feet and flee for cover. The idiot, not fearing for his life, charged into the hall, laying about him with his rake as he went. He smashed everything: doors, tables, chairs, wine cups, and all else, too. There is a poem to prove it that goes, "When the mother of wood was taken by the water monster, the mind ape did not flinch from a difficult rescue. One used his secret skills to open the locks. The other showed his might in hatred and wrath. The prince fled, taking his princess to safety. Not a sound was heard from the shivering dragon. The palace's crimson windows and doors were all smashed. The dragon's descendants were all scared out of their wits. Pig smashed the tortoiseshell screens to powder and the coral trees to fragments. When the nine-headed monster had hidden his princess safely inside, he grabbed his crescent-bladed halberd and went for Pig in the front of the living quarters of the palace, shouting, "Bloody idiot! Swine! How dare you terrorize my family?"
"Thieving devil!"
retorted Pig.
"How dared you capture me? This was none of my fight till you brought me into it. Give the treasure back at once for me to take back to the king, and that'll be that. Otherwise, every last member of your family will be killed."
The demon was in no mood for kindness. He ground his teeth and started fighting Pig. Only then did the ancient dragon calm down enough to lead his dragon sons and grandsons to surround and attack Pig with their spears and swords. Seeing that things were going badly for him, Pig fainted and fled, followed by the ancient dragon and his host. A moment later, he shot up through the water, and they all surfaced at the top of the pool. Monkey, who had been waiting on the bank, suddenly saw them coming out of the water after Pig, so he put one foot on a cloud and brought out his iron cudgel with a shout of, "Stay where you are!" His first blow smashed the ancient dragon king to pulp. It was a terrible sight. His corpse and the scales that had come off it floated on the surface of the pool, which turned red with his gore. His sons and grandsons all fled for their lives in terror, while Prince Ninehead took the body back to the underwater palace. Brother Monkey and Pig did not pursue them, but went back to the bank to discuss what had happened.
"I've knocked a bit of the stuffing out of him,"
said Pig.
"I went charging in with my rake and smashed everything to smithereens. They were all scared witless. I was just fighting the prince when the ancient dragon king went for me. Thanks for killing him. Now those bastards have gone back, they'll be too busy with mourning and the funeral to come out again. Besides, it's getting late now. What are we going to do?"
"Never mind about it being late," replied Monkey. "This is our chance. Get back down there and attack again. You must get the treasure so that we can go back to the court." The idiot was feeling lazy, so he made all sorts of excuses to get out of going down again, but Monkey insisted. "Don't worry so, brother. Just draw him out again as you did just now, and I'll kill him." As the two of them were talking, they heard the roar of a mighty wind as dark and gloomy clouds came from the east, heading south. When Monkey took a closer look, he saw that it was the illustrious sage Erlang with the 6 brothers of Plum Hill. They had falcons and hounds, and were carrying foxes, hares, water deer, and deer they had killed. All of them had bows and crossbows at their waists, and were carrying sharp swords as they arrived on their wind and clouds. "Pig," said Monkey, "here come my 7 sage sworn brothers. Let's stop them and ask them to help us in this fight. This will really stack the odds in our favor."
"If they're sworn brothers, they owe you that," said Pig.
"The only trouble is that the eldest of them, the illustrious sage, once made me surrender, so I feel too embarrassed to face him," said Monkey. "I'd like you to go up, stop the clouds, and say,
'Wait a moment, please, true lord. The great sage equaling heaven would like to pay his respects.'
I'm sure he'll stop then. I can only face him after he's landed." The idiot then shot up on his cloud to the top of the mountain to stop Erlang.
"True lord,"
he shouted at the top of his voice,
"could you slow down for a moment? The great sage equaling heaven would like to see you."
On hearing this, Lord Erlang ordered the 6 brothers to stop and exchanged polite salutations with Pig. "Where is the great sage equaling heaven?" he asked.
"Awaiting your summons at the foot of the mountain,"
Pig replied.
"Brothers,"
said Erlang, "go ask him up at once." The 6 brothers, Kang, Zhang, Yao, Li, Guo, and Ji, all came out of their camps and said, "Great sage, our eldest brother has sent us with an invitation for you." Monkey went forward, paid his respects to them, then accompanied them to the top of the mountain, where Lord Erlang received him, took him by the hand, and returned his courtesies. "Great sage," he said, "allow me to congratulate you on being rescued from your terrible sufferings and being converted to the Buddhist faith. Soon you will have succeeded and will be sitting on your lotus throne." "I don't deserve your congratulations," Monkey replied. "I am under enormous obligations that I've hardly begun to repay. I've been rescued and am heading west, but it's too soon to say whether we'll succeed. As we agreed to rescue some monks from disaster in the kingdom of Jisai, we are here to capture a demon and demand the return of a treasure. Seeing that you were passing this way, eldest brother, I wonder if I could persuade you to stay and help us. May I ask where you have come from and whether you'd be willing to help? I'm just on my way home from a hunting trip with my brothers because I had nothing to do, Erlang replied. I'm grateful to you, great sage, for asking me to stay out of consideration for our old friendship. Of course I'll help you subdue a demon, if that is what you wish. What kind of demons are there here? Have you forgotten? The six brothers asked. This is Ragged Rock Mountain, and below it is the Green Wave Pool, the infinitely sage dragon's palace. The infinitely sage ancient dragon is no troublemaker, said Erlang with astonishment. How could he have robbed the pagoda? Recently, he's had a son-in-law living with him, Monkey replied. A nine-headed monster turned spirit. He plotted it all with his father-in-law. They made it rain blood on Jisai, then stole the sacred Buddha relic from the top of the pagoda in the Golden Light Monastery. The king, in his ignorance, had the monks arrested and tortured. I captured two of their underlings in the pagoda who'd been sent out on patrol when my master, in his mercy, swept it out one night, and they confessed everything in the palace this morning. When the king asked our master to capture these monsters, we two were sent here. In the first fight, the nine-headed monster grew another head that shot out from his waist and carried Pig off. I had to transform myself to go into the water and rescue him. Then there was another big fight in which I killed the ancient dragon king. The swine have recovered the body and are now in mourning. We two were just discussing how to draw them into battle again when we saw you arriving. That's why I have had the effrontery to ask to see you. As you've killed the ancient dragon king, you'll have to hit them so hard that the monster won't know what to do, Erlang replied. Then you can clean up the whole den of them.
Yes,
said Pig.
but it's late now.
There's a soldier's saying that you should never put off an attack, Erlang replied. It doesn't matter that it's late. Don't be so impatient, brother, said Kang, Yao, Kuo, and Ji. The demon's family is here, so we don't think he'll run away. Brother Monkey is a distinguished guest, and iron-haired Pig has been converted too. We have wine and good food in our camp. Why don't we tell the little ones to light the stove and set out a banquet here? It would be a way of congratulating them and a chance to talk at the same time. After a good night's feasting, there'll be plenty of time for the battle tomorrow. Erlang was very pleased with the suggestion. An excellent idea, brothers. The underlings were then ordered to set out the banquet. We couldn't possibly refuse you gentlemen's generous invitation, Monkey replied. But now we're monks, we may only eat vegetarian food. We can't eat meat. We have vegetarian food in plenty, Erlang replied. And monastic wine, too. All the brothers then drank and talked of the old days under the light of the moon and the stars, and when the sky was their canopy, and the earth their mats. How true it is that the night is long in loneliness and short in pleasure. Soon the east started to become light, and Pig, feeling cheerful and energetic after a few drinks, said,
It's getting light. I'm going down to challenge them to battle.
Be careful, Marshal, said Erlang. Just lure him out for my brothers and me to deal with.
I understand, grinned Pig. I understand.
Watch as he tucks up his clothes, grabs his rake, makes water-dividing magic, jumps in, goes straight to the archway, and charges into the palace with a great war cry. The dragon sons were wearing the hempen clothes of mourning as they watched and wept over the dragon's body, while the dragon grandsons and the prince were preparing the coffin at the back. Then in came Pig, roaring abuse at them. He landed a terrible blow from his rake that made 9 holes in a dragon's son's head. The dragon's widow fled inside in terror with the rest of them. The long-snouted monks killed my son now, she howled. And on hearing this, the prince led the dragon grandsons out to fight, wielding his crescent-bladed halberd. Pig raised his rake to parry the halberd and fought a fighting retreat till he jumped out of the water. The great sage equaling heaven and the 7 sworn brothers all leapt into the fray, thrusting furiously with sword and spear. One of the dragon grandsons was chopped up into mincemeat. Seeing that things were going badly, the prince rolled in front of the mountain, turned back into himself, spread his wings, and started circling around. Erlang then took his golden bow, fixed a silver pellet to it, pulled it to its full extent, and fired it in the air. The monster pulled in its wings and swooped down to bite Erlang with the head that shot out from its waist. Erlang's slim dog leapt up, barked, and bit off the head, which dripped blood. The monster fled for his life in great pain, heading straight back for the northern sea. Pig wanted to go after him, but Monkey stopped him. Don't chase him, he said. Never corner a defeated enemy. Now the dog's bitten that head off, I'm sure he'll be more dead than alive. I'm going to turn myself into his double. I want you to part the waters and chase me in there to find the princess and trick the treasure out of her. You don't have to chase him if you don't want to, said Erlang and his 6 sages. But by letting a creature like that stay alive, you are only creating trouble for the future. The 9-headed gory monsters that are still found today are its descendants. Pig did as he was told, and parted away through the waters for Monkey, looking just like the monster, to flee with himself in noisy pursuit. They soon reached the Dragon Palace, where Princess Infinitely Sage asked, "Why are you in such a state, Prince?" "Pig beat me," Monkey replied, "and chased me in here. I'm no match for him. Hide the treasures somewhere safe." Not realizing in her alarm that he was an impostor, she fetched a golden casket from the rear palace that she gave to Monkey with the words, "This is the Buddha relic." Then she fetched a white jade box that she gave to Monkey, saying, "This is the 9-lobed magic fungus. Hide the treasures away where they'll be safe while I fight 2 or 3 rounds with him to cover you. When the treasures are safe, come and join in the fight." Monkey then tucked the treasures into his clothes, rubbed his face, and turned back into himself. "Have a good look, Princess," he said. "Am I really your husband?" As the princess made a desperate grab for the boxes, Pig ran up and knocked her to the floor with a blow on the shoulder from his rake. The ancient dragon's widow was fleeing as Pig grabbed her and raised his rake to smash her. "Stop," said Monkey. "Don't kill her. Keep her alive for when we go back to announce our victory at court." Pig then lifted her up out of the water while Monkey followed him to the bank with the 2 boxes. "Thanks to your power and prestige, eldest brother, we have recovered the treasures and wiped out the thieving devils," said Monkey. "That was no credit of ours," said Erlang. "In the first place, the king's good fortune equaled heaven, and in the second, you worthy brothers showed your boundless powers." The brothers then all said, "As you have now succeeded, Brother Monkey, we shall take our leave of you." Monkey expressed his thanks profusely and tried to persuade them to go see the king. None of them agreed, and they led their forces back to Quan Ko. Monkey carried the boxes, and Pig dragged the dragon wife back to the city in next to no time, traveling by cloud and mist. The liberated monks of the Golden Light Monastery were waiting for them outside the city, and when they saw the 2 of them suddenly alight from the clouds, they went up and kowtowed, ushering them into the city. The king was then sitting in the main hall of the palace, talking with the Tang priest. A monk came ahead and took his courage in his hands to go in through the palace gates and report, "Your Majesty, Lords Monkey and Pig are back with one of the thieves and the treasures." The moment he heard this news, the king hurried down from the throne hall to welcome them with the Tang priest and Friar Sand. He was now full of expressions of gratitude for their amazing achievement, and he ordered a Thanksgiving feast. "We don't need any drinks now," said Sanzang. "We can only feast when my disciples have returned the treasure to the pagoda." He then asked Monkey why it was that they were only back then, as they had left the day before. Monkey then told him all about the battle with the prince, the death of the Dragon King, meeting the true Lord Erlang, the defeat of the evil monsters, and how he had got the treasures through trickery and transformation. Sanzang, the king, and all the civil and military officials were delighted. "Can the dragon wife talk in human speech?" the king then asked.
Of course she knows human speech,"
Pig replied.
"She was married to a dragon and had a lot of dragon sons and grandsons."
"In that case," said the king, "she'd better tell us the whole story of their crimes." "I don't know anything about the theft of the Buddha relic," she said. "That was all done by that husband of mine, the dragon who's a ghost now, and our son-in-law, the 9-headed monster. They knew that the light from your pagoda came from the Buddha relic that they stole under cover of the blood rain." When asked how the magic fungus was stolen, she answered, "My daughter, the infinitely sage princess, sneaked into the Daluo heaven and stole the Queen Mother's 9-lobed magic fungus from in front of the Hall of Miraculous Mist. The magic vapors of the fungus have nourished the relic, which will now be indestructible and shine for tens of thousands of years. Even if it's buried or put in a field, it will give out thousands of beams of colored light and auspicious vapors the moment it's brushed. You have now taken it back and killed my husband, all my sons, my son-in-law, and my daughter. Please, spare my life."
"There'll be no mercy for you,"
Pig replied. "There's no such thing as a family that's all criminal," said Monkey. "I'll spare your life on one condition. You look after the pagoda for me forever." "A poor life is better than a good death," the dragon wife replied. "Spare my life, and I'll do whatever you want." Monkey sent for an iron chain that was fetched by one of the aides. He put it through the dragon wife's collarbone and said to Friar Sand, "Please ask the king to come and watch the treasures being put back in the pagoda." The king then had his carriage prepared and left the court hand in hand with Sanzang, accompanied by the civil and military officials. He went to the Golden Light Monastery and climbed the pagoda, where the relic was placed in a precious vase on the 13th floor, just under the roof. The dragon wife was chained to the central column of the pagoda. Spells were then said to summon the local deities and city gods of the capital and the guardians of the monastery, who were ordered to bring the dragon wife food and drink once every 3 days to keep her alive. If she tried any tricks, they were to execute her on the spot. The gods all secretly accepted their orders. Brother Monkey used the magic fungus to sweep out the 13 stories of the pagoda one by one, then put it in the vase to look after the relic. Then and only then did the pagoda shine anew with colored light and an auspicious glow that could be seen from all directions and admired by the countries all around. When they came down out of the pagoda, the king thanked them with the words, "If you, venerable Buddha, and your 3 bodhisattvas had not come here, this matter would never have been cleared up." "Your Majesty," Monkey said, "Golden Light is not a good name, as it's not something impermanent. Gold can melt, and light is only shining vapor. As we monks have gone to some trouble on your behalf, we would like to change the name to Subdued Dragon Monastery. This will ensure that you live forever." The king ordered that the name be changed and a new board hung up that read, "Nation Protecting Subdued Dragon Monastery, founded by royal command." He then commanded that a banquet be laid on and set for the painters to paint portraits of the 4 of them. Their names were recorded in the Tower of 5 Phoenixes. The king then had his carriage brought out to see the Tang priest and his disciples on their way. He tried to give them gold and jewels, but they firmly refused to accept anything. Indeed, evil had been wiped out. Now calmness once more reigned. Sunshine had been brought back. The pagoda's light regained. If you don't know what happened on the journey ahead, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 64. Wu Nang works hard on Thorn Ridge. Sanzang talks of poetry in the Wood Immortals Hermitage. The story has been told how the king of Jisai thanked Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples for capturing the demons and pressed on them gold and jade, none of which they would accept. The king therefore told his aides to have made for each of them 2 suits of clothing like those they were wearing, 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 belts.
They were also provided with dry rations, and their passport was duly examined and returned. They were seen out of the city by a procession of carriages, the civil and military officials, the common people of the city, and the monks of the subdued dragon monastery. There was also loud music. After 6 or 7 miles, they took their leave of the king, to be accompanied for a further 6 or 7 miles by everyone else. Then all the others turned back, except the monks of the subdued dragon monastery, who were still with them after 20 miles. Some of the monks wanted to accompany them to the western heaven, and the others wanted to cultivate their conduct and wait on them. Seeing that none of them was willing to turn back, Monkey decided to use his powers. He pulled out 30 or 40 of his hairs, blew on them with magic breath, shouted, "Change!" and turned them into ferocious striped tigers that leapt roaring about on the path ahead. Only then were the monks scared into going back. The great sage then led the master as he whipped his horse forward, and they were soon far away. At this, the monks began to weep aloud, shouting, "Honorable and kind sirs, fate must be against us, since you won't take us with you." Let us tell not of the wailing monks, but of how the master and his 3 disciples headed along the main path west for a while, before Monkey took his hairs back. Once again the seasons were changing, and it was now the end of winter and the beginning of spring, neither hot nor cold. As they were making their way along without a care, they saw a long ridge in front of them, over which the road led. Sanzang reined in his horse to look. He saw that the ridge was overgrown with brambles and creepers. Although the line of the path could be made out, there were brambles and thorns all over it. "How are we going to manage that path, disciples?" he asked. "No problem," Monkey replied. "But, disciple, the path is covered with thorns. We could only manage it by crawling on our bellies like snakes or insects. Your backs will be bent with walking, and I'll never be able to ride the horse."
"There's nothing to worry about, Master,"
Pig replied.
"I'll clear the thorns away with my rake. It'll be just like gathering up kindling for the fire. Never mind about riding your horse. I promise we could even get up there in a carrying chair."
"You are very strong," the Tang priest replied. "But it is a long way, and it will be hard. I don't know where you'll find the energy to do that distance. Goodness only knows how far it is."
"There's no need to guess,"
said Monkey.
"I'll go and have a look."
When he jumped up into the air, he saw it stretching away endlessly. Indeed, vast was its size. It was covered in mist and rain. Soft was the carpet of grass on the path. The mountain was covered in brilliant green. New leaves were sprouting in dense abundance. Fragrant creepers climbed all around. When seen from afar, no end was in sight. From close to it seemed a mass of verdant cloud, luxuriant, mysterious, and green. The winds soughed everywhere as the ridge shone bright in the sunshine. There was pine and cypress and bamboo, many a plum and willow and mulberry too. Climbing figs coiled round ancient trees, while creepers entwined the weeping poplars, all twisted together like a frame, woven together in a bed. Here the flowers made living brocade, spread far the scent of boundless blossom. Everyone's life has brambles and thorns, but none are as tall as those in the West. Having looked for a long time, Monkey brought his cloud down and said,
Master, it's a very long way.
How far? Sanzang asked.
I can't see any end to it, Monkey replied. There must be at least 300 miles of it.
That's terrible, said Sanzang.
Don't be miserable, master, said Friar Sand with a laugh. We know how to burn undergrowth. Set fire to it with a torch, and all the thorns will be burned away. Then we'll be able to cross.
Don't talk nonsense,
Pig replied.
You can only clear the ground that way in November or later when the grass is withered and there are dead trees. The fire won't take otherwise. It'd never burn now, when everything's growing.
Even if it did burn, it would be terrifying, said Monkey.
Then how are we to get across? Sanzang asked.
You'll just have to depend on me, said Pig with a grin.
The splendid idiot made a spell with his hands and said the words of it, leaned forward, and said,
Grow.
He grew 200 feet tall, then waved the rake and shouted,
Change.
It became 300 feet long. Then he strode forward and wielded the rake two-handed to clear the undergrowth from both sides of the path.
Come with me, master,
he said. Sanzang was delighted to whip the horse along and follow close behind while Friar Sand carried the luggage and Monkey used his cudgel to help clear the way. They did not let their hands rest for a moment all day long, and they had covered over 30 miles when, near nightfall, they came to an empty stretch of ground where a stone tablet stood in the middle of the path. On the tablet, the words Thorn Ridge were written in large, and under them 2 lines of smaller writing read, 250 miles of rampant thorns. Few travelers have ever taken this road. When Pig saw this, he said with a laugh,
Let me add a couple more lines to that. Pig has always been good at removing thorns. He's cleared the roads right to the west.
Sanzang then dismounted in a very good mood. Disciples, he said, I've put you to a lot of trouble. Let's stop here for the night and carry on at first light tomorrow.
Don't stop now, master,
said Pig with a smile.
It's a clear sky and we're in a good mood. It's all right if we carry on all bloody night.
The venerable elder had to accept his suggestion. While Pig was working so hard in the lead, all four of them pressed ahead without stopping for the night, and another day until it was evening once more. In front of them, the trees and undergrowth were densely tangled, and the wind could be heard rustling in the bamboos and soughing in the pines. Luckily, they came to another patch of empty land where there stood an old temple, outside whose gates pine and cypress formed a solid green shade, while peach and plum trees rivaled each other in beauty. Sanzang then dismounted and went with his 3 disciples to examine it. This is what they saw. Before the cliff, an ancient shrine stood by a cold stream. Desolation hung all around the hill. White cranes in the thickets made the moon seem brighter. The green moss on the steps had been there for years. The rustle of green bamboo seemed like human speech. The remaining calls of the birds seemed expressions of grief. Dogs and hens never came, and few human souls. Wildflowers and plants grew all over the wall.
"This place strikes me as very sinister," said Monkey. "Let's not stay here long."
"You're being overcautious, brother," remarked Friar Sand. "As this is deserted, and I don't think there are any monsters, wild beasts, or fiends, there's nothing to be afraid of." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than there was a gust of sinister wind, and an old man emerged from the temple gateway. He wore a turban, a pale-colored gown, and grass sandals, and he held a crooked stick. He was accompanied by a devil servant with a blue face, terrible fangs, red whiskers, and a red body, who was carrying on his head a tray of cakes.
"Great sage,"
said the old man as they both knelt down,
"I am the local god of Thorn Ridge. As I knew you were coming, but had nothing better to offer you, I have prepared this tray of steamed cakes for your master. Do all have some. As there are no other houses for hundreds of miles, I hope you will accept a few to stave off the pangs of hunger."
This was just what Pig wanted to hear. He went up and was just stretching out his hands to take a cake when Monkey, who had been taking a long, hard look at all this, shouted,
"Stop! He's evil! Behave yourself!"
He was now addressing the local god.
"You're no local god, trying to fool me like that. Take this."
Seeing the ferocity of his attack, the local god turned round and transformed himself into a howling gust of negative wind that carried the venerable elder flying off through the air. Nobody knew where he had been taken. The great sage was desperate because he did not know where to look for the master, while Pig and Friar Sand stared at each other, pale with shock. Even the white horse was whinnying with fright. The 3 brother disciples and the horse were in utter confusion. They looked all around as far as they could see, but without finding him. We will not describe their search, but tell how the old man and his devil servant carried Sanzang to a stone house that was wreathed in mist and gently set him down.
Holding him by the hand and supporting him, the old man said,
"Don't be afraid, holy monk. We aren't bad people. I am the 18th Lord of Thorn Ridge. I have asked you here on this cool, clear, moonlit night to talk about poetry and pass the time in friendship."
Only then did Sanzang calm down. When he took a careful look around, this is what he saw. From where the banks of cloud set out, stood a pure house for immortals, a place to purify the self and refine elixir, to plant groves of bamboo and grow one's flowers. Cranes often came to the emerald cliff, and frogs called in the pool's blue waters. This was a match for the cinnabar furnace on Mount Tiantai, and made one think of the sunsets at Mount Huashan. Forget the vain effort of plowing the clouds and fishing for the moon. Here there is admirable privacy and ease. Sit here for long enough, and your mind becomes sea vast. The rising moon can be half seen through the gauzy curtains. As Sanzong was looking around and noticing how brightly the moon and the stars were shining, he heard the sound of voices saying,
"The 18th Lord has brought the holy monk here."
Sanzong looked up and saw 3 old men. The nearest one was white-haired and distinguished. The second one's temples had a green gloss, and he was full of vigor. And the third had a pure heart and blue-black hair. Their faces and clothes were all different, and they all came to bow to Sanzang, who returned their courtesy, saying, "I have done nothing to deserve this great affection you are showing for me." To this the 18th Lord replied with a smile,
"We have long heard, holy monk, of how you have found the way, and we've long been waiting for the good fortune of meeting you that we have enjoyed today. I hope that you will not begrudge the pearls of your wisdom, but will make yourself comfortable, sit and talk. Then we may learn about the true Dhyana teachings."
"May I ask the titles of the immortals?" Sanzang asked with a bow.
"The one with white hair,"
the 18th Lord replied,
"is known as the Lone Upright Lord. The one with green temples is Master Emptiness, and the one with a pure heart is the Ancient Cloud Toucher. My title is Energy."
"How old are you 4 venerable gentlemen?" Sanzang asked. To this the lone upright lord replied,
I am already 1,000 years old. I touch the sky and my leaves are always spring. Elegant are my fragrant branches, shaped like dragons and snakes. My shadow is broken into many parts. My body is covered in snow. Since childhood I have stood firm and endured. Now I am happy to cultivate the true. The birds and phoenixes that perch are not mere mortal ones. I am free and far from the dust of the normal world."
Master Emptiness spoke next with a smile.
"I've borne wind and frost for 1,000 years. strong in my tall body and the vigor of my limbs. In the still of the night comes the sound of raindrops, and the shade spreads like a cloud in autumn sunlight. My gnarled roots have the secret of eternal life. I have been given the art of never aging. Storks stay here, and dragons, not common creatures. I am green and full of life, as in Immortals' land. Then the ancient cloud toucher said with a smile, "Over 1,000 autumns have I passed in emptiness. Lofty is the view that grows ever purer. Here there is no commotion, but eternal cool and calm. I am full of spirit, and have seen much frost and snow. The seven worthies come to talk about the way. I sing and drink with my friends, the 6 men of leisure. Lightly beating the jade and the gold, my nature is one with heaven. I roam with immortals." Then Energy, the 18th Lord, smiled as he said, "My age is also over 1,000. I am hoary, pure and natural. Rain and dew give admirable vigor. I borrow the creative power of heaven and earth. Alone I flourish in ravines of wind and mist, relaxed and at my ease through all 4 seasons. Under my green shade, immortals stay for chess and music and books on the way." "All 4 of you immortals have lived to most advanced ages," Sanzong said. "And the old gentleman Energy is over 1,000. You are ancient, you have found the way, you are elegant, and you are pure. Are you not the 4 brilliant ones of Han times?" "You flatter us too much," said the 4 old men. "We're not the 4 brilliant ones. We're the 4 from deep in the mountains. May we ask, worthy monk, what your illustrious age is?" Sanzang put his hands together and replied, "40 years ago I left my mother's womb, fated to disaster since before my birth. Escaping with my life, I floated in the waves until I reached Jinshan, where I renewed my body. I nourished my nature and studied the sutras, sincere in the worship of the Buddha, not wasting time. Now that His Majesty has sent me to the West, I am deeply honored by you ancient immortals." The 4 ancients then praised him, saying, "Holy monk, you have followed the Buddha's teaching since you left your mother's womb. By cultivating your conduct from childhood, you have become a lofty monk who has found the way. We are very happy to see you and would like to ask you to teach us. Could you possibly tell us the rudiments of the Dhyana Dharma? It would be a great comfort to us." When the venerable elder heard this, he was not at all alarmed, and this is what he said to them. "Dhyana is silence. The Dharma is that which saves. Silent salvation can only come through enlightenment. Enlightenment is washing the mind and cleansing it of care, casting off the vulgar and leaving worldly dust. Human life is hard to obtain.
It is hard to be born in the Central Lands, and the true Dharma is hard to find. There is no greater good fortune than to have all three. The wonderful way of perfect virtue is subtle and imperceptible. Only with it can the six sense organs and the six forms of consciousness be swept away. Wisdom is this: there is no death and no life, no excess and no deficiency. Emptiness and matter are all included, holy and secular both dismissed. It has mastered the tools of the Taoist faith and is aware of the methods of Sakyamuni. It casts the net of phenomena and smashes nirvana. Perception within perception is needed, enlightenment within enlightenment. Then a dot of sacred light will protect everything. Light the raging fire to illuminate the Saha realm. It alone is revealed throughout the Dharma world. Being utterly subtle is firmer than ever. Who crosses the pass of mystery through verbal persuasion? From the beginning, I cultivated the dhyana of great awareness. I was fated and determined to attain enlightenment. The four elders listened with cocked ears and were filled with boundless joy. Each of them kowtowed and was converted to the truth, saying with bows of gratitude, "Holy monk, you are the very root of the enlightenment to be found through dhyana meditation." The ancient cloud toucher said, "Dhyana may be silence, and the Dharma may well save, but it is necessary for the nature to be settled and the mind sincere. If one is a true immortal of great awareness, one has to sit in the way of no life. Our mysteries are very different." "The way is not fixed. Its form and function are one. How is yours different?" Sanzang asked. To this, the ancient cloud toucher replied with a smile. "We have been firm from birth. Our forms and functions are different from yours. We were born in response to heaven and earth and grew through the rain and the dew. Proudly we laugh at wind and frost. We wear out the days and nights. Not one leaf withers, and all our branches are full of firm resolve. What I say has no emptiness about it, but you cling to your Sanskrit. The way was China's in the first place, and only later looked for more evidence in the West. You are wearing out your straw sandals for nothing. You don't know what you're looking for. You are like a stone lion cutting out its own heart, or a fox salivating so hard it digests the marrow of its own bones. If in your meditation you forget your roots, you will pursue the Buddha's reward in vain. Your words are as tangled as the brambles on our thorn ridge, and as confused as the creepers. How can we accept a gentleman such as you? How can one like you be approved and taught? You must re-examine your present state and find a life of freedom in its stillness. Only then can you learn to raise water in a bottomless basket and make the rootless iron tree flower. On the peak of the miraculous treasure, my feet stand firm. I return to the assembly at Longhua." When Sanzang heard this, he kowtowed in thanks, and the 18th Lord and the lone upright Lord helped him back to his feet. Master Emptiness said with a chuckle. Cloud Toucher's remarks revealed things a little too clearly. Please get up, holy monk. You don't have to believe every word of it. We didn't intend to use the light of the moon for serious discussions. We should chant poems, feel free, and let ourselves relax. If we're going to recite poems, said Cloud Toucher with a smile, pointing towards the stone house, why don't we go into the hermitage and drink some tea? Sanzang answered with a bow and went over to look at the hermitage, above which was written in large letters, Tree Immortals Hermitage. They all then went inside and decided where to sit, whereupon the red devil servant appeared with a tray of china root cakes and 5 bowls of fragrant tea. The 4 old men urged Sanzang to eat some cakes, but he was too suspicious to do so, and would not take any till the 4 old men had all eaten some. Only then did he eat a couple. After they had drunk some tea, it was cleared away. Sanzang then stole a careful look around and saw that everything was full of a delicate and intricate beauty in the moonlight. Where waters flowed beside the rocks, and fragrant scents from the flowers curled, the scene was one of cultured peace, free from the dust of a lower world. Sanzang took great pleasure in gazing on this sight. He felt happy, relaxed, and exhilarated. He found himself saying a line of poetry. The Dhyana heart revolves in moon-like purity. The couplet was completed by Energy, who said with a smile, Poetic inspiration is fresher than the sky. To this, Lone Upright added, By grafting on each line, embroidery grows. Then Emptiness said, Pearls come when naturally the writing flows. Cloud Toucher continued, The glory is now over. 6 dynasties disappear. The songs are redivided to make distinctions clear. I shouldn't have let those silly words slip out just now, said Sanzang. I was only rambling. Really, I am a beginner, trying to show off in front of experts. Having heard you immortals talk in that fresh and free-ranging way, I now know that you old gentlemen are true poets. Don't waste time in idle chat, said Energy. A monk should take things to the end. You started the verse, so why don't you finish it? Please do so at once. I can't, Sanzang replied. It would be much better if you completed it for me, 18th Lord. That's very nice of you, I must say, commented Energy. You started the verse, so you can't refuse to finish it. It's wrong to be so stingy with your pearls. Sanzang then had no choice but to add a final couplet. Waiting for the tea lying pillowed in the breeze, spring is in the voice now that the heart's at ease. I like spring is in the voice now that the heart's at ease, said the 18th Lord. To this, Lone Upright replied,
Energy. You have a deep understanding of poetry and spend all your time savoring its delights. Why don't you compose another poem for us?
The 18th Lord generously did not refuse.
Very well, then,
He replied,
let's make up chain couplets. Each person has to start his couplet with the last word of the couplet before. I'll lead off. Without spring's glory, there would be no winter's death. Clouds come and mists depart as if existing not. Let me tack another couple more lines on,
Master Emptiness said.
Not any breath of wind to rock this spreading shade. Visitors enjoy the wealth and long life picture.
Cloud Toucher now joined in with his couplet. Picture it like the strong old man of the western hills, pure as the hermit of the south, the heartless man. Lone Upright added his 2 lines.
The man is a roof beam as he has side leaves to build the office of the censorate.
When Sanzang heard all this, he could only sigh and say, Indeed, your superb poems have a noble spirit that rises up to the heavens. Despite my lack of talent, I would like to add a couplet to that.
Holy monk,
said Lone Upright,
you are the one who has found the way and a man of great cultivation. You need not add another couplet. Instead, you can give us a whole verse so that we can try as best we can to match the rhyme pattern.
Sanzang had no choice but to recite the following regulated verse with a smile. Traveling west with my staff to visit the Dharma King, I seek the wonderful scriptures to spread them far and wide. The golden magic fungus blesses the poetry circle. Under the trees is the scent of 1,000 flowers. One must go higher from the top of 100-foot pole, leaving one's traces in 10 regions' worlds. Cultivate the jade image and majestic body. Before the gate of bliss is the monastery. When the 4 old men had heard this, they were full of high praise for it.
Although I'm stupid and untalented,
the 18th Lord said,
I'll take my courage in both hands and try to match your rhymes. Vigorous and proud, I smile as king of the trees. Not ever the tree of heaven can match my fame. A dragon and snake shadow for 1,000 feet in the mountains. The spring has flowed for 1,000 years with its amber fragrance. My spirit is at one with heaven and earth. I gladly cover my traces in the wind and rain. Now I am old, I regret having no immortal bones, and rely on China root alone to maintain my years.
That poem started off heroically, and the next couplet had some strength,
said the Lone Upright Lord.
But the last line was too modest. Admirable, most admirable. Let me try rhyming one, too. I happily give a perch in the frost to the king of the birds. My talent is displayed before the hall of 4 perfections.
The pearly tassels of heavy dew obscure the green carpet. In the light breeze, stone teeth crush chilly fragrance. A delicate voice intones in the corridor at night. Pale autumn shadows are put away in the ancient hall. I used to be offered for long life at the new year. In old age, I stand proudly on the mountain.
What a fine poem! What a fine poem! Said Master Emptiness. Truly, the moon was working together with heaven to write it. How could such a clumsy fool as I am hope to match its rhymes? But I must try to patch a few lines together. I don't want to waste this chance. The timber of roof beams is close to kings. Its fame is spread in the palace of great purity. The sunlit hall seems filled with azure blue. Green fragrance always pervades the dark wall. Strong, cold, and ancient in my beauty, my roots go down to the underworld's 9 springs. My spreading shade gives cover like clouds. I don't compete in prettiness with flowers.
You 3 gentlemen's poems, said Cloud Toucher, are elegant and pure, like a whole sackful of embroidery and brocades being opened out. Although I have neither strength nor talent, you 3 gentlemen have removed the block for me. If you insist, I'll put a few lines of doggerel together. I hope they won't make you laugh. In the bamboo grove I delight wise kings. 100 acres of me by the way brings fame. My green skin is naturally marked by the tears of the Xiang goddess. My scaly shoots pass on the scent of history. My leaves will never change their color in frost. The beauty of my misty twigs can never be concealed. Few have understood me since the death of Wang Huiji. Since ancient times, I have been known through brush and ink. You venerable immortals have all composed poems like phoenixes breathing out pearls, Sanzang said. There is nothing I can add. I am deeply moved by the great favor you have shown me, but it is late now, and I do not know where my 3 disciples are waiting for me. I cannot stay any longer, and I must start finding my way back. I am profoundly grateful for your boundless love. Could you show me my way back? Don't be so worried, holy monk, replied the 4 ancients, laughing. An encounter like this is rare in 1,000 years. The sky is fresh and clear, and the moon makes the night as bright as day. Relax and sit here for a little longer. At dawn we shall see you across the ridge. You will certainly meet your distinguished disciples. As they were talking, in came 2 serving maids in blue, each carrying a lantern of crimson silk. Behind them followed a fairy, who was holding a sprig of apricot blossom as she greeted them with a smile. What did the fairy look like? Her hair had the green of jade. Her face was pinker than rouge. Her starry eyes were full of light and color. Her elegant eyebrows were like moth antennae. She wore a red skirt with plum blossom designs, and a light jacket of gray shot with red. Her curved shoes were shaped like phoenix beaks, and her silk stockings were marked with mud. This witch was as lovely as the woman on Tiantai, no less a beauty than the Zhou king's concubine.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Apricot Fairy?
The old man asked as they bowed to her. Returning their bows, she replied, I hear that you have a distinguished guest here, and are exchanging poems with him. May I meet him?
He is here,
said the 18th Lord, pointing him out. You don't need to ask. Sanzong bowed to her, but dared say nothing. Bring in the tea at once, she said. 2 more serving girls in yellow carried in a red lacquer tray on which were 6 fine porcelain tea bowls with rare fruits in them and spoons lying across the top, as well as a copper-inlaid iron teapot in which was hot and fragrant tea. When the tea had been poured, the woman showed glimpses of finger as delicate as spring onion shoots, as she presented the porcelain bowls of it first to Sanzang and then to the 4 ancients. The last cup she kept for herself. Only when Master Emptiness invited the Apricot Fairy to sit down did she do so. After they had drunk the tea, she leant forward and said, As you ancient immortals have been having so delightful an evening, could you tell me some of the choicest lines you've composed? Our stuff was just vulgar rubbish, Cloud Toucher replied. But this holy monk's verses were truly superb examples of high-tang poetry. Please, let me hear them, if you will, the fairy said, whereupon the 4 ancients recited Sanzang's 2 poems and his exposition of the Dhyana Dharma. The woman, whose face was all smiles, then said, I'm completely untalented and shouldn't really be making a fool of myself like this, but hearing this wonderful lines is a good opportunity, too good to waste. Could I cobble together a verse in the 2nd rhyme pattern? She then recited these lines. The Han Emperor Wu first made my name. In Zhou times Confucius taught under my shade. Dong Feng loved me so much he planted a wood of me. Sun Chu once offered my jelly in sacrifice. Soft is my pink and rain-fed beauty. The misty green is shown and yet concealed. When overripe I have a touch of sourness. Each year I fall beside the fields of wheat. When the 4 ancients heard the poem, they were all full of admiration for it. How elegant it is, they said, and how free of worldly dust. At the same time, the lines have something of the awakening of spring in them. Soft is my pink and rain-fed beauty. That's good. Soft is my pink and rain-fed beauty. You're too kind. It quite alarms me, she replied. The holy monk's lines that I heard just now were like brocade from the heart or embroidery in words. Could you be generous with your pearls and teach me one of those verses? The Tang priest dared not reply. The woman was evidently falling for him and moving closer and closer, pressing herself against him and whispering to him, Noble guest, Let's make the most of this wonderful night for love. What are we waiting for? Life is short.
The apricot fairy admires you completely, holy monk, said the 18th Lord. You must feel something for her. If you don't find her adorable, you have very poor taste.
The holy monk is a famous gentleman who has found the way, said the lone upright lord, and he wouldn't possibly act in a way that was at all improper. It would be quite wrong of us to do things like that. To ruin his reputation and honor would be a very mean thing to do. If the apricot fairy is willing, Cloud Toucher and the 18th Lord can act as matchmakers, while Master Emptiness and I act as the guarantors of the wedding. It would be excellent if they married. Hearing this, Sanzang turned pale with horror, jumped to his feet, and shouted at the top of his voice. "You're all monsters, trying to lead me astray like that. There is nothing wrong with talking about the mysteries of the way with well-honed arguments, but it's disgraceful of you to try to ruin a monk like me by using a woman as bait." Seeing how angry Sanzang was, they all bit their fingers in fear and said nothing more. But the Red Devil servant exploded with thunderous fury.
"You don't know how honored you're being, monk. What's wrong with my sister? She's beautiful and charming. Her needlework aside, her gift for poetry alone would make her more than a match for you. What do you mean trying to turn her down? You're making a terrible mistake. The lone upright lord's idea was quite right. If you're not prepared to sleep with her on the quiet, I'll marry the two of you properly."
Sanzang went paler still with shock. None of their arguments, however outrageous, had the slightest impact on him.
"We've been talking to you very nicely, monk,"
the devil servant said,
"but you don't pay the slightest attention. If we lose our tempers and start our rough, country way of doing things, we'll drag you off and see to it that you can never be a monk any longer or ever marry a wife. After that, your life will be pointless."
The venerable elder's heart remained as hard as metal or stone, and he obdurately refused to do as they asked, wondering all the time where his disciples were looking for him. At the thought, his tears flowed unquenchably. Smiling and sitting down next to him, the woman produced a silk handkerchief from her emerald sleeve, with which she wiped away his tears. "Don't be upset, noble guest," she said. "You and I are going to taste the pleasures of love." Sanzang jumped up and shouted at her to go away, and would have left at once if they had not held him there by force. The row went on till daybreak. Suddenly, Sanzang heard a call of, "Master! Master! We can hear you! Where are you?" Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand had been searching everywhere all night, leading the white horse and carrying the baggage. They had gone through all the thorns and brambles without a moment's rest, and by now had reached the western side of the 250-mile-wide cloud-capped Thorn Ridge. This was the shout they gave when they heard Sanzang's angry yells. Sanzang broke free, rushed outside, and called, "Wukong, I'm here! Help! Help!" The four ancients, the devil servant, The woman and all her maids all disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Pig and Friar Sand were there too. "However did you get here, master?" they asked. "Disciples," said Sanzong, clinging to Monkey. "I have put you to a lot of trouble. I was carried here by the old man who appeared last night, and he said he was a local deity bringing us vegetarian food, the one you shouted at and were going to hit. He held my hand and helped me inside that door there, where I saw 3 old men who had come to meet me. They kept calling me holy monk and talked in a very pure and elegant way. They were marvelous poets, and I matched some verses with them. Then, at about midnight, a beautiful woman came in with lanterns to see me, and made up a poem herself. She kept calling me noble guest. She liked the look of me so much she wanted to sleep with me. That brought me to my senses. When I refused, they offered to be matchmakers and guarantors, and to marry us. I swore not to agree, and was just shouting at them and trying to get away, when, to my surprise, you turned up. Although they were still dragging at my clothes, they suddenly disappeared. It must have been because it was dawn, and because they were frightened of you, too."
Did you ask them their names when you were talking about poetry?
Monkey asked. "Yes," Sanzong replied. "I asked them their titles. The oldest was Energy, the 18th Lord. The next oldest was the Lone Upright Lord. The third was Master Emptiness, and the fourth the Ancient Cloud Toucher. They called the woman Apricot Fairy."
Where are they?
Pig asked.
Where have they gone?
"Where they have gone, I don't know," Sanzong replied. "But where we talked about poetry was near here." When the 3 immortals searched with their master, they found a rock face on which were carved the words, "Tree Immortals Hermitage." "This is it," said Sanzong, and on looking carefully, Brother Monkey saw a big juniper, an old cypress, an old pine, and an old bamboo. Behind the bamboo was a red maple. When he took another look by the rock face, he saw an old apricot tree, 2 winter-flowering plums, and 2 osmanthuses.
Did you see the evil spirits?
Monkey asked.
No,
said Pig.
It's just because you don't realize that those trees have become spirits,
said Monkey.
How can you tell that the spirits were trees?
Pig asked.
The 18th Lord is the pine, Monkey replied. The lone upright Lord is the cypress, Master Emptiness the juniper, and the ancient cloud toucher the bamboo. The maple there was the red devil, and the apricot fairy that apricot tree.
When Pig heard this, he ruthlessly hit his rake and rooted with his snout to knock the plum, osmanthus, apricot, and maple trees over. As he did, blood flowed from their roots. "Wu Ning," said Sanzong, going up to check him. "Don't harm any more of them. Although they have become spirits, they did me no harm. Let's be on our way again."
Don't be sorry for them, Master, said Monkey. They'll do people a great deal of harm if we let them develop into big monsters.
With that, the idiot let fly with his rake and knocked pine, cypress, juniper, and bamboo all to the ground. Only then did he invite his master to remount and carry along the main route to the west. If you don't know what happened as they pressed ahead, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 65. A demon creates a false thunder peak. All four pilgrims meet with disaster. The cause and effect this time revealed should make one do what's good and shun the evil. Once a thought is born, the intelligence is aware of it and lets it become action. Why strive to learn stupidity or skill? Both are medicines for heartlessness. Do what is right while you are still alive. Do not just drift. Recognize the root and the source. Escape from the trunk and the husk. If seeking long life, you must grasp this. Watch clearly at every moment. Refine your thoughts. Go through the 3 passes. Fill up the Black Sea. The good will surely ride on the phoenix and crane. Then your gloom will change to compassion as you ascend to absolute bliss. Tong Sun Zong's thoughts were so pure that not only did the heavenly gods protect him, even the vegetable spirits had taken him along a part of his journey for a night of elegant conversation, thereby saving him from having to go through the thorns and brambles. Nor were there any more creepers to entangle them. As the 4 of them carried on west for another long period, winter ended and spring returned. All things begin to flower. The handle of the dipper returns to the east. Everywhere the grass is green, as are the leaves of the willows on the bank. The ridge covered in peach blossom is red brocade. The mist over the stream is a translucent gauze. Frequent wind and rain, unbounded feeling. Flowers open their hearts to the sun. Swallows carry off the delicate moss. Wang Wei should have painted the beauty of the mountains. The birdsong is as persuasive as Su Qin's golden tongue. Though no one sees these fragrant cushions of flowers, the butterflies and singing bees adore them. Master and disciples made their way across the flowers and the grass, ambling along with the horse, until they made out in the distance a mountain so high that it touched the sky. Pointing at it with his riding crop, Sanzang said, "I wonder how high that mountain is, Wukong. It touches the heavens and pierces the firmament."
Isn't there some ancient poem that says, "Heaven alone is supreme, no mountain can equal its height"? Monkey replied. However high a mountain is, it can't possibly join up with the sky.
Then why's Mount Kunlun called the Pillar of Heaven?
Pig asked.
Evidently you don't know that part of the sky has always been missing in the northwest, Brother Monkey replied. As Kunlun's in the northwest corner, it plugs that hole in the sky. That's why it's called the Pillar of Heaven.
Brother, said Friar Sand with a smile, stop telling him all that. He'll brag about it to make himself superior. We'll know how high the mountain is when we've climbed it. The idiot started chasing Friar Sand and brawling with him in a playful way, and the master's horse galloped as if on wings. They were soon at the foot of a precipice up which they made their way painfully slow. This is what the mountain was like. The wind rustling in the woods, water gushing along the beds of ravines. Crows and sparrows cannot fly across it. Even gods and immortals find it hard. Scars and gullies endlessly twisting. Clouds of dust blowing where no one can go. Rocks in strange and fascinating shapes. Clouds like vast expanses of water, while elsewhere birds sing in the trees. Deer carry magic fungus in their mouths. Apes pick peaches. Foxes and raccoon dogs spring around on the cliffs. Large and small deer play on the ridge. Then comes the spine-chilling roar of a tiger, and the way is blocked by leopards and wolves. Sanzang was terrified by what he saw, but Monkey's powers were enormous. With his gold-banded cudgel and a mighty roar, he sent the wolves, tigers, leopards, and other wild beasts running, then cleared the way for the master to reach the top of the mountain. Once they were over the summit ridge and had started going down, the gentle western slope they saw divine light and colored clouds over some imposing buildings from which came the muffled sounds of bells and stone chimes. Look and see what that place is, disciples, said Sanzang. Monkey raised his head, shaded his eyes with his hands, and on careful examination saw that it was a fine place. Magnificent architecture, a famous monastery. The Valley of Emptiness is full of the earth's vibrations. Heavenly fragrance pervades the stillness. Rain in the bluish pines obscures the buildings. Mist around the green bamboo protects the preaching hall. Through colored clouds one can make out the Dragon Palace. The infinite worlds are seen in shimmering light. Red balustrades and doors of marble, painted and carved beams. Incense fills the hall in which the scriptures are taught. The moon hangs over the window where the mysteries are passed on. Birds sing in red trees. Cranes drink from a spring in the rocks. The flowers as fine as those of the Jetavana. All the doors open on the brilliance of Sravasti. Beside the towering buildings, the gates face crags. Slow is the rhythm of the bell and chime. A light breeze blows into open windows, and under the rolled-up curtains is a smoky haze. Among the monks' emotions are all calm. Peace reigns in the absence of worldliness. A land of immortals, unsullied by earth's dust. This splendid monastery of the Pure Land. When he had taken a good look at it, Monkey went back to report.
It's a monastery, master, but for some reason there's something evil about the auspicious Dhyana atmosphere. The place looks like Thunder Monastery, but the distance to here is wrong. Whatever we do, we mustn't go rushing inside. If we do, we may run into something nasty.
But it looks like the Thunder Monastery. This must surely be the Vulture Peak, said the Tang priest. Don't try to frustrate my sincerest wish and put off what I've come for.
But it isn't Vulture Peak, said Monkey. I've been there several times, and this isn't the way.
Even if it isn't, there must be good people living here, said Pig.
Don't be so suspicious,
said Friar Sand. The road goes straight past the gate, so we can find out at a glance.
You're right,
said Monkey. Whipping on the horse, the venerable elder arrived at the monastery gate, above which the words Thunder Monastery were written. This came as such a surprise to him that he fell to the ground from the horse, saying abusively, "Wretched macaque, you'll be the death of me. Here we are at the Thunder Monastery, and you're still trying to trick me."
Don't be angry, master, said Monkey with a forced smile. Take another look. There are 3 words over the gate. Why did you only read 2 of them out, then get angry with me?
Still shaking, the master climbed to his feet again for another look, and saw that there were in fact 3 words written there. Lesser Thunder Monastery. Even if it is the Lesser Thunder Monastery, Sanzang said, there must be a Buddha in here. The 3,000 Buddhas of whom the scriptures speak can't all live in the same place, just as the Bodhisattva Guanyin lives in the southern sea. Samantabhadra lives on Mount Imai, and Manjusri on Mount Wutai. I wonder which Buddha's holy seat this is. As the saying has it, wherever there's a Buddha, there are scriptures. Everywhere you go, you'll find some treasures. Let's go in.
No, we mustn't, said Monkey. This place looks thoroughly sinister. Don't blame me if this leads to disaster.
Even if there is not Buddha here, there's bound to be a statue of a Buddha, and I am under a vow to worship every Buddha statue I pass, Sanzang replied. I won't blame you. He then told Pig to get out his cassock, put on his mitre, neatened his clothes up, and strode forward. As he did so, a voice from inside the gate called out, Tang priest, you've come from the east to worship our Buddha, so why are you still being so casual about it? Sanzang at once started kowtowing, as did Pig, while Friar Sand knelt. The great sage hung back, holding the horse and looking after the luggage. Once they were inside the inner gates, they reached the Buddha Hall, outside of which were drawn up the 500 arhats, the 3,000 protectors, the 4 Vajrapanis, the 8 bodhisattvas, nuns, lay people, and countless holy monks and lay brothers. Everywhere was the scent of flowers and auspicious vapors. The venerable elder, Pig, and Friar Sand were all so overwhelmed that they kowtowed at every step until they reached the hall. Monkey alone did not bow.
Sun Wukong,
Came a shrill shout from the throne.
why don't you kowtow when you see the Buddha?
Nobody realized that Monkey had spotted, as he took a careful look around, that this was all false. Letting go of the horse and putting down the luggage, he shouted as he brandished his cudgel.
Evil beasts! What a nerve! How dare you try to ruin the Buddha's good name by pretending to be him? Stay where you are!
He raised his cudgel in both hands and was just about to strike when a pair of bronze cymbals came out of the sky to join together with a mighty crash, enclosing him completely from head to toe. Pig and Friar Sand grabbed desperately for their rake and staff, only to be so closely surrounded by the arhats, protectors, holy monks, and lay brothers that they could not move. They and Sanzong, too, were all captured and roped up tightly. Now the Buddha on the lotus throne was a demon king, and all the arhats and others his little devils. They now put off their Buddha disguises, so that they looked once more like the evil creatures they really were, and carried the three of them round to the back to be kept under guard, while Monkey was sealed inside the cymbals, never to be released. The cymbals were then set on a pedestal, and here he was to be turned to pus and blood within 3 days and nights, after which the other three were to be steamed in an iron steamer and eaten. Indeed, the green-eyed macaque saw that it was false. The Dhyana monk worshipped the appearance of the Buddha. The yellow wife blindly joined in the prostration, while the mother of wood foolishly agreed. The monsters used force to oppress the true nature. Evilly the demon king mistreated the holy man. The demon king was greater than the narrow way. By taking the wrong course, they threw away their lives. Having locked the Tang priest and his 2 disciples away and tied the horse up at the back, they put Sanzong's cassock and mitre back into the luggage and stored that away too. They then put everything under a close guard. Inside the cymbals, Monkey found it pitch black and so hot that he was soon pouring with sweat. Push and shove though he might, there was no way he could get out, and when in desperation he hit out wildly, all around with his iron cudgel, he could not move the cymbals by even a fraction of an inch. Then he made a hand spell that made him 10,000 feet tall, and the cymbals grew with him. There was not a crack anywhere through which a chink of light could get in. He made another hand spell to make himself smaller and shrank till he was as tiny as a mustard seed. The cymbals shrank with him, and still there was no hole. He blew a magic breath on the iron cudgel, said, "Change!" and made it into a flagpole with which to prop the cymbals up. Then he pulled 2 of the longer hairs from the back of his head, blew on them, said, "Change!" and turned them into a 5-part drill with a plum-blossom-shaped bit, which he turned 1,000 times or more. There was a rasping noise, but the drill made no impression. By now he was feeling desperate, so he made another hand spell and recited the words, Om Ram, peaceful Dharma world, eternal keen purity of the heavenly unity. This compelled the 5 protectors, the 6 dings, the 6 jiyas, and the 18 guardians of the faith to gather round the simples and say, Great sage, we are all protecting your master and keeping the demons from harming him. So why do you call us here?
If he dies, it serves him right for ignoring my advice, Monkey replied. You lot had better find some magic to get these symbols open at once and have me out of here so I can decide what to do. It's completely dark in here. I'm feeling very hot, and it's so stuffy it'll kill me.
The gods all tried to lift the symbols, but as before it was impossible to move them by even a fraction of an inch. Great sage, said the gold-headed protector, goodness only knows what kind of treasure this is, but they're all of a piece from top to bottom. We gods aren't strong enough to move them.
And I've lost count of the number of my magic powers I've used here without being able to move them either, said Monkey.
When the protector heard this, he told the 6 dings to look after Monkey and the 6 jiyas to watch over the symbols, while the guardians kept their eyes on what was happening all around. He then set off on his beam of auspicious light, and a moment later shot in through the southern gate of heaven, where he did not wait to be summoned, but rushed straight to the steps of the Hall of Miraculous Brightness to prostrate himself before the Jade Emperor and report, My sovereign, I am one of the protectors of the 4 quarters and the center. The great sage equaling heaven, who is escorting the Tang priest on the journey to fetch the scriptures, has now reached a mountain with a monastery called the Lesser Thunder Monastery on it. The Tang priest went in to worship under the illusion that he had reached Vulture Peak, but it turned out that the whole thing was a decoy to trap them. The great sage is caught inside a pair of symbols and can't go anywhere. He's gradually dying. That is what I have come to report. At once, the Jade Emperor ordered that the 28 constellations be sent to rescue them and defeat the demons. Not daring to delay for a moment, the constellations went out through the gate of heaven with the protector and were soon inside the monastery. It was now the second of the night's 5 watches, and all the demons, senior and junior, had gone to sleep after the feast their king had given them to celebrate the Tang priest's capture. Doing nothing to disturb them, the constellations went to the symbols and reported, Great sage, we're the 28 constellations. The Jade Emperor has sent us here to rescue you. The news made Monkey very happy.
Smash them open with your weapons and get me out of here.
We don't dare to, the constellations replied. This is pure gold, and if we hit it, the noise would make the devils wake up, and it would be impossible to rescue you. We'll have to try to work it open with our weapons. The moment you see a chink of light in there, out you come.
Yes,
said Monkey. They used their spears, swords, sabers, and battle axes to try to lever, prise, lift, and force it open. But despite all their efforts, the 3rd watch came, and still they had failed to make the slightest impression on them. It was as if the symbols had been cast as a single whole. Not a chink of light could Monkey see from inside, no matter how hard he looked and crawled and rolled around. Then the metal dragon of the constellation Gullet said, "Don't get impatient, great sage. This must be an as-you-will treasure, and I'm sure it can be changed. You feel where the symbols join from inside. Once I get my horn between them, you can turn yourself into something and get out where I've loosened them." Monkey followed this suggestion and felt frantically around inside. Meanwhile, the constellation made himself so small that his horn was no bigger than the point of a needle. He pushed hard with it where the two symbols joined, and by exerting tremendous pressure, he managed to penetrate inside. He then gave himself a magic body by saying, "Grow, grow, grow." The horn became as thick as a rice bowl, but the symbols were more like creatures of skin and flesh than objects cast from metal. They kept their close bite on the metal dragon of Gullet's horn, and not a crack appeared anywhere around.
"It's no use,"
said Monkey, feeling the constellation's horn.
"It's not at all loose anywhere around it. There's nothing for it. You'll have to bear the pain and pull me out."
The splendid great sage then changed his gold-banded cudgel into a steel gimlet, bored a hole in the tip of the horn, made himself the size of a mustard seed, crawled into the hole, squatted there, and shouted,
"Pull it out!"
Only through stupendous efforts did the constellation manage to pull his horn out, which left him so weak and exhausted that he collapsed. Monkey then crawled out of the hole in the horn again, resumed his own appearance, raised his cudgel, and smashed the symbols apart with a tremendous noise like a copper mountain collapsing. The Buddhist instruments now lay shattered into thousands of fragments of gold. This gave the 28 constellations a terrible fright and made the protector's hair stand on end. All the devils woke up, and as the Demon King was shocked out of his sleep, he jumped up, pulled on his clothes, and had the drums beaten to muster all the demons with their weapons. By now it was nearly dawn, and they all gathered round the throne. On seeing Monkey and the constellations standing in a ring round the fragments of the golden symbols, the Demon King went pale from shock and ordered his underlings to shut the front gates and not let them escape. As soon as Monkey heard this, he led the 28 constellations to spring up on their clouds till they were above the 9th heaven, while the Demon King had the fragments of gold tidied away and drew his devilish forces up outside the monastery gates. In his anger, the king had no choice but to put on his armor, take his short and flexible wolf's tooth spiked mace, and come out of his camp, shouting,
"Son the novice, a real man doesn't run away from a fight. Come back and fight 3 rounds with me."
This was more than Monkey could stand, and he landed his cloud at the head of his starry host to see what the evil spirit looked like. This is what he saw. Matted hair, held in place by a thin gold band. Eyes flashing, under a pair of frowning yellow brows. A pear-shaped nose with flaring nostrils. A square-cut mouth with sharp-pointed teeth. He wore a coat of chainmail tied with a tasseled raw silk sash. On his feet were a pair of oxhide boots, and he carried a wolf's tooth mace. He looked both like a wild beast and at the same time not. His face was human, and yet not human.
"What kind of monster do you think you are?"
shouted Monkey as he brandished his cudgel.
"How can you have the effrontery to pose as a Buddha and occupy a mountain and create a false lesser thunder monastery?"
The only reason you've got the nerve to come rampaging around my magic mountain must be that you don't know my name," the monster said. "This is the lesser western heaven, and heaven has given me these fine buildings because I have cultivated my conduct and gained the true achievement. I am called the Yellow-Browed Buddha, though in their ignorance the people around here call me King Yellowbrow or Lord Yellowbrow. I've known about your journey to the west for a very long time now, and I have some magic powers, which was why I could create those illusions to lure your master in, so that you and I could have a trial of strength. If you can beat me, I'll spare your master and his disciples and allow you to fulfill your true achievement. But if you can't, I'll kill the lot of you and go myself to see the Tathagata Buddha, fetch the scriptures, and take them to China."
"You talk too much, evil spirit," said Monkey with a laugh. "If you want a trial of strength, try this from my cudgel."
With great pleasure, the Demon King parried it, and a fine fight ensued. A pair of cudgels, each quite different. To start with what they looked like, one was a short and flexible Buddha weapon. The other was hard from the stores of the sea. Both of them could be changed at will, and today they met in a struggle for mastery. The soft wolf's tooth mace was adorned with brocade. The hard gold-banded cudgel had dragon patterns. They could both be admirably big or small, any length you liked and always just right. Monkey and monster were evenly matched. This fight between them was the real thing. The monkey tamed by faith was now the mind ape. The evil monster had offended heaven with deception. In his anger and loathing, neither showed mercy. Both had their ways of being savagely vicious. One struck to the head, never easing the pressure. The other hit at the face and could not be fought off. The sun went dark behind the clouds they made. They breathed out mists that hid the towering crags. Cudgel met cudgel as the rivals fought, both forgetting life and death for the Tang priest's sake. The two of them fought 50 rounds without either emerging as victor. By the monastery gate there was much beating of drums and gongs as the evil spirits shouted their war cries and waved their flags. Facing them were the heavenly soldiers of the 28 constellations and the holy hosts of the 5 protectors, who were all armed and shouting as they surrounded the Demon King. The demons outside the monastery gate were too frightened to beat their drums, and their hands were shaking so badly that they could not strike their gongs. The old Demon King was not at all afraid. He held all the enemy troops at bay with his mace in one hand, while the other undid an old white cotton pouch that was round his waist as a sash. This he threw into the air. With a loud swish, it caught the great sage monkey, the 28 constellations, and the protectors of the 4 quarters and the center. He then slung them over his shoulder and carried them back inside. All the little demons returned in triumph. The Demon King told his underlings to fetch 40 or 50 hempen ropes, opened the bag, and took his prisoners out one at a time to be tied up. Each of them felt that his bones had turned soft. Their muscles were numb and their skin hung loosely on them. Once tied up, they were all carried out to the back and flung on the ground indiscriminately. The Demon King then ordered a banquet, and the devils drank from dawn till dusk before it broke up and they all went off to sleep. In the middle of the night, as the great sage monkey lay there tied up with all the gods, he heard the sound of weeping. Listening more carefully, he recognized the voice of Sanzang, who was saying as he sobbed, "Wukong, I wish I had heeded the warning you gave. From this disaster we could have steered clear. While you're being tortured in symbols of gold, nobody knows I'm a prisoner here. Bitter the fate that afflicts us all four. All our achievements have now come to naught. How can we be saved from this awful impasse? To go to the west, and then home as we ought." When Monkey heard this, he felt sorry for his master.
"Although ignoring my advice was what caused this disaster," he thought, "at least you're remembering me in your troubles. I'd better save them all and let them get away while it's night. The demons are all asleep and nobody's on guard."
The splendid great sage used escaping magic to make himself so small that he slipped out of his bonds, went up to the Tang priest, and said,
"Master."
"Why are you here?" Sanzang asked, recognizing his voice. Monkey told him very quietly what had happened, to his great delight. "Please, rescue me as soon as you can," Sanzang said. "From now on I'll do whatever you say and not be so stubborn." Only then did Monkey start moving, first releasing the Master, Pig, and Friar Sand, then the 28 constellations, and the protectors of the 4 quarters and the center, all of whom he untied one by one. Next he brought the horse over and told his master to carry on ahead as quickly as possible. Once they were outside, Monkey realized that he did not know where the luggage was and went back to look for it. "You seem to think that things matter more than people," said the metal dragon of Gullet. "It ought to be enough that we've rescued your master. Why do you want to look for the luggage?"
"Of course people are important," Monkey said, "but things are even more important. In the luggage there's our passport, the brocade cassock, and the golden baking bowl. They're all great treasures of the Buddhist faith, and we must have them.
You go back and look for them, brother, said Pig, while we start out. We'll wait for you later.
Watch how the stars crowd round the Tang priest, and all use their magic powers at once to take him out of the enclosure with a breath of wind as they hurry along the main road down the slope till they reach level ground and rest. At about the third watch, the great sage monkey crept slowly and stealthily back inside to find gate inside gate, all very tightly closed. When he climbed up to the upper story of a building to take a look, he saw that the windows were all fastened too. He was on the point of going down again, but dared not move for fear of the window frames making a noise. He therefore made a hand spell, shook himself, and turned into a mouse immortal, or what is more commonly known as a bat. Do you know what he looked like? His head was pointed like a rat's. His eyes, like a rat's, did spark. He emerged at twilight on his wings, to sleep by day in the dark. He hid away among the tiles. The mosquitoes he caught were his food. Bright moonlight nights he liked the best. At flying, he really was good. He found his way in under the rafters through an open-ended tile, then flew over doors till he got to the middle of the building. Here he noticed a faintly glimmering beam of light coming from under a second-floor window. It was not like the light of a lantern or candle, the glow of burning incense, a beam of evening sunlight, or a flash of lightning. He went closer to the window, his heart in his mouth with excitement, and looked inside to see that the glow was coming from the luggage. The evil spirit had taken the cassock off the Tang priest, but instead of folding it up, he had thrust it untidily back into the bundles. The reason why the cassock glowed was because it was a Buddha treasure itself, with as-you-will pearls, mani pearls, red cornelian, purple coral, Sarira Buddha relics, and night-shining pearls on it. He was very pleased when he saw these things, and turned back into himself to pick them up, put the carrying pole on his shoulder, and take them downstairs without stopping to adjust the ropes to balance the loads. Unfortunately, the load at one end slipped off and landed with a loud crash on the floorboards. Alas! This noise woke up the old Demon King sleeping downstairs, and he leapt out of bed with a cry of, "Intruders! Intruders!" At this, all the big and little demons got up too, lit lamps, and started searching all around, all shouting loudly the while, "The Tang priests escaped!" Someone came in to report, to be followed by another saying, "Son the novice and all the rest of them have got away." The old demon then ordered strict security on all the gates. As soon as Monkey heard this, he abandoned the luggage, somersaulted out through the windows, and fled before they could catch him. No matter how hard they looked, the evil spirits could not find the Tang priest and the rest of them. By now the day was beginning to dawn, so the Demon King seized his mace and led his hosts in hot pursuit.
They found the camp of the 28 constellations and the 5 protectors, surrounded by mists and cloud at the foot of the mountain.
"Where do you think you're going?"
The Demon King shouted.
"I'm here."
Brothers, called the wooden lesser dragon of the constellation Horn in alarm, the monsters are here. The metal dragon of the gullet, the earth bat of the woman, the sun hare of the chamber, the moon fox of the heart, the fire tiger of the tail, the water leopard of the winnower, the wooden unicorn of the dipper, the metal bull of the ox, the earth raccoon dog of the base, the sun rat of the barrens, the moon swallow of the roof, the fire pig of the house, the water beast of the wall, the wooden wolf of the strider, the metal dog of the harvester, the earth boar of the stomach, the sun cock of the Pleiades, the moon crow of the net, the fire monkey of the turtle, the water ape of Orion, the wooden hyena of the well, the metal goat of the ghosts, the earth river deer of the willow, the sun horse of the 7 stars, the moon deer of the spread net, the fire snake of the wing, and the water worm of the axle tree, at the head of the golden-headed protector, the silver-headed protector, the 6 dings, the 6 Gias, the guardians of the faith, pig, and friar sand. They did not take the Tang priest or the white dragon horse. All rushed forward with their weapons. At the sight of them, the Demon King laughed a contemptuous laugh, whistled, and called up 4,000 or 5,000 evil spirits, each of whom was powerful and strong. A bitter fight then followed on the western slopes of the mountain, and a fine battle it was too. The evil Demon King had tricked the true nature. The gentle true nature was no match for him. With so many plots, it was hard to escape from pain. When so much cunning was used, there could be no peace. All the heavens offered their protection, and hosts of sages helped to wage the fight. The Mother of Wood suffers for showing mercy. Determination moves the yellow wife. The bitter fight shook heaven and earth. Both sides spread their nets in the struggle. On one side, the waving of banners and war cries. On the other, the beating of drums and gongs. A cold sea of light from massed sabers and spears, and a murderous look of the swords and the halberds. The demon troops were cruel and tough. The heavenly soldiers were no match for them. Dreary clouds blocked out the sun and moon. Spine-chilling mists lay over the landscape. Hard and bitter was the fight, and all because Sanzang wanted to visit the Buddha. The evil spirit now felt more ferocious than ever as he led his hosts into the attack. Just when the issue was hanging in the balance, there could be heard an angry roar from Monkey of, "I'm here!"
"What about the luggage?"
Pig asked as he greeted him.
"I barely got away with my life," Monkey replied. "So what are you asking about the luggage for?"
"Stop talking, you two,"
said Friar Sand, who was wielding his staff.
"Hurry up and fight the evil spirits."
The constellations, protectors, dings, Gias, and all the other gods had been surrounded and bunched together by the demons in the wild melee,
while the Demon King attacked the three of them with his mace. Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand held the enemy off by striking and swinging with their cudgel, staff, and rake. The earth and sky were now plunged into darkness, and still there was no victor. They fought on till the sun set in the western hills, and the moon rose over the eastern islands. Seeing how late it now was, the demon whistled and told all the fiends to be specially careful while he produced his treasure once more. Monkey could see clearly as he undid the pouch and took it in his hands.
"This is bad,"
said Monkey.
"Let's get out of here."
And with that he somersaulted straight up to the ninth heaven, not concerning himself with Pig, Friar Sand, and the heavenly hosts, who failed to take his hint and were left behind to be caught in the bag again. Monkey alone escaped. The Demon King then called off his forces and took them back inside the monastery, where once more he sent for ropes and tied them up again. The Tang priest, Pig, and Friar Sand were hung up from a high beam, and the white horse was tethered at the back. The gods, who were also bound, were carried down into a cellar that was then covered and sealed. We will not go into how the devils then packed everything away once more. When Monkey saved his life by springing up into the clouds and saw the devil soldiers returning, not waving their banners, he knew that his side must have been made prisoner once more. As he landed his auspicious light on the eastern summit, he ground his teeth in hatred of the demon. The tears flowed free as Monkey missed his master. Then, in despair, he turned his face to heaven and groaned aloud at Sun Zong's new disaster.
"Master,"
he called,
"in whatever past world did you lay down so many difficulties for yourself that you meet evil spirits at every turn? There's no end to your troubles. What are we to do?"
He sighed alone up there for a long time before calming himself down and working out what to do.
"I wonder what sort of pouch it is the devil has that can hold so many things inside," he thought. "Now it's got the gods, the heavenly generals, and a lot of other people too. I'll have to ask heaven to help me, but I fear the Jade Emperor will be angry about what has happened. Now I remember there's a true martial god of the north, the heavenly honored demon suppressor, who now lives on Mount Wudang in the southern continent of Jambu. I'll go and ask him to rescue my master."
Indeed, with the way still uncompleted, ape and horse were scattered. When the mind was masterless, the 5 elements lacked life. If you don't know what happened on this journey, then listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 66. All the gods meet a vicious foe. Maitreya binds the evil monster. The story tells how the great sage Sun, finding himself at his wit's end, somersaulted by auspicious cloud straight to Mount Wudang in the southern continent of Jambu to ask the heavenly honored demon suppressor to save Sun Zong, Pig, Friar Sand, the heavenly soldiers, and all the rest of them. He flew non-stop and was soon in sight of the patriarch's immortal domain. As he brought his cloud gently down to land and took a good look around, this is what he saw. The great fortress of the southeast, a divine pillar of the central heaven. Lotus pinnacle soared in its majesty. Purple-covered ridge rose to a great height. The 9 rivers ended here, far from Jing and Yang. 100 mountains touched the stars in wing and axle tree. Above was the precious cave of emptiness, and the spirit tower of Zhu and Lu. In the 36 palaces, golden chimes rang, as thousands of worshippers offered their incense. Here the emperors of antiquity patrolled and worshipped. Officials held jade tablets inscribed in gold. Bluebirds flew over lofty towers. Under the canopies, red gowns were worn. The place was set on a mountain that towered over the cosmos, an immortal domain suffused with emptiness. Some plum trees were just in blossom, and the hillside was covered in a blaze of color from the flowers. Dragons hid at the bottom of ravines, while tigers lurked on the precipices. The pheasants seemed to be talking. Tame deer came up to people. White cranes perched in cloud-topped junipers. Green and red phoenixes sang to the sun. Jade pure, it resembles a land of immortals. The compassion of the Golden Gateway rules the age. The true martial lord had been born after King Purejoy and his wife, Queen Victoria, had dreamed one night that she conceived by swallowing the light of the sun. After 14 months of pregnancy, she had given birth in the royal palace on the first day of the 3rd month of the year Jiashen, the first of the reign period of Kai Huang. The prince was brave from his boyhood, grew into perception, did not take the throne, but practiced religion. His parents could not stop him. He gave up the palace for mysteries and trance here in the mountains. When all was completed, he could fly by broad daylight. The Jade Emperor named him the true martial lord. He responds to dark emptiness, joining with tortoise and snake. In all quarters of the compass is his excellence proclaimed. He penetrates all mysteries, achieves every glory. From beginning to end, he exterminates demons. While admiring the splendid view, the great sage sun was soon through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd gates to his heaven. When he arrived outside the Palace of Great Peace, he saw 500 spirit officers standing crowded together in the auspicious light and atmosphere. They stepped forward to ask, "Who is it who has come?" "I am Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven," Monkey replied. "And I would like to see the teacher." The spirit officers reported this at once to the patriarch, who came from his throne hall to welcome Monkey into the palace hall. After paying his respects, Monkey said, "I have a request to trouble you with." "What?" "I am in trouble escorting the Tang priest on his journey to seek scriptures in the Western Heaven," Monkey replied. "There is an evil monster who lives in the Lesser Thunder Monastery on a mountain called the Lesser Western Heaven in the western continent of Cattlegift. When my master went in through the monastery gates and saw all the arhats, protectors, monks, and priests line up there, he thought that the Buddha was a real one, threw himself to the ground, and started kowtowing to him. Then they caught him. Because I was too careless, I let him trap me inside a pair of golden cymbals that were joined tight together without the slightest crack between them, just as if they were clamped together. Very luckily for me, the gold-headed protector requested the Jade Emperor to send the 28 constellations to come down to Earth that very night. They couldn't prise the symbols apart, but the metal dragon of the gullet managed to push his horn between the symbols and bring me out, thank goodness. Then I smashed the symbols, which woke up the monster. When he came after us, he caught us all. Me, the 28 constellations, and the 5 protectors, and tied us all up with rope. I got out that night and rescued the constellations, the Tang priest, and the rest of them. Later, I woke the old demon up again while I was looking for our things, and he went after the heavenly soldiers to fight them again. When he took his pouch off to use it this time, I recognized it and got away, but all the rest of them were caught. As I'm at my wit's end, I've come to pay respects to you, teacher, and ask for your help."
In the old days, said the patriarch, I garrisoned the north. My position was that of true martial god, and I wiped out evil spirits all over the world on the orders of the Jade Emperor. Later, I rode barefoot, and with my hair loose on the leaping snake and the divine tortoise, and led the 5 thunder generals, young giant dragons, lions, ferocious beasts, and vicious dragons to put an end to the black demonic atmosphere in the northeast. That was when I was acting under the orders of the original Heavenly Honored One. Now I live in tranquility and ease on Mount Wudang in the Hall of Great Peace. The mountains and seas have long been at peace, and heaven and earth are very calm. In our southern continent of Jambu and the northern continent of Guru, all evil monsters have been exterminated, and wicked demons are seen no more. I am very grateful that you've come to see me, great sage. The only trouble is that, in the absence of instructions from heaven, I can't fight on my own authority alone. If I sent all my gods, the Jade Emperor might well take offense. But if I turned down your request flat, great sage, I'd be showing a lack of finer feeling. I'm sure that even if there are evil creatures on that road west, they cannot be really terrible. So I'll send General Tortoise, General Snake, and 5 magic dragons to help you. I guarantee that they will capture the spirit and rescue your master. Monkey then bowed in thanks to the patriarch, and went with Tortoise, Snake, and the magic dragons, all carrying the finest and sharpest of weapons, back to the west. Before long, they were back at the Lesser Thunder Monastery,
where they landed their clouds and went straight to the gate to challenge them to battle. Meanwhile, King Yellowbrow had called all his demonic hosts together before the main hall of the monastery to say to them,
Son the Novice hasn't been here for the last couple of days. I wonder where he's gone for reinforcements.
Before the words were out of his mouth, a little devil came from the main gates to report. Son the Novice is here with some dragon, snake, and tortoise officers. They're demanding battle outside the main gates.
However did that monkey get them?
The Demon King asked.
Where are they from?
With that, he put on his armor and went out through the main gate, shouting,
Which dragon gods are you? How dare you invade my immortal domain?
Looking majestic and summoning up their spirits, the 5 dragons and generals, Tortoise and Snake, shouted, Damned monster! We're 5 dragon gods and generals Tortoise and Snake who stand before the heavenly honored demon suppressor, the patriarch of the undifferentiated unity, from the palace of Great Peace on Mount Wudang. We are here at the invitation of the great sage equaling heaven, and on the authority of the heavenly honored one, to arrest you. Hand over the Tang priest, the constellations, and all the rest of them, and your life will be spared, you evil spirit. Otherwise, we'll hack the bodies of every one of you devils on this mountain into little pieces, and burn all your buildings to ashes. When the demon heard this, he was furious.
Animals,
He retorted.
how dare you talk like that? What sort of powers do you think you have? Stay where you are and take this.
The 5 dragons turned their clouds over to make rain, while the 2 generals raised dust and sand, as they all charged into the attack with their spears, sabers, swords, and halberds. Monkey followed them into action, wielding his iron cudgel. It was a fine fight. The evil demon used his might. Monkey went for help. When the evil demon used his might, he occupied the monastery and created Buddha images. When Monkey went for help, he traveled far to a precious land to borrow the dragons. Tortoise and Snake created water and fire. The evil spirits took to arms. The 5 dragons went to the west as instructed, while Monkey hung behind for his master's sake. Sword and halberd flashed like colored lightning. The spears and sabers gleamed like rainbows. The wolf-toothed mace was powerful, short, and flexible. The gold-banded cudgel could change at its owner's will. There were crashes like firecrackers, and the rhythmic clang of metal being struck. The monster was attacked by fire and water, and weapons crowded close around the spirits. The cries of battle-frightened wolves and tigers, the din disturbed both gods and devils. Just when the battle was still unresolved, the evil spirit fetched out his treasure again. When Monkey had been leading the 5 dragons and 2 generals in fight against the Demon King for an hour, the demon took off his pouch and held it in his hand. "Watch out, gentlemen!" exclaimed Monkey in horror. Not realizing what was happening, they all stopped attacking with their weapons and surged forward. There was a loud swish as the Demon King threw his pouch into the air. Abandoning the 5 dragons and the 2 generals to be wrapped up in the pouch, the great sage monkey escaped by somersaulting up above the 9th heaven. The evil spirits returned in triumph once more, tied them up too, took them down into the pit, and put the lid on it. Monkey landed his cloud and lay sprawled out under the peak, listless and dispirited.
That demon is a terror,
he thought with bitter regret, and without realizing what was happening, he shut his eyes as if he were going to sleep. Just then there came a call. Great sage, don't go to sleep. Get up and rescue them as soon as you can. Your master's life is in great danger. At once, Monkey opened his eyes again and sprang to his feet to see that it was the duty god of the day.
You wretched little god,
Monkey shouted.
You were so greedy for your blood and sacrifices over there that you haven't reported for duty for days. Why are you coming to disturb me now? Put out your foot. I'm going to hit you a couple of times to cheer myself up. I'm feeling low.
The duty god hastily bowed and said, Great sage, you are one of the happy immortals in the human world. How could you possibly be feeling low? We've been here for a long time on the Bodhisattva's orders to keep secret guard over the Tang priest. We and the local gods have never left him for a moment, which is why we can't pay our respects to you often enough. You can't hold that against me.
If you're guarding him, Monkey replied, tell me where the evil spirit has imprisoned the constellations, the protectors, the guardians, my master, and the rest of them. What are they suffering?
Your master and your fellow disciples have been hung up in the cloister outside the main hall, the duty god replied. The constellations are all in agony in a pit. For the last couple of days, I've had no news of you, great sage, but I've just seen that the evil spirits have captured the divine dragons, tortoise, and snake, and put them in the pit too. It was only then that we realized you must have fetched some reinforcements, great sage, which is why we came specially to look for you. Whatever you do, you must rescue them at once, great sage, no matter how tired you are. Hearing this, Monkey said to the duty god, the tears streaming down his face,
I'm too ashamed to go up to heaven, and I haven't the nerve to go to the sea. I'm afraid of asking for the Bodhisattva's help, and too miserable to look the Buddha in the face. The ones who were captured just now were the true martial gods, tortoise, snake, and 5 dragons and their forces. There's nowhere else I can turn for help. What am I to do?
The duty god smiled as he replied, Relax, great sage. I've thought of some elite troops who are bound to be able to subdue these demons. You went to Wudang just now, that was in the southern Jambu continent. The troops I have in mind come from the same continent, from Binchang on Mount Ziyue. It's what's now called Zisho. There's a great sage bodhisattva king teacher there who has enormous magical powers. He has a disciple called Little Prince Zhang and 4 divine generals. The other year they subdued the Water Mother Goddess. You should go there yourself to ask him. If he in his kindness is willing to help you, you're bound to be able to catch the demon and save the master. The news delighted Monkey, who said, You look after the master and don't let him come to any harm while I go off to ask his help. Monkey then set off on his somersault and left that demon-infested place to go straight to Mount Zuyi. He was soon there, and when he looked around, he saw that it was a fine place. The Yangtze was not far to the south. To the north, it faced the Huai River. To the east, it led to the islands in the sea. To the west, it was connected with Fangfo. On the mountain top was a lofty temple, while springs gushed forth from its sides. Grotesquely shaped rocks towered high. Lofty pines were elegantly angular. There was always fresh fruit in season, and every kind of flower opened in the sun. People moved around like armies of ants, while boats came from far and wide like flights of geese. On it there stood the auspicious crag temple, the palace of the eastern peak, the shrine of the 5 illustrious ones, the Tortoise Mountain Monastery. Rhythmic bells and incense smoke rose to the heavens. There were also the crystal spring, the valley of 5 stupas, the terrace of 8 immortals, the apricot orchard. The colors of the mountain and trees lit up Bincheng. Boundless were the stretches of cloud, while hidden birds still sang when they were tired. Never mind Mounts Tai, Song, Hang, or Hua. There was the beauty of an earthly paradise. The great sage enjoyed the view enormously as he crossed the Huai River, entered the city of Bincheng, and arrived at the gates of the great sage's Dhyana monastery. Over the majestic halls and colorful cloisters, there towered a pagoda. Indeed, it rose 10,000 feet through clouds to the sky. The golden vase penetrated the heavens above. The light from it filled the universe. No shadows were cast on its windows. Heavenly music was heard when the wind rang the bells. The sun shone on roof dragons facing the Buddha Hall. Birds constantly came here to sing their complaints. Endlessly beautiful was the view of the Huai River. Monkey looked at it all as he went in to the inner gates, where the Bodhisattva King teacher, who was expecting him, had come out to meet him with little Prince Zhang. After they had greeted each other and exchanged polite remarks, Monkey said, I'm escorting the Tang priest to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven. We have come to the Lesser Thunder Monastery, where there's a yellow-browed demon who's pretending to be a Buddha. Not realizing he was an impostor, My master kowtowed to him and was captured. Then I was caught inside a pair of golden symbols until, thank goodness, the constellations who had been sent down from heaven rescued me. I smashed the symbols, but when we fought him again, he wrapped the heavenly gods, the protectors, the guardians, my master, and my fellow disciples up in a cloth bag. As I have nowhere else to turn, Bodhisattva, I've come to call on you and ask you to give play to your great strength. Use the magic powers with which you put down the Water Mother and saved the common people to go with me and rescue my master. Then he can take the scriptures back to China to be transmitted forever, praise the wisdom of our Buddha, and make the Prajna Paramita better known.
What you ask today is indeed for the greater glory of our Buddha, said King Teacher, and I really ought to go myself. But it's early summer now, just the time when the Huai River floods. The great sage water ape I subdued recently gets active when there's water, and I'm worried that he'd take advantage of my absence to make so much trouble that no divine powers could bring him back under control. I'll send my disciple with 4 generals to help you force the demon into submission. Monkey thanked him, then headed back by cloud with the 4 generals and little Prince Zhang to the lesser western heaven, where they went straight to the lesser Thunder Monastery. Here, little Prince Zhang brandished his paper-white spear, and the 4 generals swung their superb swords as they shouted abuse to challenge the demons to battle. When the little devils ran inside to report this, the Demon King led his devils out once more, had his drums beaten, and replied, "Who've you persuaded to come this time?" Before the words were all out of his mouth, little Prince Zhang, at the head of the 4 generals, shouted, "Damned evil spirit! Do you have no eyes in your head? Don't you recognize who we are?" "Whose underlings are you?" the Demon King said. "How dare you help him?" "I am the disciple of the great sage of Xizhou, the Bodhisattva King Teacher, and I'm here on his orders with 4 divine generals to capture you," the prince replied. "What sort of martial arts do you have?" replied the Demon King with a sneer. "That give you the nerve to be so insulting?" "As you want to know about my martial powers," the prince replied, "let me tell you. My people come from the Flowing Sands River, where my father used to be king of Sandland. I was a weak and sickly child, born under a bad influence and an unlucky star. Long had I admired my master's immortal powers, when in a chance meeting he taught me the secret. Half a pill of elixir cured my sickness. I abandoned my throne to cultivate my conduct. Once I knew, vowed to live as long as heaven, my face became youthful and will remain so forever. I have been to the assemblies under the dragonflower tree and ridden by cloud to the Buddha's hall. Seizing the fogs and winds, I've subdued the watery tribe. I defended the mountain by subduing dragons and tigers. The dutiful people raised a lofty pagoda
to calm the seas through the glow of its relics. My paper white spear can capture all demons. Evil spirits are caught in the gray sleeve of my coat. Now peace and joy reign in the city of Binchang, and all the world praises little Zhang's fame. When the Demon King heard this, he replied with a touch of a mocking smile.
Prince, when you abandoned your throne to follow the Bodhisattva King Teacher, what sort of arts of immortality did you learn? All you're good for is capturing water monsters in the Huai River. You shouldn't have believed all the nonsense Sun the Novice talked, and have come across all those mountains and rivers to offer your life. We'll soon find out whether you're immortal or not.
When little Zhang heard this, he was very angry and thrust straight for the demon's face with his spear. The four generals all rushed into the attack together, and so did the great sage monkey, wielding his iron cudgel. The splendid evil spirit was not afraid in the least, as he blocked, parried, and struck back with his short and flexible wolf-tooth mace. It was a fine battle. The little prince with his paper-white spear, made stronger by the four generals' swords. Wukong using his gold-banded cudgel. With one heart they surrounded the Demon King. Truly his magical powers were great, as without a trace of fear he resisted their attacks. The wolf-tooth mace was a Buddha weapon, preserving him from wounds by swords or spear. While howled the wind through the turbid swirl of evil vapors. One used his skill for love of mortal things. The other's heart was set on the Buddha and the scriptures. They charged and they raged, shrouding sun, moon, and stars in cloud, each of them evil and vicious in anger. For long the three vehicles could not assert dominance. Bitter and well-matched was the battle of rival skills. After the fight had been going on for a long time, and was still inconclusive, the evil spirits undid his pouch, and Monkey once more shouted, "Look out, gentlemen!" The prince and his followers did not realize what he was telling them to look out for, so, with a swish, the demon had them caught up in his pouch. Only Monkey escaped in time. We will not describe how once more the Demon King returned in triumph, sent for ropes, and had them tied up and put into the pit under lock and lid. When Monkey leapt up into the sky and saw the demon leading his troops back and fastening the gates, he brought his auspicious light down to land and stood on the western slope of the mountain. "Master!" he wept aloud in his misery. "Since being converted and becoming a monk, I've been grateful to Kuan Yin for ending my woes. In escorting you west to seek the Great Way, I have helped you towards the Buddha's own temple. Who would have thought, when the going looked easy, that we'd be attacked by so mighty a monster? None of my tricks or devices succeed. All the help I have looked for has just been in vain." As Monkey was in the very depths of misery, A brightly colored cloud suddenly landed to the southwest, and the whole mountain peak was lashed with a torrential rainstorm.
Wukong,
A voice called.
do you know who I am?
Monkey hurried forward to look, and this is what he saw. Big ears, a broad jaw, and a square face. Wide shoulders, a deep chest, and a fat body. A jolly voice that was full of fun. A pair of bright and sparkling eyes. His clothes hung open. Luck was all about him. His straw sandals were comfortable, and his spirits high. He was the lord of the land of bliss, the laughing monk Maitreya. As soon as Monkey saw him, he kowtowed immediately and said, "Where are you going, Lord Buddha from the East? I beg you to forgive me for failing to keep out of your way."
I'm here because the demon in the Lesser Thunder Monastery.
The Buddha replied. "I am very grateful for your great kindness, my lord," Monkey replied. "May I ask where the demon is from and where he became an evil spirit? What sort of treasure is that pouch of his? Please tell me, my lord."
He was a yellow-browed page who used to strike my stone chime,
The Buddha Maitreya replied.
On the 3rd day of the 3rd month this year, I left him looking after my palace when I went to an assembly of the Primal One. That was when he stole some of my treasures and became a spirit as an imitation Buddha. That pouch is my future heaven bag, or what's generally called a human seed bag. The wolf-tooth cudgel was my stick originally for striking the chime. When Monkey heard this, he shouted, "You're a splendid laughing monk, I must say. By letting that boy escape, you let him masquerade as a Buddha and ruin things for me. You ought to be charged with slack management of your household." I was careless, Maitreya replied. Besides, your master and you disciples have not yet come to the end of the demons you will have to deal with. That is why every kind of spiritual creature has been coming down to earth. It's right that you should suffer. Now I'm here to capture him for you.
"That evil spirit has very great magic powers," Monkey replied. "And you haven't got any weapons. How can you possibly subdue him?"
I'll make a little hut under the mountain, said Maitreya, where I grow fruit and melons. You challenge him to battle, lose in the fight that follows, and lure him into my melon patch. All my melons are still unripe, so you're to change into a big ripe melon. When he gets there, he's bound to want a melon, and I'll give you to him. Once you're in his stomach, you can do what you like to him. Then I'll get his pouch and we can put him inside it."
"That's a very good plan," Monkey replied. "But how will you know which is the ripe melon I'll have turned into? And why should he be willing to go there after me?"
"I'm the ruler of the world," laughed Maitreya, "and I have miraculous vision. Of course I'll know which one is you. I'd recognize you whatever you turned into. The only worry is that the demon won't come after you. I'll have to teach you some new magic."
"But he's bound to catch me in his pouch," Monkey replied. "Not come after me. What magic power could I use?"
"Stretch your hand out," Maitreya said.
Monkey stretched out his left hand. Maitreya moistened the forefinger of his own right hand with some magic saliva, wrote "Stop" on it, and told Monkey to make a fist. If he opened that hand again in the demon's face, the demon would certainly come after him. Monkey cheerfully made the fist, as he had been instructed, and went back to the monastery gates, brandishing his cudgel with one hand as he shouted, "Evil spirit, your lord and master Monkey's here. Come out at once and we'll see who's the champion." When the little devils rushed inside to report, the Demon King asked how many soldiers Monkey had brought with him this time. "None," they replied. "He's here by himself."
"That Monkey's at his wit's end and exhausted," the Demon King laughed. "And he can't get anyone else to help. He's just throwing his life away now."
Once he was in his armor again, he took his treasure and his flexible wolf-tooth mace and went out through the monastery gates, shouting,
"You won't be able to hold out this time, Sun Wukong."
"Damned demon," Monkey replied abusively. "What do you mean I won't be able to hold out?"
"Look at you," the demon replied. "You're at your wit's end and exhausted. There's nobody else you can turn to for help. Now you're here again to try to resist me. There won't be any more divine soldiers or anything like that to help you. That's why I said you wouldn't be able to hold out."
"Fiend," said Monkey, "you don't even know whether you want to live or to die. Stop all that talk and take this." Seeing that Monkey was wielding his cudgel single-handed, the demon burst out laughing.
"What a clever little ape. Do you think you'll be able to hold me off by using your cudgel one-handed?"
"My dear boy," said Monkey, "if I used both hands it would be too much for you. Even with 4 or 5 hands you wouldn't be able to beat me, even if I had one hand tied behind my back. That is, as long as you didn't use that pouch of yours."
"Very well, then," the Demon King replied. "I won't use my treasure. I'll give you a straight fight, and we'll see who's the best man."
With that, he raised his wolf-tooth mace and attacked Monkey, who opened his clenched fist in the demon's face before wielding the cudgel in both hands. Once the demon was under the spell, he put all thought of retreat out of his mind and did indeed not use his pouch, but went for Monkey with his mace. Monkey fainted, then turned and fled in defeat, pursued by the evil spirit down the western slopes of the mountain. As soon as he saw the melon field, Monkey rolled himself into a ball to go into it and turn himself into a big, ripe, sweet watermelon. The evil spirit stopped to look all around, not knowing where Monkey had gone. He rushed over to the hut and asked, "Who's growing these melons?" Maitreya, who had turned himself into an old melon grower, came out of the thatched hut and said,
"I am, Your Majesty." "Have you got any ripe ones?" the Demon King asked.
"Yes," Maitreya replied.
"Pick me a ripe one, then," said the demon. "I'm thirsty."
Maitreya then picked the melon that was Monkey transformed and handed it to the Demon King respectfully with both hands. The Demon King did not stop to examine it, but took it and bit into it. This was Monkey's chance to go straight down the demon's throat. Without any more ado, he started hitting out and kicking, grabbing and clawing at the monster's entrails and stomach, turning somersaults, landing on his head, and doing just as he liked. The evil spirit ground his teeth and grimaced in agony, the tears flowing down his face as he rolled around the melon field till it looked like a threshing floor.
Stop! Stop! He shouted. Save me! Save me!
Maitreya then reverted to his true form and said with a jolly smile, "Evil beast, do you recognize me?" When the evil spirit looked up, he fell to his knees on the ground, rubbing his stomach with both hands and kowtowing as he said,
"Spare me, master. Spare me. I'll never do it again."
Maitreya then stepped forward, seized him with one hand, undid the future heaven pouch, took back the stick for beating the stone chime, and said, "Sun Wukong, spare his life for my sake." Monkey, who was still beside himself with loathing and hatred, went on punching, kicking, and making havoc in the demon's insides until the demon collapsed in unbearable agony. "He's had all he can take, Wukong," Maitreya said. "Spare him now."
"Open your mouth wide,"
Sun Wukong finally said,
"and let me out."
Although the demon's insides had been tied up into agonizing knots, his heart had not yet been damaged, and, as the saying goes, until the heart is damaged, nobody dies. Leaves only fall when the trunk's sap dries. As soon as he was told to open his mouth wide, he did so, in spite of the pain. Only then did Monkey jump out and turn back into himself. He at once seized his cudgel and was about to strike again, but the Buddha Maitreya had already put the evil spirit into the pouch and slung it at his waist. Holding the chime stick in his hand, Maitreya said, "Evil beast, where are the golden symbols you stole?" The monster, who was desperate to live, could be heard mumbling from inside the future heaven bag.
"Sun Wukong smashed them."
"If they're broken, give me my gold back," said Maitreya.
"It's piled up on the lotus throne in the main hall,"
the monster replied. Holding the bag in one hand and the stick in the other, the Buddha laughed as he said, "Wukong, you and I are going to get my gold back." After the display of such Dharma power, Sun Wukong dared not be at all remiss, but took the master back up the mountain and into the monastery, where they gathered all the pieces of gold. Although the monastery gates were firmly shut, one push with the stick was enough to open them wide, and when they looked inside, they saw that all the little devils had taken the monastery's wealth and were now fleeing in all directions. When Monkey found one, he killed one. When he found two, he killed two, and so on until he had killed all the 600 or 700 little devils, who resumed their real forms as mountain spirits, tree monsters, evil beasts and animal demons. The Buddha gathered all the pieces of gold together, blew on them with magic breath, and said the words of a spell. At once they were the two golden symbols again. He then took his leave of Monkey and headed straight back to his paradise by auspicious cloud. The great sage then released the Tang priest, pig, and Friar Sand. After being hung up there for several days, the idiot was desperately hungry. Without waiting to thank Monkey, he ran straight to the kitchen, his back bent, to find some food. As it happened, the demon had sent for his lunch, but not had time to eat it when Monkey challenged him to battle. The moment he saw it, Pig ate half a saucepan of rice before fetching a pair of bowls for the master and Friar Sand each to eat 2 bowlfuls. Only then did he thank Monkey and ask about the evil spirit. Monkey told him all about how he had asked the help of King Teacher, Tortoise, and Snake, then borrowed the prince from the true lord, and about how Maitreya had subdued the demon. When Sanzang heard this, he expressed his gratitude at great length and kowtowed to all the heavens. "Disciple," he asked, "where are all the gods imprisoned?" "The duty god told me yesterday that they were all in the pit," Monkey replied. "Pig," he continued, "you and I are going to rescue them." Now that he had eaten, the idiot was full of strength and energy again, as he found his rake and went with Monkey to open up the pit, untie the prisoners, and ask them to come out to under the tower. Sanzang, who had now put his cassock back on, bowed to each of them in thanks, after which the great sage saw the 5 dragons and 2 generals off on their way back to Wudang, little Prince Shang and the 4 generals on their way to Bingcheng, and the 28 constellations on their way back to the palaces of heaven. He also released the protectors and guardians so that each could return to his own territory. Master and disciples stayed on in the monastery to rest for a few hours. Then, after the horse had eaten its fill and the luggage all been packed, they set out again the next morning. Before leaving, they burnt the towers, thrones, halls, and preaching chambers to ashes. Thus it was that, without any cares from their troubles, they flee. From disasters and obstacles, finally free. If you don't know when they reached the great Thunder Monastery, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 67. The Dhyana nature is stable, and Tuluo village is saved. The mind of the way is purified as corruption is removed. The story tells how Sanzang and his 3 disciples happily continued along their way after leaving the lesser western heaven. They had been going for over a month, and it was now late spring. The flowers were in bloom, and all the woods they could see were full of green shade. After a spell of wind and rain, dusk was falling once more. Disciple, said Sanzang, reining in his horse. It's getting late. Which way shall we go to look for somewhere to spend the night?
Don't worry, master,
said Monkey with a smile.
even if we can't find anywhere to stay, we three all have our skills. Tell Pig to cut some grass and Friar Sand to fell some pines. I know a bit of carpentry. We can make ourselves a hut by the road here good enough to stay in for a year. Why the rush?
But this is no place to stay, brother,
said Pig.
The mountain's crawling with wild beasts like tigers, leopards, and wolves. Mountain ogres and hobgoblins are all over the place. It's hard enough traveling by daylight. I wouldn't dare spend the night here.
Idiot,
said Monkey.
you're getting more and more hopeless. I'm not just shooting my mouth off. With this cudgel in my hands, I could hold up the sky itself if it collapsed.
Master and disciples were in the middle of their conversation when they noticed a hill farm not far away.
Good, said Monkey. A place for the night.
Where? The venerable elder asked.
Isn't that a house in the trees over there?
Asked Monkey, pointing.
Let's ask if we can put up for the night there. We can be on our way first thing in the morning.
Sanzang was so delighted, he urged his horse forward. Dismounting outside the wicker gates, he found them firmly fastened. Open up! Open up! He called, knocking on the gates. They were opened from the inside by an old man with a stick who was wearing rush sandals, a black turban, and a plain gown.
Who's that shouting?
He asked. Putting his hands together in front of his chest, Sanzang bowed in polite greeting and said, Venerable patron, I am a monk sent from the east to fetch scriptures from the western heaven. As I have reached this distinguished place so late in the day, I have come to your residence to ask for a night's lodging. I beg you to be charitable to us.
Monk,
The elder said.
you may want to go to the west, but you'll never get there. This is the lesser western heaven, and it's a very long way from here to the great western heaven. This place alone is hard enough to get out of, to say nothing of the difficulties of the rest of the journey.
Why is it hard to get out of? Sanzang asked. The old man put his hands together and replied,
About a dozen miles west of our village is a runny persimmon lane and a mountain called 7 Perfections.
Why 7 perfections? Sanzang asked.
It's 250 miles across,
The old man replied.
and covered with persimmons. There's an old saying that persimmon trees have 7 perfections. 1, they prolong life. 2, they are very shady. 3, no birds nest in them. 4, they are free of insects. 5, the leaves are very beautiful after frost. 6, the fruit is excellent, And 7. The branches and leaves are big and fat. That's why it's called Mount Seven Perfections. This is a big, thinly populated area, and nobody has ever been deep into the mountain. Every year, overripe, rotten persimmons fall on the path, and they fill the rocky lane right up. The rain, dew, snow, and frost attack them, and they rot all through the summer until the whole path is a mass of putrefaction. The people round here call it runny shit or runny persimmon lane. When there's a west wind, it smells even worse than a cesspit being emptied. As it's now high spring and there's a strong southeasterly blowing, you can't smell it.
Sanzang felt too depressed to speak. Monkey could not contain himself.
Silly old fool, he shouted at the top of his voice. We're here late at night to find somewhere to stay, and you're trying to scare us with all that talk. If your house really is so poky that there's no room for us to sleep indoors, we'll spend the night squatting under this tree. So cut the cackle.
At the sight of Monkey's hideous face, the old man shut his mouth, petrified with fear. Then he plucked up his courage, pointing his stick at Monkey, and shouted,
Damn you, you bony-faced, pointy-browed, flat-nosed, sunken-cheeked, hairy-eyed, sickly-looking devil! You've got no sense of respect, sticking your mouth out like that and insulting an old gentleman.
You're not very perceptive, old chap,
Monkey replied, putting on a smile.
You don't realize who this sickly-looking devil is. As the Manual of Physiognomy says, a freakish face is like a rock in which fine jade is hidden. You're completely wrong to judge people on their looks. Ugly I certainly am, but I know a trick or two.
Where are you from?
The old man asked.
What's your name? What powers do you have?
To this, Monkey replied with a smile.
My home is in the eastern continent of superior body. My conduct I cultivated on the Mount of Flowers and Fruit. After studying with the patriarch of the Spirit Tower Heart Mountain, I learned complete and perfect skill in the martial arts. I can stir up the oceans, subdue mother dragons, carry mountains on my shoulders, and drive the sun along. At capturing monsters and demons, I'm champion. Ghosts and gods are terrified when I shift the stars. Great is my fame as sky thief and earth turner. I'm the handsome stone monkey of infinite transformations.
This turned the old man's anger to delight. Bowing to them, he said,
Please come into my humble abode and make yourselves comfortable.
The four of them then went in together, leading the horse and carrying the load. All that could be seen to either side of the gates were prickly thorns. The inner gates were set in a wall of brick and stone that had more thorns on top of it, and only when they had gone through them did they see a 3-roomed tiled house. The old man pulled up chairs for them to sit on while they waited for tea to be brought
and gave orders for a meal. Soon a table was brought in and set with wheat gluten, bean curd, sweet potatoes, radishes, mustard greens, turnips, rice, and sour mallow soup. Master and disciples all ate their fill. After the meal, Pig pulled Monkey aside and whispered,
Brother, the old bloke wasn't going to let us stay at first. Now he's given us this slap-up meal. Why?
"It wasn't worth very much, was it?" Brother Monkey replied. "Tomorrow we'll make him give us 10 kinds of fruit and 10 dishes of food."
You've got a nerve,
Pig replied.
You talked him into giving us a meal all right with all that boasting. But we'll be on our way tomorrow. How can he give you things?
"Don't be so impatient," said Monkey. "I've got a way to cope." Dusk soon started to draw in. The old man brought a lamp, and Monkey asked with a bow, "What is your surname, sir?"
Lee,
the old man replied. "I suppose this must be Lee Village," Monkey continued.
No,
said the old man.
this is Twoluo village. Over 500 families live here. Most of them have other surnames. I am the only one called Lee.
"Benefactor Lee," Monkey replied, "with what kind intentions did you give us that ample meal?"
Just now you said that you could capture evil monsters,
said the old man.
We have a monster here that we'd like you to capture for us, and we will, of course, reward you generously.
Monkey then chanted a "No!" of respect and said, "I accept your commission."
Just look at him,
said Pig.
Asking for trouble. The moment he hears there's a demon to catch, he's nicer to him than he would be to his own grandfather. He even chanted a na-ah-ah first.
"You don't understand, brother," said Monkey. "My na-ah-ah clinched the deal. Now he won't hire anyone else." When Sanzong heard this, he said, "You monkey, you always want to grab things for yourself. If that evil spirit's powers are too great for you to capture him, then we monks will be shown up as liars." "Don't be cross with me, master," Monkey said with a smile. "Let me ask some more questions."
What else?
the old man asked. "This fine village is on an open plain, and a lot of people live here," said Monkey. "It's not remote and isolated. What evil spirit would dare come to your door?"
I will be frank with you,
the old man replied.
We had long lived in peace and prosperity here, till a sudden strong wind blew 3.5 years ago. Everyone was busy at the time threshing the wheat on the threshing floor, or transplanting rice in the paddy fields. We thought it was just a change in the weather. We never imagined that when the wind had blown by, an evil spirit would eat the horses and cattle that people had put out to pasture, as well as the pigs and the sheep. He swallowed hens and geese whole, and any men or women he found, he devoured alive. Since then, he's come again each of the last 2 years to murder us. Venerable sir, if you really do have magic powers to capture the evil spirit and cleanse the place of him, we will most certainly reward you generously and with great respect.
But the monster will be very hard to catch, Monkey replied.
Yes, said Pig, very hard. We're pilgrim monks only here for the night. We'll be on our way tomorrow. We can't catch any monsters. So you monks just tricked that meal out of me, the old man said. When we first met, you talked very big. You said you could move the stars and capture evil monsters. But now I've told you about this, you pretend he can't be caught.
Old man, said Monkey, it would be easy to catch the evil spirit, except that you people here don't work together. That's why it's hard.
How can you be so sure that we don't work together?
The old man asked. If the monster has been harassing you for 3 years, goodness only knows how many lives he's taken, Monkey replied. I reckon that if every family put up 1 ounce of silver, the 500 households could raise 500 ounces, and with that you could find a priest somewhere who'd exorcise the monster. Why did you cheerfully put up with 3 years of such cruelty from him?
You talk of spending money, the old man said. You're trying to shame us to death. Every family here has spent 4 or 5 ounces of silver. The year before last, we went to invite a Buddhist monk south of the mountains here to catch the monster, but he failed.
How did the monk try to do it? Brother Monkey asked.
To this, the old man replied, The monk wore a cassock and recited the scriptures. First, the Peacock Sutra, and then the Lotus. He burned incense in a burner, held a bell between his hands. His reading of the scriptures alarmed the evil spirit, who came straight to the farm amid his wind and clouds. The monk fought with the spirit, and it was a splendid sight. One of them landed a punch, the other grabbed at his foe. The monk had the advantage of having a hairless head, but soon the demon had won and gone straight back to his clouds. When the wound had dried in the sun, we went up close for a look. The monk's bald head was smashed open, just like a ripe watermelon.
In other words, laughed Monkey, he lost.
He just paid with his life, the old man replied. We were the ones who lost. We had to buy his coffin, pay for his funeral, and give compensation to his disciple. That silver wasn't enough for the disciple. He's still trying to sue us. He won't call it a day.
Did you hire anyone else to catch the demon? Monkey asked.
Last year we invited a Taoist priest to do it, the old man answered.
How did he try? Monkey asked.
The Taoist,
the old man replied,
wore a golden crown on his head, and magic robes on his body. He sounded his magic wand, used charms and water too. He made gods and generals do his will, captured demons and goblins. A wild wind howled and roared, while black fog blotted all out. Demon and Taoist were evenly matched. They fought till nightfall, when the fiend went back to the clouds. Heaven and earth were clear, and all of us people were there. We went out to search for the priest, found him drowned in the mountain stream. When we fished him out to look, he was like a drenched chicken.
In other words, Monkey said with a smile, he lost too.
He only paid with his life, but we had to spend a lot of money that wasn't really necessary,
the old man replied. It doesn't matter, Monkey said. It doesn't matter. Wait till I catch the demon for you.
If you've got the power to catch him, I'll ask some of the village elders to write an undertaking to give you as much silver as you want when you've defeated him. You'll not be a penny short. But if you lose, don't try to extort money out of us. We must accept the will of heaven.
Old man, said Monkey, they've got you terrified of extortion. We're not like that. Send for the elders. The old man was delighted. He sent his slaves to invite 7 or 8 old men from among his next-door neighbors, his cousins, his wife's family, and his friends. They all came to meet the strangers, and when they had greeted the Tang priest, they cheerfully discussed the capture of the demon. Which of your distinguished disciples will do it? They asked. I will, said Monkey, putting his hands together in front of his chest.
You'll never do, never,
said the old man with horror.
The evil spirit's magic powers are enormous, and it's huge, too. Venerable sir, you're so tiny and skinny, you'd slip through one of the gaps between his teeth.
Old man, said Monkey with a smile, you're no judge of people. Small I may be, but I'm solid. There's a lot more to me than meets the eye. When the elders heard this, they had to take him at his word. Venerable sir, they said, how big a reward will you want for capturing the demon? Why do you have to talk about a reward? Monkey asked. As the saying goes, gold dazzles, silver is white and stupid, and copper coins stink. We're virtuous monks, and we definitely won't take money. In that case, you must all be lofty monks who obey your vows, the elder said. But even if you won't accept money, we can't let you work for nothing. We all live by agriculture. If you subdue the demon and clean the place up, every family here will give you 1/3 of an acre of good farmland, which will make over 150 acres altogether. Your master and you disciples can build a monastery there and sit in meditation. That would be much better than going on your long journey. It would be even worse, replied Brother Monkey with a smile. If we asked for land, we'd have to raise horses, do labor service, pay grain taxes, and hand over hay. We'll never be able to go to bed at dusk or lie in after the 5th watch. It'd be the death of us. If you won't accept anything, how are we to express our thanks? The elders asked. We're men of religion, said Monkey. Some tea and a meal will be thanks enough for us. That's easy, said the elders. But how are you going to catch the demon? Once it comes, I'll get it, said Monkey. But it's enormous, the elders said. It stretches from the earth to the sky. It comes in wind and goes in mist. How are you ever going to get close to it? When it comes to evil spirits who can summon winds and ride on clouds, Monkey replied, I treat them as mere kids. It makes no difference how big it is. I have ways of beating it.
As they were talking, the howl of a great wind made the 8 or 9 elders start shaking with fear. Monk, you've asked for trouble and you've got it, they said. You talked about the monster and here he is. Old Mr. Lee opened the door and said to his relations and the Tang priest,
Come in, the demon's here.
This so alarmed Pig and Friar Sand that they wanted to go inside too, but Monkey grabbed each of them with one of his hands and said,
You're a disgrace. You're monks and you ought to know better. Stay where you are and don't try to run away. Come into the courtyard with me. We're going to see what kind of evil spirit this is.
But, brother,
said Pig,
they've been through this before. The noise of the wind means that the demon's coming. They've all gone to hide. We're not friends or relations of the demon. We've had no business dealings with him. What do we want to see him for?
Monkey was so strong that, with no further argument, he hauled them into the courtyard and made them stand there while the wind blew louder and louder. It was a splendid wind that uprooted trees and flattened woods, alarming wolves and tigers, stirred up the rivers and oceans to the horror of ghosts and gods, blowing the triple peaks of the great Mount Hua all upside down, shaking the earth and sky through the world's 4 continents. Every village family shut fast its gates, while boys and girls all fled for cover. Black clouds blotted out the Milky Way. Lamps lost their brightness, and the world went dark. Pig was shaking with terror. He lay on the ground, rooted into the earth with his snout and had buried his head. He looked as if he had been nailed there. Friar Sand covered his face and could not keep his eyes open. Monkey knew from the sound of the wind that the demon was in it. A moment later, when the wind had passed, all that could be vaguely made out in the sky were 2 lamps.
Brothers, he said, looking down, the wind's finished. Get up and look.
The idiot tugged his snout out, brushed the dirt off himself, and looked up into the sky, where he saw the 2 lamps.
What a laugh,
Pig said, laughing aloud.
What a laugh! It's an evil spirit with good manners. Let's make friends with it.
It's a very dark night, said Friar Sand.
And you haven't even seen it, so how can you tell whether it's good or bad?
As they used to say in the old days,
Pig replied.
take a candle when you're out at night and stay where you are if you haven't one. You can see that it's got a pair of lanterns to light its way. It must be a good spirit.
You're wrong, Friar Sand said. That's not a pair of lanterns. They're the demon's eyes. This gave the idiot such a fright that he shrank 3 inches.
Heavens,
He said.
if its eyes are that size, goodness knows how big its mouth is.
Don't be scared, brother, said Monkey. You two guard the master while I go up and see what sort of mood it's in and what kind of evil spirit it is.
Brother,
Said Pig.
don't tell the monster about us.
Splendid Monkey sprang up into midair with a whistle. Not so fast! He yelled at the top of his voice, brandishing his cudgel. Not so fast! I'm here! When the monster saw him, it took a firm stance and began to wield a long spear furiously. Parrying with his cudgel, Monkey asked, What part do you come from, monster? Where are you an evil spirit? The monster ignored the questions and continued with its spear play. Monkey asked again and again. There was no answer as the wild spear play continued. So it's deaf and dumb. Monkey smiled to himself. Don't run away. Take this. Unperturbed, the monster parried the cudgel with more wild spear play. The mid-air battle ebbed and flowed until the middle of the night, as first one, then the other was on top, but still there was no victor. Pig and Friar Sand had a very clear view from the Lee family courtyard, and they could see that the demon was only using its spear to defend itself and not making any attacks, while Monkey's cudgel was never far from the demon's head.
Friar Sand,
Said Pig with a grin.
you keep guard here. I'm going up to join in the fight. I'm not going to let Monkey keep all the credit for beating the monster to himself. He won't be the first to be given a drink.
The splendid idiot leapt up on his cloud and joined in the fight, taking a swing with his rake. The monster fended this off with another spear. The 2 spears were like flying snakes or flashes of lightning. Pig was full of admiration.
This evil spirit is a real expert with the spears. This isn't behind the mountain spear play. It's tangled thread spear play. It's not Ma family style. It's what's called soft shaft style.
Don't talk such nonsense, idiot, said Monkey. There's no such thing as soft shaft style.
Just look.
Pig replied.
He's parrying us with the blades. You can't see the shafts. I don't know where he's hiding them.
All right, then, said Monkey. Perhaps there is a soft shaft style. But this monster can't talk. I suppose it's not yet humanized. It's still got a lot of the negative about it. Tomorrow morning, when the positive is dominant, it's bound to run away. When it does, we've got to catch up with it and not let it go.
Yes,
said Pig. When the fight had gone on for a long time, the east grew light. The monster didn't dare fight any longer, so it turned and fled, with Monkey and Pig both after it. Suddenly they smelled the putrid and overwhelming stench of runny Persimmon Lane on Mount Seven Perfections.
Some family must be emptying its cesspit,
said Pig.
Phew, what a horrible stink.
Holding his nose, Brother Monkey said,
After the demon! After the demon!
The monster went over the mountain and turned back into himself, a giant red-scaled python. Just look at it. Eyes shooting stars, nostrils gushing clouds, teeth like close-set blades of steel, curving claws like golden hooks. On its head a horn of flesh, like 1,000 pieces of agate. Its body clad in scales of red, like countless patches of rouge. When coiled on the ground, it might seem like a brocade quilt. When flying, it could be mistaken for a rainbow. From where it sleeps, a stench rises to the heavens, and in movement, its body is wreathed in red clouds. Is it big? A man could not be seen from one side to the other. Is it long? It can span a mountain from north to south.
So it's a long snake,
Pig said.
If it's a man-eater, it could gobble up 500 for a meal and still not be full.
Its soft-shafted spears are its forked tongue, said Monkey. It's exhausted by the chase. Attack it from behind. Pig leapt up and went for it, hitting it with his rake. The monster dived into a cave, but still left 7 or 8 feet of the tail sticking outside. Pig threw down his rake, grabbed it, and shouted,
Hold on, hold on!
He pulled with all his strength, but could not move it an inch. Idiot! Laughed Monkey. Let it go in. We'll find a way of dealing with it. Don't pull so wildly at the snake. When Pig let go, the monster contracted itself and burrowed inside.
But we had half of it before I let go,
he grumbled.
Now it's shrunk and gone inside. We're never going to get it out. We've lost the snake, haven't we?
The wretched creature is enormous, and the cave is very narrow, Monkey replied. It won't possibly be able to turn round in there. It definitely went straight inside, so the cave must have an exit at the other end for it to get out through. Hurry round and block the back door while I attack the front. The idiot shot round to the other side of the mountain, where there was indeed another hole that he blocked with his foot. But he had not steadied himself when Monkey thrust his cudgel in at the front of the cave, hurting the monster so much that it wriggled out through the back. Pig was not ready, and when a flick of the snake's tail knocked him over, he could not get back up. He lay on the ground in agony. Seeing that the cave was now empty, Monkey rushed round to the other side, cudgel in hand, to catch the monster. Monkey's shouts made Pig feel so ashamed that he pulled himself to his feet, despite the pain, and started lashing out wildly with his rake. At the sight of this, Monkey said with a laugh, "What do you think you're hitting? The monster's got away."
I'm beating the grass to flush out the snake.
"Cretin," said Monkey. "After it!" The two of them crossed a ravine where they saw the monster coiled up, its head held high, and its enormous mouth gaping wide. It was about to devour Pig, who fled in terror. Monkey, however, went straight on towards it and was swallowed in a single gulp.
Brother,
Wailed Pig, stamping his feet and beating his chest.
you've been destroyed.
"Take that, Pig!" called Monkey from inside the monster's belly, which he was poking around with his cudgel. "I'll make it into a bridge! Watch!" As he spoke, the monster arched its back, just like a rainbow-shaped bridge.
It looks like a bridge, all right,
Pig shouted.
but nobody would ever dare cross it.
"Then I'll make it turn into a boat," said Monkey. "Watch!" He pushed out of the skin of the monster's belly with his cudgel, and with the skin against the ground and its head lifted up, it did look like a river boat.
It may look like a boat,
said Pig.
but without a mast or sail, it wouldn't sail very well in the wind.
"Get out of the way, then," said Monkey, "and I'll make it sail for you." He then jabbed his cudgel out as hard as he could through the monster's spine from the inside, and made it stand some 60 or 70 feet high, just like a mast. Struggling for its life and in great pain, the monster shot forward faster than the wind, going down the mountain and back the way it had come for over 7 miles until it collapsed motionless in the dust. It was dead. When Pig caught up with the monster, he raised his rake and struck wildly at it. Monkey made a big hole in the monster's side, crawled out, and said, "Idiot! It's dead, and that's that. Why go on hitting it?"
Brother,
Pig replied.
don't you realize that all my life I've loved killing dead snakes?
Only then did he put his rake away, grab the snake's tail, and start pulling it backwards. Meanwhile, back at Tuoluo village, old Mr. Lee and the others were saying to the Tang priest, "Your 2 disciples have been gone all night, and they're not back yet. They must be dead." "I'm sure that there can be no problem," Sanzang replied. "Let's go and look." A moment later, Monkey and Pig appeared, chanting as they dragged an enormous python behind them. Only then did everyone feel happy. All the people in the village, young and old, male and female, knelt down and bowed to Sanzang, saying, "Good sirs, this is the evil spirit that has been doing so much damage. Now that you have used your powers to behead the demon and rid us of this evil, we will be able to live in peace again." Everyone was very grateful, and all the families invited them to meals as expressions of their gratitude, keeping master and disciples there for 6 or 7 days, and only letting them go when they implored to be allowed to leave. As they would not accept money or any other gifts, the villagers loaded parched grain and fruit on horses and mules hung with red rosettes and caparisoned with flags of many colors to see them on their way. From the 500 households in the village, some 700 or 800 people set out with them. On the journey, they were all very cheerful, but before they reached Runny Persimmon Lane on Mount Seven Perfections, Sunzong smelled the terrible stench and could see that their way was blocked. "Wukong," he said to Monkey, "how are we going to get through?"
"It's going to be hard,"
replied Monkey, covering his nose. When even Monkey said that it was going to be hard, Sunzong began to weep.
"Don't upset yourself so, my lord,"
said old Mr. Li and the other elders as they came up to him.
"We have all come here with you because we're already decided what to do. As your illustrious disciples have defeated the evil spirit and rid the village of this evil, we have all made up our minds to clear a better path for you over the mountain."
"That's nonsense, old man," said Monkey with a grin. "You told us before that the mountain is some 250 miles across. Aren't you the great heavenly soldiers, so how could you possibly make a path across it? If my master is to get across, it'll have to be through our efforts. You'll never do it." "But how can we do it through our efforts?" Sanzang asked after dismounting. "It'd certainly be hard to cross the mountain as it is now," Monkey said, still smiling. "And it would be even harder to cut a new path. We'll have to go by the old lane. The only thing that worries me is that there may be nobody to provide the food."
"What a thing to say, venerable sir,"
old Mr. Li said.
"We could support you gentlemen for as long as you care to stay here. You can't say that nobody will provide the food."
"In that case, go and prepare 200 weight of parched grain, as well as some steamed cakes and buns," said Monkey. "When our long-snouted monk has eaten his fill, he'll turn into a giant boar and clear the old lane with his snout. Then my master will be able to ride his horse over the mountain while we support him. He'll certainly get across."
"Brother,"
said Pig,
"you want to keep all the rest of you clean. Why should I be the only one to stink?"
"Wu Neng," said Sanzang, "if you can clear the lane with your snout and get me across the mountain, that will be a very great good deed to your credit."
"Master, benefactors, please don't tease me,"
said Pig with a smile.
"I can do 36 transformations. If you ask me to become something that's light or delicate or beautiful or that flies, I just can't. But ask me to turn into a mountain, a tree, a rock, a mound of earth, an elephant, a hog, a water buffalo, or a camel, and I can manage any of them. The only thing is that the bigger I make myself, the bigger my belly gets. I can't do things properly unless it's full."
"We've got plenty," the people said. "We've got plenty. We've brought parched grain, fruit, griddle cakes, and ravioli. We were going to give them to you when we'd made a path across the mountain. They can all be brought out for you to eat now." When you've transformed yourself and started work, we'll send some people back to prepare more food to send you on your way with." Pig was beside himself with delight. Taking off his tunic and putting down his 9-pronged rake, he said to them all,
"Don't laugh at me. Just watch while I win merit doing this filthy job."
The splendid idiot made a spell with his hands, shook himself, and turned himself into a giant hog. Indeed, his snout was long, his bristles short, and half of him was fat. As a piglet in the mountains, he had fed on herbs and simples. Black was his face, and his eyes as round as sun or moon. The great ears on his head were just like plantain leaves. His bones he'd made so strong he would live as long as heaven. His thick skin had been tempered till it was hard as iron. He grunted with a noise that came from a blocked-up nose. His gasping breath rasped harshly in his throat. Each of his 4 white trotters was 1,000 feet high. Every sword-like bristle was hundreds of yards in length. Since pigs were first kept and fattened by mankind, never had such a monster porker been seen as this today. The Tang priest and the rest were full of admiration for Marshal Tian Peng and his magic powers. Seeing what Pig had turned into, Brother Monkey asked the people who had come to see them off to pile up all the parched grain at once, and told Pig to eat it. Not caring whether it was cooked or raw, the idiot downed it all at one gulp, then went forward to clear the way. Monkey told Friar Sand to take his sandals off and carry the luggage carefully, and advised his master to sit firm in the carved saddle. Then he took off his own tall boots and told everyone else to go back.
"Could you be very kind and send some more food as soon as possible to keep my brother's strength up?"
Of the 700 or 800 who were seeing the pilgrims off, most had come on mules or horse, and they rushed back to the village like shooting stars. The 300 who were on foot stood at the bottom of the mountain to watch the travelers as they went away. Now it was 10 miles or more from the village to the mountain, and another journey of over 10 miles each way to fetch the food, making over 30 in all. So by the time they were back, Master and disciples were already far ahead of them. Not wanting to miss the pilgrims, the villagers drove their mules and horses into the lane and carried on after them through the night, only catching them up the next morning. "Pilgrims!" they shouted. Wait a moment, sirs! We've brought food for you." When Sanzang heard this, he thanked them profusely, said that they were good and faithful people, and told Pig to rest and eat something to build up his strength. The idiot, who was on the 2nd day of clearing the way with his snout, was by now ravenously hungry. The villagers had brought much more than 700 or 800 weight of food, which he scooped up and devoured all at once, not caring whether it was rice or wheat. When he had eaten his fill, he went back to clearing the way, while Sanzang, Monkey, and Friar Sand thanked the villagers and took leave of them. Indeed, The peasants all went back to Tuoluo village. Across the mountain, Pig had cleared the way. Sanzang's faith was backed up by great power. Sun's demon-quelling arts were on display. 1,000 years of filth went in a single morning. The Seven Perfections Lane was opened up today. The dirt of 6 desires all now removed. Towards the lotus throne they go to pray. If you don't know how much longer their journey was going to be, or what evil monsters they would meet, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 68. In the land of Purpuria, the Tang priest discusses history. Sun the pilgrim, in his charity, offers to be a doctor. When good is right, all causes disappear. Its fame is spread through all 4 continents. In the light of wisdom they climb the other shore. Soughing dark clouds are blown from the edge of the sky. All the Buddhas give them help, sitting forever on their thrones of jade. Smash the illusions of the human world. Cease. Cleanse the dirt. Provoke no mystery. The story tells how Sanzang and his disciples cleaned the lane of its filth and pressed far ahead along the road. Time passed quickly, and the weather was scorching again. Indeed. The begonias spread their globes of brocade. Lotus leaves split their own green dishes. Fledgling swallows hide in the roadside willows. Travelers wave their silken fans for relief from the heat. As they carried on their way, a walled and moated city appeared before them. Reining in his horse, Sanzang said, "Disciples, can you see where this is?"
"You can't read, master," Monkey exclaimed. "However did you get the Tang Emperor to send you on this mission?"
"I have been a monk since I was a boy, and read classics and scriptures by the 1,000, Sanzang replied. "How could you say I can't read?"
"Well," Monkey replied, "if you can, why ask where we are instead of reading the big clear writing on the apricot yellow flag over the city wall?"
"Wretched ape!" Sanzang shouted. "You're talking nonsense. The flag is flapping much too hard in the wind for anyone to read what, if anything, is on it."
"Then how could I read it?"
Monkey asked. "Don't rise to his bait, master," Pig and Friar Sand said. "From this distance we can't even see the walls and moat clearly, never mind words in a banner."
"But doesn't it say Purpuria?" Monkey asked.
"Purpuria is a western kingdom," Sanzang said. "We shall have to present our passport."
"Goes without saying," Monkey observed.
They were soon outside the city gates, where the master dismounted, crossed the bridge, and went in through the triple gates. It was indeed a splendid metropolis. This is what could be seen. Lofty gate towers, regular battlements, living waters flowing around, mountains facing to north and south. Many are the goods in the streets and markets, and all the citizens do thriving business. This is a city fit for a monarch, a capital endowed by heaven. To this distant realm come travelers by land and water. Jade and silk abound in this remoteness. It is more beautiful than the distant ranges. The palace rises to the purity of space. Closely barred are the passes leading here. When peace and prosperity have lasted forever. As master and disciples walked along the highways and through the markets, they saw that the people were tall, neatly dressed, and well-spoken. Indeed, they were not inferior to those of the Great Tang. When the traders who stood on either side of the road saw how ugly Pig was, how tall and dark-featured Friar Sand was, and how hairy and wide-browed Monkey was, they all dropped their business and came over to see them. "Don't provoke trouble," Sanzang called to them. "Hold your heads down." Pig obediently tucked his snout into his chest, and Friar Sand did not dare look up. Monkey, however, stared all around him as he kept close to the Tang priest. The more sensible people went away again after taking a look. But the idlers, the curious, and the naughty children among the spectators jeered, threw bricks and tiles at the strangers, and mocked Pig. "Whatever you do, don't get into a row," Sanzang said again in great anxiety. The idiot kept his head down. Before long they turned a corner and saw a gate in a wall over which was written, "Hostel of Meeting," in large letters. "We are going into this government office," Sanzang said.
Why?
Monkey asked. "The Hostel of Meeting is a place where people from all over the world are received, so we can go and disturb them," said Sanzang. "Let's rest there. When I have seen the king and presented our passport, we can leave the city and be on our way again." When Pig heard this, he brought his snout out, so terrifying the people following behind that dozens of them collapsed.
"The master's right,"
said Pig, stepping forward.
"Let's shelter inside there and get away from these damned mockers."
They went inside, after which people began to disperse. There were 2 commissioners in the hostel, a senior one and his assistant, and they were in the hall checking over their personnel before going to receive an official when, to their great consternation, the Tang priest suddenly appeared.
"Who are you?"
they asked together.
"Who are you? Where are you going?"
"I have been sent by His Majesty the Tang Emperor to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven," the Tang priest replied, putting his hands together in front of his chest. "Having reached your illustrious country, I did not dare to try to sneak through. I would like to submit my passport for inspection so that we may be allowed to continue on our way. Meanwhile, we would like to rest in your splendid hostel." When the 2 commissioners heard this, they dismissed their subordinates, put on their full official dress, and went down from the main hall to greet the visitors.
They instructed that the guest rooms be tidied up for them to sleep in, and ordered vegetarian provisions for them. Sanzang thanked them, and the two officials led their staff out of the hall. Some of their attendants invited the visitors to sleep in the guest rooms. Sanzang went with them, but Monkey complained bitterly.
Damned cheek! Why won't they let me stay in the main hall?
The people here don't come under the jurisdiction of our great Tang, and they have no connections with our country either. Besides, their superiors often come to stay. It is difficult for them to entertain us.
In that case, Monkey replied, I insist on them entertaining us properly.
As they were talking, the manager brought their provisions. A dish each of white rice and wheat flour, 2 cabbages, 4 pieces of bean curd, 2 pieces of wheat gluten, a dish of dried bamboo shoots, and a dish of tree ear fungus. Sanzang told his disciples to receive the provisions and thanked the manager. There's a clean cooking stove in the western room, the manager said, and it's easy to light the firewood in it. Would you please cook your own food? May I ask you if the king is in the palace? Sanzang asked. His Majesty has not attended court for a long time, the manager replied. But today is an auspicious one, and he is discussing the issue of a notice with his civil and military officials. You'd better hurry if you want to get there in time to submit your passport to him. Tomorrow will be too late to do it, and goodness knows how long you'll have to wait. Wukong, said Sanzang, you 3 prepare the meal while I hurry there to have our passport inspected. After we have eaten, we can be on our way. Pig quickly unpacked the cassock and passport for Sanzang, who dressed himself and set out for the palace, instructing his disciples not to leave the hostel or make trouble. Before long, the Tang priest was outside the Tower of 5 Phoenixes at the outer palace gate. The towering majesty of the halls and the splendor of the tall buildings and terraces beggared description. When he reached the main southern gate, he requested the reporting officer to announce to the court his wish to have his passport inspected. The eunuch officer at the gate went to the steps of the throne, where he submitted the following memorial. There is a monk at the palace gate sent by the great Tang in the east to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures at the Thunder Monastery in the western heaven. He wishes to submit his passport for approval. I await your Majesty's command. When the king heard this, he replied happily, For a long time we have been too ill to sit on our throne. Today we are in the throne room to issue a notice sending for doctors, and now a distinguished monk has arrived in our country. He ordered that the monk be summoned to the steps of the throne. Sanzang abased himself in reverence. The king then summoned him into the throne room, invited him to sit down, and ordered the Department of Foreign Relations to arrange a vegetarian meal. Sanzang thanked the king for his kindness and presented his passport. When he had read it through, the king said with great delight, Master of the Law, how many dynasties have ruled in your land of Great Tang? How many generations of wise ministers have there been? After what illness did the Tang Emperor come back to life, so that he sent you on this long and difficult journey to fetch the scriptures? On being asked all these questions, the venerable elder bowed, put his hands together, and said, "In my country, the 3 emperors ruled. The 5 rulers established morality. Yao and Shun took the throne. Yu and Tang gave the people peace. Many were the offspring of Cheng Zhao, who each established their own states, bullying the weak with their own strength, dividing the realm and proclaiming themselves rulers. 18 such lords of local states divided the territory up to the borders. Later they became a dozen, bringing peace to the cosmic order. But those who had no chariots of war were swallowed up by others. When the 7 great states contended, 6 of them had to surrender to Qin. Heaven gave birth to Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, each of whom cherished wicked ideas. The empire then belonged to Han, according to the stipulations agreed between the two. Power passed from Han to the Sima clan, till Jin, in its turn, fell into chaos. 12 states ruled in north and south, among them Song, Qi, Liang, and Chen. Emperors ruled in succession to each other, till the great Sui restored the true unity. Then it indulged in evil and wickedness, inflicting misery on the common people. Our present rulers, the House of Li, have given the name of Tang to the state. Since the high ancestor passed on the throne, the reigning monarch has been Li Shimin. The rivers have run clear and the seas been calm, thanks to his great virtue and his benevolence. North of the city of Chang'an lived a wicked river dragon who gave the timely rain in short measure, for which he deserved to pay with his death. One night he came in a dream to the emperor, asking the monarch to spare his life. The emperor promised to grant a pardon, and sent for his wise minister early next day. He kept him there, inside the palace, filling his time with a long game of chess. But at high noon, the minister slept, and in a dream cut off the dragon's head. On hearing this, the king groaned and asked, "Master of the law, which country did that wise minister come from?" "He was our emperor's prime minister, Wei Zheng, astrologer, geographer, master of the yin and yang, and one of the great founders and stabilizers of our state," Sunzong explained. "Because he beheaded the Dragon King of the Jing River in his dream, the dragon brought a case in the underworld against our emperor for having him decapitated after granting a pardon. The emperor became very ill, and his condition was critical. Wei Zheng wrote him a letter to take to the underworld and give to Kui Zhu, the judge of Fengdu. Soon after that, the emperor died, only to come back to life on the 3rd day. It was thanks to Wei Zheng that Judge Kui was persuaded to alter a document and give His Majesty an extra 20 years of life. He held a great land and water mass and dispatched me on this long journey to visit many lands, worship the Buddha, and fetch the 3 stores of Mahayana scriptures that will raise all the sufferers from evil up to heaven. At this, the king groaned and sighed again. Yours is indeed a heavenly dynasty and a great nation, he said, with a just ruler and wise ministers. We have long been ill, but not one minister do we have who will save us. On hearing this, the venerable elder stole a glance at the king and saw that his face was sallow and emaciated. His appearance was going to pieces, and his spirits were very low. The venerable elder was going to ask him some questions when an official of the Department of Foreign Relations came to invite the Tang priest to eat. The king ordered that his food should be set out with sanzangs in the Hall of Fragrance so that he could eat with the master of the law. Thanking the king for his kindness, Sanzang took his meal with him. Meanwhile, back in the hostel of meeting, Brother Monkey told Friar Sand to prepare the tea, the grain, and the vegetarian dishes. There's no problem about the tea and the rice, Friar Sand said, but the vegetable dishes will be difficult. Why? Monkey asked. There's no oil, salt, soya sauce, or vinegar, Friar Sand replied. I've got a few coins here, Monkey said, so we can send Pig out to buy them.
I wouldn't dare,
said the idiot, who was feeling too lazy to go.
My ugly mug could cause trouble, and then the master would blame me.
If you buy the stuff at a fair price and don't try to get it by asking for alms or theft, there couldn't possibly be any trouble, said Brother Monkey.
Didn't you see the commotion just now? Asked Pig. I only showed my snout outside the gate, and about a dozen of them collapsed with fright. Goodness only knows how many I'd scared to death in a busy shopping street.
Well, said Monkey, as you know so much about the busy shopping streets, did you notice what was being sold in them?
No, said Pig. The master told me to keep my head down and cause no trouble. Honest, I didn't see anything.
I won't need to tell you about the bars, grain merchants, mills, silk shops, and grocers, said Monkey. But there are marvelous tea houses and noodle shops selling big sesame buns and steamed bread. You can buy terrific soup, rice, spices, and vegetables in the restaurants. Then there are all the exotic cakes, yogurts, snacks, rolls, fries, and honey sweets. Any number of goodies. Shall I go out and buy you some? This description had the idiot drooling. The saliva gurgled in his throat.
Brother,
he said, jumping to his feet.
I'll let you pay this time. Next time I'm in the money, I'll treat you.
Friar Sand, said Monkey, hiding his amusement. Cook the rice while I go out to buy some other ingredients. Realizing that Monkey was only fooling the idiot, Friar Sand agreed. Off you go, he said. Buy plenty and have a good feed. Grabbing a bowl and a dish, the idiot went out with Monkey. "Where are you, reverend gentlemen, going?" two officials asked him. "To buy some groceries," Monkey replied. "Go west along this street, turn at the Drum Tower, and you'll be at Zhang's grocery," they said. "You can buy as much oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, ginger, pepper, and tea as you like there. They've got them all." The two of them headed west along the road, hand in hand. Monkey went past several tea houses and restaurants, but did not buy any of the things on sale or eat any of the food.
"Brother," called Pig, "why don't we make do with what we can buy here?"
This was the last thing that Monkey, who had only been fooling him, intended to do. "My dear brother," he said, "you don't know how to get a good bargain. If we go a little further, you can choose bigger ones." As the two of them were talking, a lot of people followed, jostling behind them. Before long, they reached the Drum Tower, where a huge and noisy crowd was pushing and shoving and filling the whole road.
"I'm not going any further, brother,"
said Pig when he saw this.
"From the way they're shouting, they sound as though they're out to catch monks, and we're suspicious-looking strangers. What'll we do if they arrest us?"
"Stop talking such nonsense," said Monkey. "We monks haven't broken the law, so monk catchers would have no reason to arrest us. Let's carry on and buy the ingredients we need at Chang's."
"No,"
said Pig.
"Never. I'm not going to ask for trouble. If I try to squeeze through that crowd and my ears get pulled out to their full length, they'll collapse with fright. Several of them may get trampled to death, and it would cost me my life."
"Very well, then," said Monkey. "You stand at the foot of this wall while I go and buy the things. I'll bring you back some wheaten cakes." The idiot handed the bowl and dish to Monkey, then stood with his back to the crowd and his snout against the foot of the wall. He would not have moved for anything in the world. When Monkey reached the Drum Tower, he found that the crowds were really very dense. As he squeezed his way through them, he heard people saying that a royal proclamation had been posted at the tower. This was what all the people were struggling to see. Monkey pushed forward till he was close to it, then opened wide his fiery eyes with golden pupils to read it carefully. This is what was written. "We, the King of Purpuria, in the western continent of Cattle Gift, from the beginning of our reign, gave peace to the four quarters and tranquility to the people. Recently, the state's misfortunes have confined us to our bed with a chronic illness that has continued for a very long time. Recovery has proved impossible, and the many excellent prescriptions of our country's Royal College of Medicine have not yet effected a cure. We hereby issue an invitation to all experts in medicine and pharmacy among the wise men of the world, whether from the north or the east, from China or from foreign countries, to ascend to the throne hall and heal our sickness. In the event of a recovery, we will give half our kingdom. This is no empty promise. All those who can offer cures should come to this notice." When Monkey had read this, he exclaimed with delight, "As they used to say in the old days, make a move and your fortune's 1/3 made. I was wrong to stay put in the hostel. There's no need to buy groceries, and fetching the scriptures can wait for a day while I go and have a bit of fun as a doctor." The splendid great sage bent low, got rid of the bowl and dish, took a pinch of dust, threw it into the air, said the words of a spell, and made himself invisible. He then went up to the notice, quietly took it down, and blew towards the southeast with a magic breath. Immediately a whirlwind arose that scattered all the people there. Monkey then went straight back to where Pig was standing, his nose propped against the foot of the wall as if he were fast asleep. Brother Monkey folded the notice up, slipped it inside the lapel of Pig's tunic without disturbing him, turned and went back to the hostel. As soon as the whirlwind started blowing, all the people in the crowd at the foot of the drum tower covered their heads and shut their eyes, never imagining that when the wind fell, the royal proclamation would have disappeared. They were horror-struck. That morning, 12 palace eunuchs and 12 guards officers had come out to post it, and now it had been blown away after less than 6 hours. In fear and trembling, the people searched all around for it until a piece of paper was spotted sticking out of Pig's lapel.
"So you took the proclamation down, did you?"
they asked, going up to him. Looking up with a start, the idiot thrust his nose up at them, making the guards' officers stagger about and collapse with terror. He turned to flee, only to be grabbed by several bold spirits who blocked his way.
"You've taken down the royal proclamation inviting doctors, so you're coming to the palace to cure His Majesty," they said. "Where else do you think you're going?"
"I'm your son if I tore the poster down,"
said Pig in a panic.
"I'd be your grandson if I could cure disease."
"What's that sticking out of your tunic?" one of the officers asked. Only then did the idiot look down and see that there really was a piece of paper there. Opening it, he ground his teeth and swore,
"That macaque is trying to get me killed."
He gave an angry roar and was just about to tear it up when they all stopped him.
"You're a dead man,"
they said.
"That's a proclamation His Majesty issued today. How dare you tear it up? As you've put it in your tunic, you're no doubt a brilliant doctor. Come with us at once."
"You don't understand,"
shouted Pig.
"It wasn't me that took it down. It was my fellow disciple, Sun Wukong. He sneaked it into my tunic, then abandoned me. We'll all have to go and find him to get to the bottom of this."
"Nonsense," they said. "We've got a bell here. We're not going off to play one that's still being cast. You can say what you like. Drag him off to see His Majesty."
Not bothering to get to the truth of the matter, they pushed and pulled the idiot, who stood his ground as firmly as if he had taken root there. Over 10 of them tried to move him without any success.
"You've got no respect,"
said Pig.
"If you go on pulling at me and make me lose my temper, I'll go berserk, and don't blame me then."
It had not taken long for this commotion to stir up the whole neighborhood, and Pig was now surrounded. Two elderly palace eunuchs in the crowd said,
You look very odd and you sound wrong too. Where are you from, you ruffian?
We're pilgrims sent from the east to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven,
Pig replied.
My master is the younger brother of the Tang Emperor and a master of the law. He's just gone to the palace to hand his passport over for inspection. I came here with my brother disciple to buy some groceries, but there were so many people by the tower that I was scared to go any further. He told me to wait here. When he saw the proclamation, he made a whirlwind, took it down, sneaked it into my tunic, and went away.
We did see a monk with a plump white face going in through the palace gates, one of the eunuchs said. Perhaps that was your master.
Yes, yes,
said Pig. Where did your fellow disciple go? The eunuch asked.
There are 4 of us altogether,
said Pig.
When the master went to present his passport, the other 3 of us stayed with our luggage and our horse in the hostel of meeting. My brothers played a trick on me and gone back there ahead of me.
Let go of him, officers, the eunuch said. We'll all go to the hostel together and find out what's really happening.
You 2 ladies are very sensible,
said Pig. Monk, you don't know about anything, said the officers. How can you address gentlemen as ladies?
You're shameless,
laughed Pig.
You've made them change sex. Fancy calling these 2 old females gentlemen instead of women or ladies.
That's enough of your insolence, they all said. Find your fellow disciple at once. The noisy crowd in the street, which was not to be numbered in mere hundreds, carried him to the hostel gates.
Don't come any further, gentlemen,
Pig said.
My brother won't let you make a fool of him the way I do. He's a ferocious and serious character. When you meet him, you'll have to bow deeply to him and call him Lord Sun. Then he'll look after you. If you don't, he'll turn nasty, and this business will fail.
To this, the eunuchs and officers replied, If your brother really has the power to cure our king, he'll be given half the country, and we will all bow to him. The idlers were still making a commotion outside the hostel gates, as Pig led the eunuchs and officers straight inside, where Monkey could be heard laughing with pleasure as he told Friar Sand about how he had taken the proclamation down. Pig went up to him, grabbed him, and yelled,
Why don't you act like a man? You said you'd buy me noodles, buns, and steamed bread to lure me out, but it was only an empty promise. Then you made a whirlwind, took down the royal proclamation, and sneakily put it in my tunic. You made a real idiot of me. What kind of brother are you?
Idiot, laughed Monkey. You must have got lost and gone the wrong way. I couldn't find you when I rushed back from buying the groceries the other side of the drum tower, so I came back ahead. Where did I tear any royal proclamations down?
The officials who were guarding it are here,
said Pig. Before he had finished speaking, the eunuchs and officers came up, bowed low, and said, Lord Sun, His Majesty is very fortunate today, as heaven has sent you down to us. We are sure that you will display your great skill and give him the benefit of your outstanding medical knowledge. If you cure our king, you will receive half the country and half the state." On hearing this, Monkey composed his face, took the proclamation from Pig, and said, "I suppose you are the officials who were guarding the notice." "We slaves are eunuchs in the Bureau of Ritual," said the eunuchs, kowtowing. "And these gentlemen are the officers in the royal guard." "I did take the royal proclamation down," Monkey said, "and I used my younger brother to bring you here. So your lord is ill. As the saying goes, don't sell medicine carelessly, and don't send for any old doctor when you're ill. Tell your king to come here and ask me himself to help him. I can get rid of his illness at a touch." This shocked all the eunuchs. "That is very big talk, so you must be a man of great breadth of spirit," the officer said. "Half of us will remain here to press the invitation in silence, while the other half go back to the palace to report." 4 of the eunuchs and 6 of the guard's officers went straight into the palace without waiting to be summoned, and said at the steps of the throne, "Congratulations, your Majesty." When the king, who was in the middle of a cultivated conversation with Sanzong after their meal together, heard this, he asked, "What on?" "When we, your slaves, took out your Majesty's proclamation sending for doctors this morning and posted it at the foot of the drum tower, a holy monk from Great Tang in the east took it down," they replied. "He is now in the hostel of meeting and wants your Majesty to go in person to ask his help. He can get rid of illness at a touch. That is why we have come to submit this report." This news delighted the king. "How many distinguished disciples do you have, Master of the Law?" he asked. Putting his hands together in front of his chest, Sanzong replied, "I have 3 stupid followers." "Which of them is a medical expert?" the king asked. "To be frank with your Majesty," Sanzong replied, "they are all country bumpkins, fit only for carrying baggage, leading the horse, finding their way along streams, or leading me over mountains and rivers. In dangerous places they can defeat monsters, capture demons, and subdue tigers and dragons. None of them knows anything about medicines." "Aren't you being too hard on them?" the king asked. "It was very fortunate that you came to court when we entered the throne hall this morning. This was surely destined by heaven. If your disciple knows nothing about medicine, why would he have taken down our proclamation and demanded that we go to greet him in person? He must surely be a great physician." He then called, "Civilian and military officers, we are much too weak to ride in our carriage. You must all leave the palace and go on our behalf to invite the venerable sun to treat our disease. When you meet him, you must on no account show him any disrespect. You must address him as holy monk, venerable sun, and treat him with the deference due to your own sovereign." Having received these orders, the officials went straight to the hostel of meeting, with the eunuchs and guard officers responsible for the proclamation. There they arranged themselves and their companies to kowtow to Monkey. Pig was so frightened that he hid in the wing, while Friar Sand slipped behind the wall. Just look at the great sage sitting solemnly and unmoving in the middle of the room.
That macaque is really asking to have his head cut off,
Pig thought resentfully.
all those officials bowing to him, and he's not bowing back or standing up either.
Soon afterwards, when the rituals had been performed, the officials addressed Monkey as if he were their monarch. We report to the holy monk, the venerable sun, that we officials of the kingdom of Purpurea have come at the command of our king to do respectful homage to the holy monk and invite him to the palace to treat our sick king. Only then did Brother Monkey stand up and reply, "Why hasn't your king come?" "His Majesty is too weak to ride in his carriage," the officials all replied, "which is why he ordered us to pay homage to you, holy monk, as if you were our sovereign, kowtow to you, and invite you to come." "In that case," said Monkey, "will you gentlemen please lead the way? I'll follow you." The officials then formed themselves into a column in accordance with their ranks and set out. Monkey tidied his clothes and got to his feet.
Brother, said Pig, whatever you do, don't drag us in.
"I won't," Monkey replied, "provided you two accept the medicine for me."
"What medicine?"
Friar Sand asked. "You must accept all the medicine people send me," Monkey replied. "I'll collect it when I come back." The two of them undertook this commission. Monkey was soon at the palace with the officials, who went in first to inform the king. He raised high the curtains of pearls, flashed his dragon and phoenix eyes, opened his golden mouth, and spoke majestically. "Which gentleman is the holy monk, venerable sun?" Taking a step forward, Monkey shouted at the top of his voice, "I am!" The voice was so ugly and the face so hideous that the king fell back on his dragon throne. In their alarm, the female officials and the palace eunuchs helped him to their inner quarters. "Has terrified his majesty to death," they said. "Monk," all the officials said angrily to Monkey,
"how could you be so rough and crude? Why did you dare take the proclamation down?"
When Brother Monkey heard this, he replied with a smile, "You shouldn't be angry with me. If you're going to be so rude to me, your king won't get better in 1,000 years."
"But how long does human life last?" the officials asked. "How is it that he won't get better even in 1,000 years?"
"He's a sick ruler now," said Monkey. "When he dies, he'll be a sick ghost, and whenever he's reincarnated, he'll be a sick man again. That's why he won't get better even in 1,000 years.
"You've got no sense of respect at all,"
the infuriated officials replied.
"How dare you talk such nonsense?"
"It's not nonsense," Monkey laughed. Listen, and I'll explain. Mysterious indeed are the principles of medicine. Flexibility of mind is a quality required. Use eyes and ears, ask questions, take the pulses. Omit but one, and the examination's incomplete. First look for outward signs of the patient's vital energy. Dried, smooth, fat, thin, active, does he sleep well? Secondly, listen to whether the voice is clear or harsh. Determine if the words he speaks are true or crazed. Third, you must ask how long the disease has lasted, and how the patient eats, drinks, and relieves himself. Fourth, feel the pulses and be clear about the veins. Are they deep, shallow, external, or inside? Should I not look and listen, ask questions, and take the pulses, never in all his days will the king be well again. In the ranks of the civil and military officials, there were some fellows of the Royal College of Medicine who, when they heard these words, praised Monkey publicly. The monk is right. Even a god or an immortal would have to look, listen, ask questions, and take the pulses before treating a patient successfully with his divine gifts. All the officials agreed with these remarks, then went up to the king and submitted, "The reverend gentleman wishes to look, listen, ask questions, and take the pulses before he can prescribe properly."
"Send him away,"
the king said over and over again as he lay on his dragon bed.
"We cannot bear to see any strangers."
His attendants then came out from the inner quarters and announced, "Monk, His Majesty commands that you go away. He cannot bear to see a stranger." "If he won't see a stranger," Monkey replied, "I know the art of taking the pulses with hanging threads." "That is something of which we have only heard," exclaimed all the officials, concealing their delight, "but that we've never seen with our own eyes. Please go back in and submit another report." The personal attendants then went back into the inner quarters and reported, "Your Majesty, the venerable sun can take your pulses with hanging threads. He does not need to see your Majesty's face." At this, the king reflected, "In the 3 years we have been ill, we have never tried this technique. Send him in." At once the courtiers and attendants announced, "His Majesty has consented to pulse-taking by the hanging threads. Send the venerable sun to the inner quarters at once to make his diagnosis." Monkey then entered the throne hall, where the Tang priest met him with abuse. "Wretched ape, you will be the death of me." "My good master," Monkey replied with a smile, "I'm bringing you credit. How can you say I'll be the death of you?" "In all the years you've been with me," Sanzong shouted, "I have never seen you cure a single person. You know nothing about the nature of drugs, and you have never studied medical books. How can you be so reckless and bring this disaster on us?" "You don't realize, master," said Monkey with a smile, "that I do know the odd herbal remedy and can treat serious illnesses. I guarantee I can cure him. Even if the treatment kills him, I'll only be guilty of manslaughter through medical incompetence. That's not a capital offense. What are you afraid of? There's nothing to worry about, nothing. You sit here and see what my pulse diagnosis is like. How can you talk all of this rubbish? Sanzang asked, when you have never read the plain questions, the classic of difficulties, the pharmacopoeia, and the mysteries of the pulses, or studied the commentaries to them? How can you possibly diagnose his pulses by hanging threads? I've got golden threads on me that you've never seen, Monkey replied, putting out his hand to pull 3 hairs from his tail, hold them in a bunch, call, "Change!" and turn them into 3 golden threads, each 24 feet long, to match the 24 periods of the solar year. Holding these in his hand, he said to the Tang priest, "These are golden threads, aren't they?" "Stop talking, reverend gentlemen," said the eunuchs in attendance on the king. "Please come inside and make your diagnosis." Taking his leave of the Tang priest, Monkey followed the attendants into the inner quarters to see his patient. Indeed, the heart has a secret prescription that will save a country. The hidden and wonderful spell gives eternal life. If you don't know what illness was diagnosed or what medicines were used and wish to learn the truth, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 69. The heart's master prepares medicine in the night. The monarch discusses a demon at the banquet. The story tells how the great sage Sun went with the 3 eunuchs in attendance on the king to the inner quarters of the palace and stood outside the doors of the royal bedchamber. Handing the 3 golden threads to the eunuchs to take inside, he gave them these instructions.
Tell the queens and consorts of the inner palace or the eunuchs in personal attendance to fasten these threads to His Majesty's left wrist at the inch, the bar, and the cubit, then pass them out of the window to me.
The eunuchs did as he said, asking the king to sit on his dragon bed while they fastened one end of the golden threads to the inch, the bar, and the cubit, and passed the other ends outside. Monkey took these ends and first held the end of one between the thumb and the forefinger of his right hand, and felt the pulse at the inch point. He held the next against his middle finger, and felt the pulse at the bar, and then pressed his thumb against his third finger, and felt the cubit pulse. Next, he regulated his own breathing to examine the 4 functions, the 5 depressions, the 7 exterior, and the 8 interior symptoms, the 9 tempers, the deep pulses within the floating ones, and the floating ones within the deep ones. He thus determined the insufficiencies and excesses of the functioning of organs, then told the eunuchs to take the threads off the king's left wrist and fasten them to the same points on the right wrist. He felt the threads one by one with the fingers of his left hand. With a shake, he put the golden threads back on his body and shouted at the top of his voice, "Your Majesty, the inch pulse on your left wrist is strong and tense. The bar pulse is sluggish and tardy, and the cubit is hollow and deep.
On your right wrist, the inch is floating and slippery, the bar is slow and knotted, and the cubit is frequent and firm. The left inch being strong and tense means that you have an internal emptiness and pains in the heart. The left bar being sluggish and tardy shows that you sweat and that your muscles feel numb. The hollowness and depth of the cubit suggest red urine and bloody stools. The floating, slippery inch pulse on the right wrist shows internal acclamations and blocked channels. The bar being slow and knotted is from indigestion and retained drinking. The frequency and wiriness of the cubit shows a chronic opposition of irritable fullness and empty coldness. My diagnosis of your Majesty's ailment is that you are suffering from alarm and worry. The condition is the one known as the pair of birds parted. When the king heard this inside his chamber, he was so delighted that his spirits revived, and he shouted in reply, "You have understood my illness through your fingers. That is indeed my trouble. Please go out and fetch some medicine." Monkey walked slowly out of the inner palace, by when the eunuchs watching him had already given the news to everyone. When Monkey emerged a moment later, the Tang priest asked him how it had gone. "I made a diagnosis from his pulses," Monkey said. "I now have to prepare the medicine for his condition." All the officials then came forward to ask, "Holy monk, reverend sir, what is the pair of birds parted condition of which you spoke just now?" "It's when a cockbird and a hen who were flying together are suddenly separated by a violent storm," replied Monkey with a smile. "The hen misses the cock and the cock misses the hen. Isn't that a pair of birds parted?" At this, the officials all cried out over and over again in admiration. "He really is a holy monk! He really is a divine doctor!" "You have diagnosed the condition," said one of the fellows of the Royal College of Medicine. "But what drugs will you use to treat it?" "There's no need to stick to prescriptions," said Monkey. "I'll choose the drugs when I see them." "According to the Medical Classic, there are 808 varieties of medicine and 404 varieties of sickness," said the fellows of the Royal College of Medicine. "How can it be right to use all the medicines when one person does not have all the ailments? You can't just choose your drugs on sight." To this, Monkey replied, "The ancients said, 'In preparing medicines, do not stick rigidly to the formula. Use them as appropriate.' That's why I've asked for the full range of pharmaceutical materials so that I can make adjustments as I need to." The fellows of the Royal College could say no more to this, but went out through the palace gates, and sent those of the college's staff who were on duty to tell all the pharmacies in the city, whether selling raw materials or prepared drugs, to send 3 pounds of each to Monkey. "This is no place for preparing medicine," said Monkey. "All the medicines and a set of pharmacist's utensils must be sent to the hostel of meeting and handed over to my 2 fellow disciples." The fellows did as they were told. 3 pounds of each of the 808 ingredients of medicine, together with pharmacists' rollers, hand mills, sieves, mortars, bowls, pestles, and all the like, were all sent to the hostel, handed over, and received. Monkey went back into the throne hall and asked his master to return to the hostel with him while he prepared the medicine. Sun Zong was just getting up to go when the king sent a command from the inner quarters that the master of law was to stay behind and spend the night in the hall of literary splendor. The next morning, after taking the medicine and recovering from his illness, the king would reward them, inspect the passport, and send them on their way. Sun Zong was horrified. "Disciple," he said, "he means to keep me here as a hostage. If he is cured, he will be happy to send us on our way, but if the treatment fails, my life is over. You must be very careful and pay full attention when preparing the medicine."
"Don't worry, master,"
Monkey said with a smile.
"Enjoy yourself here. I'm a superb doctor."
Taking his leave of San Zong and of all the officials, the splendid great sage went straight back to the hostel, where Pig welcomed him with a grin.
"Brother,"
he said,
"I know what you're up to."
"What?" Monkey asked.
"If fetching the scriptures doesn't come off, you'll be left without any capital to start up a business,"
Pig replied.
"Now you've seen how prosperous this place is, you're planning to open a chemist shop here."
"Don't talk nonsense,"
shouted Monkey.
"When I've cured the king, I'll use my success to leave the court and be on our way. I'm not going to be running a chemist's."
"Well," said Pig, "if you're not opening a shop, why get 3 pounds of each of the 808 different ingredients to treat one man? How much of it will you need? How many years will it take for him to finish the lot?"
"He'll never finish that much," Monkey replied. "The fellows of their Royal College of Medicine are a load of idiots. The only reason why I sent for so many ingredients was to baffle them and stop them knowing which ones I'm going to use. Then they won't be able to find out what my miraculous prescription is."
As they were talking, 2 of the hostel staff came in and fell to their knees before them to say, "We beg the holy monks and reverend gentlemen to partake of their evening repast."
"This morning you treated us rather differently," said Monkey. "So why go on your knees to invite us now?"
"When you first came, my lords," the hostel orderlies replied, "we were too blind to recognize your illustrious faces. Now we have heard how you are using your outstanding medical powers to treat our king. If His Majesty recovers his health, we will share the kingdom with you, so we'll all be your subjects. So it's only proper for us to kowtow to you and invite you politely to eat." On hearing this, Monkey cheerfully took the place of honor, while Pig and Friar Sand sat to his left and right. As the vegetarian meal was served, Friar Sand asked, "Where's our master, brother?"
"The king's kept him as a hostage," Monkey replied. "When the king's cured, he'll regard us and send us on our way."
"Is he being well looked after?" Friar Sand continued.
"His host's a king," Monkey replied, "so of course he's in luxury. When I went there, he had 3 senior ministers looking after him, and he was invited into the Hall of Literary Splendor."
"In that case," said Pig, "the master's still doing much better than us. He's got ministers looking after him, and we've only got a couple of hostel orderlies to serve us."
So I'm going to forget about him and eat a good meal.
Thus the three of them enjoyed their meal at ease. It was now late. "Tidy the dishes away," Monkey said to the hostile orderlies. "And fetch me plenty of oil and candles. The best time for us to make up the medicine will be in the quiet of the night." The orderlies brought oil and candles as instructed, and were then dismissed. In the still silence of the middle of the night, Pig asked,
Brother, what medicines are we going to make? Let's get on with it. I need my shut-eye.
"Get an ounce of rhubarb and grind it to a fine powder with a roller," said Brother Monkey.
"Rhubarb has a bitter taste and a cold nature and isn't noxious," said Friar Sand. "Its nature is deep, not superficial. It's an active medicine, not a defensive one. It removes stagnations and clears obstructions, settles disorder, and brings about peace, and they call it the General. It's a cathartic drug, but perhaps it's wrong for someone in an empty, weakened state after a long illness."
"There's something you don't know, brother," Monkey said. "This drug helps phlegm, makes the vital forces travel smoothly, and calms the heat and cold that become congested in the stomach. Just leave me alone and fetch me an ounce of croton seeds. Peel them, shell them, hammer the poisonous oil out of them, then grind them to a fine powder with a roller."
Croton seed is acrid, hot by nature, and poisonous, said Pig. It cuts away hard acclamations, and deals with submerged cold in the lungs and bowels, and clears obstructions. It smooths the way for water and grain. It's a warrior for storming passes and gates. You must be very careful how you use it.
"Brother," Monkey replied, "what you don't understand is that this is a drug that destroys knots, opens the intestine, and can cure swelling of the heart and dropsy. Hurry up and get it ready, and I'll want an adjuvant to back it up." The two of them started working on grinding the two drugs into a fine powder.
"You'll need dozens more, brother," they said. "So which'll they be?"
"That's all," Monkey replied.
But you've got 3 pounds of each of the 808 different medicinal ingredients, Pig said. If all you're going to use is 2 ounces, you've been making a fool of these people.
Monkey then produced a patterned porcelain dish and said, "Stop talking, brothers. Take this dish and fill it half full with soot scraped from a cooking pot."
Whatever for?
Pig asked. "I need it for the medicine," Monkey replied.
"I never heard of soot from a cooking pot being used in medicine," said Friar Sand.
"It's called frost on the flowers," said Monkey, "and it helps treat all kinds of illness. Didn't you know that?"
The idiot then scraped off half a dishful and ground it up to a fine powder. Monkey then handed him another dish and said,
"Now fetch me half a dishful of our horse's piss."
What for?
Pig asked. "To make the medicine up into pills with. Monkey replied.
Brother, said Friar Sand with a smile, this is no joking matter. Horse piss stinks. You can't use it in medicine. I've only seen vinegar paste, old rice paste, refined honey, and clean water used for making pills. Who ever heard of horse piss used to make pills? It's got a terrible stink. Anyone with a weak spleen would throw up at the first sniff. If he goes on and takes the rhubarb and croton seeds, he'll be vomiting at one end and having the runs at the other. That'll be no joke.
You don't know the inside story, said Monkey. That horse of ours is no ordinary horse. He used to be a dragon in the Western Ocean. If he'll give us some of his piss, it'll cure any illness you could have. My only worry is that he might refuse.
When Pig heard this, he went and stood beside the horse, who was laying down asleep. The idiot kicked the horse till he got to his feet, then pressed himself against the horse's stomach for a very long time, but without seeing any sign of piss. He ran back to Monkey to say,
Brother, never mind about treating the king. Hurry up and cure the horse. He's done for. He's dried right up. There's no way we're going to get a drop of piss out of him.
I'll go with you, smiled Monkey. I'll come and have a look, too, said Friar Sand. When the three of them reached the horse, he started to jump about and shout in human language at the top of his voice. How can you be so ignorant, brother? I used to be a flying dragon in the Western Ocean. The Bodhisattva Guan Yin saved me after I'd offended against the heavenly code. She sawed off my horns, removed my scales, and turned me into a horse to carry the master to the western heaven to fetch the scriptures. This way I'll be able to redeem my crimes. If I pissed into any river I was crossing, the fish in the water would drink it and turn into dragons. The grass on any mountain we were going over that got a taste of it would become magic fungus for immortal boys to gather and give themselves eternal life. So of course I can't casually drop it in a vulgar, worldly place like this.
Watch your words, brother, said Monkey. This is the city of a Western king, not some vulgar, worldly place. You wouldn't be casually dropping it here. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. We've got to cure the king. When we do, we'll all be covered in glory. If we fail, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this country with any credit.
Wait a moment, the horse finally said. Look at him as he springs forward, then squats back on his haunches, grinds his teeth noisily, and only with the greatest strain manages to squeeze out a few drops before standing up again.
What a deadbeat, said Pig. You could give us a few more, even if they were drops of gold.
Seeing that the dish was now about a third full, Monkey said,
That'll do. Take it away.
Only then did Friar Sand feel cheerful. The three of them then returned to the main hall, mixed the piss with the ingredients that had already been prepared, and rolled the mixture into 3 large round balls.
They're too big, brothers, said Monkey.
They're only walnut-sized,
Pig replied.
That wouldn't be enough for a single mouthful if I were taking them.
The 3 disciples then put the pills into a large box and went to bed fully dressed.
It was soon dawn, and despite his sickness, the king held court, asking the Tang priests to come to see him, and sending all his officials straight to the hostel of meeting to pay their respects to the holy monk, the venerable son, and fetch the medicine. When the officials reached the hostel, they prostrated themselves before Brother Monkey with the words, "His Majesty has sent us to pay our respects and fetch the miraculous medicine." Monkey told Pig to fetch the box, which he opened and handed to the officials. "What is this medicine called?" they asked. "We would like to be able to inform His Majesty when we see him." "It's called Black Gold Elixir," Monkey replied, at which Pig and Friar Sand had to hide their grins as they thought, "Of course they're black gold. They were made with soot scraped off cooking pots." "What should be taken with the pills to guide them on their way?" the officials asked. "There are two kinds of guide that can be taken with them," Monkey replied. "One's easily got hold of. That is a decoration of 6 ingredients to be taken as a hot potion."
"What 6 ingredients?" the officials asked.
"A fart from a flying crow," Monkey replied. "Piss from a carp in a fast-flowing stream. Some of the face powder used by the Queen Mother of the West. Soot from elixir refined in Lord Lau's furnace. 3 pieces of a worn-out headcloth of the Jade Emperor's, and 5 whiskers from a trapped dragon's beard. A decoction of those 6 ingredients taken with the pills would clear up your king's illness straight away."
When the officials heard this, they replied, "Those are not things that are to be found in this world. So please tell us what the other guide is."
"The pills should be taken with rootless water," said Monkey.
"That's very easily got hold of," smiled the officials.
"How can you be so sure?" Monkey asked.
"We have a saying here," the officials replied, "that if you need rootless water, you take a bowl or a dish to a well or a stream, fill it with water, and hurry back with it. Don't spill a drop, don't look behind you, and give it to the patient to take with the medicine."
"But well water and stream water both have roots," Monkey said. "The rootless water I'm talking about has to fall from the sky and be drunk before it touches the ground. Only then can it be called rootless."
"That's easily got, too," the official said. "The medicine shouldn't be taken till the next cloudy, wet day." The officials then kowtowed to Monkey and took the medicine back with them to present to the king, who delightfully ordered his attendants to bring it to him. "What are these pills?" he asked when he saw them. "The holy monk says they are black gold elixir and have to be taken with rootless water," the officials replied. The king then sent some of his palace women to fetch rootless water. "The holy monk says that rootless water can't be got from wells or streams," the officials said. "It has to be water that has come down from the sky and not yet touched the ground." The king then ordered his aides to issue a decree inviting magicians to summon rain. The officials then issued a proclamation as the king had ordered.
Back in the hall of the hostel of meeting, Brother Monkey said to Pig, "He must be given some rain now so he can take his medicine. This is very urgent. How are we going to get some? I reckon he's a very virtuous and worthy king, so why don't we help him get a little rainwater to take his medicine with?"
But how are we going to help him get some rootless water?
Pig asked. "Stand on my left and be my sustainer star," Monkey said to him, then told Friar Sant, "Stand on my right as my straightener star, while I help him to get some rootless water." The splendid great sage then paced out a magic pattern and said the words of a spell. Soon a dark cloud appeared to their east that came closer till it was over their heads.
"Great sage,"
called a voice from it,
"Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, is here to call on you."
"I wouldn't have troubled you if it hadn't been important," Monkey said. "Could I ask you to help by giving the king here some rootless water to take his medicine with?"
"When you summoned me, great sage,"
the Dragon King replied,
"you said nothing about water. I have only come by myself. I haven't brought any rain-making equipment, to say nothing of wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning. So how can I make it rain?"
"There will be no call for wind, clouds, thunder, or lightning this time," Monkey said. "And we don't need much rain either. We just need enough water for someone to take his medicine with."
"In that case, I'll do a couple of sneezes and spit out some saliva," the Dragon King said. "That ought to be enough for him to take his medicine."
"Terrific!" said Monkey, delighted. "Don't waste a moment. Do it as soon as you can." The ancient dragon gradually brought his dark cloud down till it was just over the palace, though he kept himself entirely concealed. He spat out a mouthful of saliva that turned into timely rain, whereupon all the officials at court exclaimed, "10,000,000 congratulations, Your Majesty! Heaven is sending down timely rain." The king then ordered, "Take the vessels out to hold the rain. All officials, whether inside or outside the palace, and irrespective of their rank, must gather this sacred water to save our life." Just watch as all the civil and military officials, as well as their consorts, concubines, 3,000 beauties, and 800 charming ladies-in-waiting of the 3 harems and the 6 compounds of the inner palace, all stood there holding their cups, dishes, bowls, and plates to catch the timely rain. Up in the sky, the ancient dragon so controlled his saliva that all of it fell within the palace. After about 2 hours, the Dragon King took his leave of the great sage and went back to the sea. When the officials gathered all the cups, dishes, bowls, and plates together, they found that some had caught 1 or 2 drops of water, some 3 to 5, and some none at all. When it was all put together, there were a little over 3 dishes full of it, and this was all presented to the king. Indeed, the throne hall was filled with exquisite fragrance. Fine scents were wafting round the son of heaven's court. The king then dismissed the master of the law, and had the black gold elixir and the timely rain carried into the inner quarters, where he took the first pill with the first dish of timely rain, then the second pill with the second dish. In 3 efforts, he finished all 3 pills and all 3 dishfuls. Soon afterwards, there was a noise from his stomach, like the endless turning of a windlass. He sent for his chamber pot and evacuated 4 or 5 times before taking some rice porridge and collapsing on his dragon bed. When 2 of his consorts inspected the chamber pot, they saw it contained huge amounts of feces and mucus, and amid it all a ball of gluttonous rice. "The root of the disorder has come out," the consorts reported, going over to the royal bed. The king was very pleased to hear this and ate some rice. A little later, his chest felt eased, and his natural forces and blood were in harmonious balance once more. He was full of vigor, and the strength came back to his legs, so he rose from his bed, dressed in his court clothes, and went into the throne hall, where he greeted the Tang priest by prostrating himself. The venerable elder returned this courtesy as quickly as he could. When this had been done, the king helped Sanzang to his feet with his own hands and told the courtiers, "Write a note at once sending our personal and respectful greetings, and have an official go to invite the 3 illustrious disciples of the Master of Law to come here. Meanwhile, the eastern hall of the palace is to be opened up, and the Department of Foreign Relations is to arrange a banquet of thanksgiving." Having been given these commands, the officials carried them out. The scribes wrote out the note, and the caterers prepared the meal. A state is indeed strong enough to overturn a mountain, and everything was done in an instant. When Pig saw the officials come to deliver the note, he was beside himself with delight.
"Brother,"
he said,
"it really must be miracle medicine. From the way they're coming to thank you, you must have pulled it off."
"You've got it all wrong, brother," said Friar Sand. "As the saying goes, one man's good fortune affects his whole household. We 2 made up the pills, so we take a share of the credit. So just enjoy yourself and stop talking. Hey, just look at the 3 brothers as they all happily go straight to the palace, where all the officials received them and led them to the eastern hall. Here they saw the Tang priest with the king and his ministers and the banquet all set out ready. Brother Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand all chanted a na-ah of respect to their master, after which the officials all came in. In the best place there were set out 4 tables of vegetarian food. It was the sort of banquet at which there are 10 times as many dishes as you can eat. In front of these tables was one of meat dishes, and on this too you could see 10 dishes of rare delicacies while you ate one. To either side, 400 or 500 more single tables were most neatly set out. As the ancients had it, 100 rare delicacies, 1,000 goblets of fine wine, rich cream and yogurt, fat red meat like brocade, precious and many-colored decorations, heavy fragrances of fruit, huge sugar dragons coil round sweet lions and immortals. Ingots of cake draw furnaces escorted by phoenixes. For meat, there was pork and mutton, goose, chicken, duck, and fish. For vegetables, bamboo shoots, bean sprouts, fungus, and button mushrooms. Delicious noodles and soup, translucent, creamy sweets, succulent millet, fresh wild rice congee, pungent, tasty soup with rice noodles, dishes in which sweetness vied with beauty. Monarch and subjects raised their cups as the diners took their seats. Officials seated by rank slowly passed the jugs. Holding a cup in his hand, the king first seated the Tang priest, who said, "As a monk, I may not drink liquor." "This is alcohol-free wine," the king said. "Could you not drink 1 cup of this, master of the law?" "But wine is the first prohibition for us monks," said Sanzang. The king felt awkward. "If you may not drink, master of the law, how can I congratulate you?" "My 3 badly behaved disciples will drink on my behalf," Sanzang replied. The king then happily passed the golden goblet to Monkey, who took it, made a courteous gesture to the assembly, and downed a cupful. Seeing how cheerfully he downed it, the king offered him another cup. Monkey did not decline it, but drank again. "Have a 3rd goblet," said the king with a smile, and Monkey accepted and drank for a 3rd time. The king then ordered that the cup be refilled and said, "Have another to make it 4 for the 4 seasons." Pig, who was standing beside Monkey, had to put up with the saliva gurgling inside him, as the wine would not come his way. And now that the king was pressing Monkey so hard to drink, he started to shout,
"Your Majesty, that medicine you took owes something to me. Those pills include horse—"
When Monkey heard this, he was terrified that the idiot was going to give the game away, so he handed Pig the cup. Pig took the cup, drank, and stopped talking. "Holy monk," said the king, "just now you said there was horse in the pills. What sort of horse?" "This brother of mine has a very loose tongue," said Monkey, cutting in. "We've got a really good formula that has been tried and tested, and he wants to give it away. The pills your Majesty took this morning included not horse, but Aristolochia." "What class of medicine is Aristolochia?" the king asked. "What conditions can it cure?" One of the fellows of Royal College of Medicine, who was standing beside the king, said, "Your Majesty, Aristolochia is bitter, cold, and free of poison, ends shortness of breath, and cures phlegm well, circulates the energy, removes blood infections, fills emptiness, soothes coughs, and eases the heart." "It was the right thing to use, the right thing to use," the king said. "The venerable Pig must have another cup." The idiot said nothing more, but downed 3 goblets. The king then gave 3 cupfuls to Friar Sand, who drank them. Everyone then sat down. When they had all been feasting and drinking for a long time, the king raised a large goblet once more and handed it to Monkey.
Please sit down, Your Majesty, Monkey said. I've been drinking hard in every round. I never refuse. Holy monk, the king said, we are under a profound debt of gratitude to you that we will never be able to repay. Please, drain this great goblet. We have something to say to you. Say what you will first, Monkey replied. I'll drink after. We suffered from that melancholia for years on end, the king said, and one dose of your miraculous pills cured it. When I saw Your Majesty yesterday, I realized you were suffering from melancholia, Monkey said, but I don't know what's been getting you down. There's an old saying that a family doesn't talk about its dirt to strangers, the king replied. As you are our benefactor, holy monk, we shall tell you, but please don't laugh. I'd never dare, Monkey said. Please speak freely. How many countries did you holy monks come through on your way here from the east? The king asked. 5 or 6, Monkey replied. What titles do the queens of the other kings have? The king went on to ask. They're called the queens of the main palace, east palace, and west palace, Monkey replied. We don't use titles like that, the king said. We call the principal queen the queen of the sacred golden palace, the eastern queen the queen of the sacred jade palace, and the western queen the queen of the sacred silver palace. But now only the jade and silver queen are here. Why isn't the golden queen in the palace? Monkey asked. She has been gone for 3 whole years, the king replied in tears. Where did she go? Monkey asked. At the Dragon Boat Festival 3 years ago, the king said. We were in the pomegranate pavilion at the palace gardens with our queens and consorts unwrapping rice dumplings, putting our Artemisia out, drinking calamus and realgar wine, and watching the dragon boats race when all of a sudden there was a gust of wind. An evil spirit appeared in mid-air. He said he was the evil Star Matcher who lives in the Horn Dog Cave on Mount Unicorn and was short of a wife. Seeing how beautiful and charming our golden queen is, he wanted her for his wife and insisted we should hand her over at once. If we did not do so by the time he had asked 3 times, he was going to eat us up first, then our officials, and all the commoners living in the city. We were so concerned over the fate of our country and our people that there was no alternative. The Golden Queen had to be pushed outside the pavilion to be carried noisily off by the evil spirit. All this gave us such a fright that the rice dumpling we were eating turned solid inside us. On top of that, we have been unable to sleep for worrying, which is why we were ill for 3 years. Since taking you holy monks' miraculous pills, we have evacuated our bowels 3 times, and the accumulations from 3 years ago have all passed. That is why our body now feels light and strong, and our spirit is restored to what it is. Our life has today been given to us by you holy monks. This is a gift more weighty than Mount Tai.
When Brother Monkey heard this, he was very happy indeed, and he downed the huge goblet of wine in 2 gulps. "Your Majesty," he said with a smile to the king, "so that's what's caused your shock and your depression. Today you've been lucky. You met me and you were cured. But I don't know whether you want the Golden Queen back in your palace." To this the king answered with tears, "We have been longing for her day and night, but nobody has ever been able to catch the evil spirit. Of course we want her back in our country." "What if I go to deal with that evil creature for you?" said Monkey. The king fell to his knees and replied, "If you can rescue our queen, we will gladly take our 3 queens and 9 consorts away from the capital and go to live as commoners, leaving the whole kingdom to be yours to reign over, holy monk." When Pig, who was sitting beside them, heard all this being said and such great honors being done, he could not help bursting into noisy laughter.
"This king's got no sense of what's proper," he chortled. "Fancy giving up his kingdom and going on his knees to a monk for the sake of his old woman."
Monkey hurried forward to help the king back on his feet and ask, "Your Majesty, has the evil spirit been back since he got the Golden Queen?" "In the 5th month of the year before last," the king said, "he carried off the Golden Queen. In the 10th month he came back to demand a couple of ladies in waiting to serve her, and we presented him with a couple. In the 3rd month of last year he came to demand another couple, and 2 more in the 7th month. Then in the 2nd month of this year it was a 4th pair. We do not know when he will be back again." "If he comes that often, you must be terrified of him," Monkey replied. "Because he has come so frequently, we are afraid of him and of his murderous intentions," said the king. "In the 4th month last year we ordered the building of a demon shelter, so that whenever we hear the wind and know that he's coming, we can shelter there with our 2 queens and 9 consorts." "Would your Majesty mind taking me to see the shelter?" Monkey asked, and the king led Monkey by his left hand from the table. All the officials rose to their feet.
"Brother,"
protested Pig,
"you're very unreasonable. Why leave this royal wine and break up the banquet to go look at something?"
Hearing this and realizing that Pig was worried for his stomach, the king told his attendants to have 2 tables of vegetarian food brought along so that Pig could go on being wined outside the demon shelter. Only then did the idiot stop making a fuss and join in with his master and Friar Sand, saying, "Let's break up the banquet." As a column of civil and military officials led the way, the king and Monkey went arm in arm through the living quarters of the palace to the back of the royal gardens, but there were no great buildings to be seen. "Where's the demon shelter?" Monkey asked, and before the words were out of his mouth, 2 eunuchs levered open a square flagstone with red lacquered crowbars. "Here it is," said the king. 20 feet or more below us is a large underground palace hall has been excavated. In it there are 4 great vats of purified oil in which lights burn day and night.
When we hear the wind, we take shelter here, and the flagstone is put on again from outside. So the evil spirit doesn't want to kill you, said Monkey with a smile. If he did, this would give you no protection. Just as he was speaking, there came the roaring of a wind from due south that made the dust fly. In their alarm, all the officials complained, "That monk has the mouth of an oracle. The moment he mentions the evil spirit, it turns up." The panic-stricken monarch abandoned Monkey and scuttled into his underground shelter. The Tang priest went with him, and all the officials fled for cover. Pig and Friar Sand wanted to hide too, but Monkey grabbed one of them with each hand and said, "Don't be afraid, brothers. You and I are going to identify him and see what sort of evil spirit he is."
"Nonsense," said Pig. "What do we want to identify him for? The officials have all hidden and the king shut himself away. Why don't we clear off? What kind of hero are you trying to be?"
But struggle though he might, the idiot could not break free. When Monkey had been holding on to him for some time, an evil spirit suddenly appeared in mid-air. Just see what it looked like. A loathsome great body, 9 feet tall. Round eyes flashing like lamps of gold. 2 huge ears sticking out as if they were round fans. 4 steel fangs like very long nails. Red hair curled at his temples. His brows were as flames. His nose was a hanging trough. His nostrils flared. His whiskers were strands of cinnabar thread, and jutting cheekbones shaped his green face. On red-muscled arms were hands of indigo blue, and 10 sharp claws grasped at a spear. A leopard skin kilt was tied round his waist. Bare feet and tangled hair completed his fiendish looks. "Friar Sand," asked Monkey when he saw the evil spirit, "can you recognize him?"
"I don't know who he is,"
Friar Sand replied.
"I've never seen him before."
"Pig," Monkey next asked, "do you know?"
"I've never had a cup or a drink with him,"
Pig replied.
"He's no friend or neighbor of mine. How could I know?"
"He reminds me of the sallow-faced, golden-eyed gatekeeper ghost under the equal of heaven of the eastern peak."
"No, he isn't. No, he isn't,"
said Pig. "How do you know he isn't?" Monkey asked.
"Because ghosts are spirits of the dark and the underworld,"
Pig replied.
"They only come out at night, between 5 and midnight. It's only 10 in the morning, and no ghost would ever dare come out now. And even if it was a devil, it'd never ride a cloud. Ghosts that stir up winds make whirlwinds, not gales. Perhaps he's the evil star matcher."
"You're not such an idiot after all," said Monkey. "That sounds sensible, so you two look after the master while I go to ask his name. That'll help me rescue the Golden Queen and bring her back to the palace for the king."
"Go if you must,"
Pig replied.
"But don't tell him anything about us."
Monkey did not deign to answer, but leapt straight up on his magic light. Goodness! To settle the nation, he started by curing the king. To preserve the way, love and hatred had to go. If you don't know who won the battle that followed when Monkey rose up into the sky, or how the evil monster was captured and the Golden Queen rescued, listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 70. The evil monster's treasures emit smoke. Sand and fire Wukong steals the golden bells by trickery. The story tells how Brother Monkey summoned up his divine prestige and rose up into the air on his magic light, wielding his iron cudgel.
"Where are you from, evil monster?"
he asked, shouting in the evil spirit's face.
"And where are you going to wreak havoc?"
I am the vanguard warrior under the great King Evil Star Matcher from Horndog Cave on Mount Unicorn," shouted the demon at the top of his voice. "That's who I am. His Majesty has ordered me to fetch 2 ladies in waiting to serve Her Majesty, the Golden Queen. Who are you, and how dare you question me?"
"I'm Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven,"
Monkey replied.
"I was passing through this country while escorting the Tang priests to worship the Buddha in the Western Heaven. Now I know that your gang of monsters was oppressing the king. I'm going to use my heroic powers to bring the country back to order and wipe out this evil. And now you've come along to throw your life away just when I didn't know where to find you."
When the monster heard this, he foolishly thrust his spear at Monkey, who struck back at his face with the iron cudgel. They fought a splendid battle in midair. The cudgel was the sea settler from the dragon's palace. The spear was of iron tempered by mankind. An ordinary weapon was no match for that of an immortal. In a few clashes, its magic powers all drained away. The great sage was an immortal of the supreme ultimate. The spirit was only an evil monster. How could a demon approach a true one? In the face of truth, the evil would be destroyed. One stirred up wind and dust to terrify a king. The other trod on mist and cloud to blot out sun and moon. When they dropped their guard to try for victory, neither of them dared to show off. The heaven-equaling sage was the abler fighter. With a loud clash of his cudgel, the spear was broken. When his spear was quickly broken in two by Monkey's iron cudgel, the evil spirit was in fear for his life, so he turned the wind right round and fled westwards. Instead of chasing him, Monkey brought his cloud down to the entrance of the underground demon shelter.
"Master,"
he called out,
"you and His Majesty can come out now. The monster's run away."
Only then did the Tang priest come out of the underground shelter, supporting the king. The sky was clear, and all traces of the evil spirit had disappeared. The king went over to the table, filled a golden goblet from the wine bottle with his own hands, and presented it to Monkey with the words, "Holy monk, allow us to offer our provisional thanks." Monkey took the cup, but before he could reply, an official came in from outside the western gate of the palace to report, "The western gate is on fire." As soon as he heard this, Monkey threw the wine, cup and all, up into the air. The cup fell with a clang. This so alarmed the king that he bowed to Monkey with the words, "Forgive us, holy monk, forgive us. We have treated you shabbily. The proper thing would have been to ask you into the throne hall to bow to you in thanks. We only offered you the wine here because it was to hand. Did you not throw the goblet aside because you were offended, holy monk?"
Nothing of the sort, laughed Monkey. Nothing of the sort.
A moment later, another official came in to report, "There's been a miraculous fall of rain." No sooner had the western gate caught fire than a heavy rainstorm put it out. The streets are running with water, and it all smells of wine.
"Your Majesty,"
said Monkey with another smile,
"you thought I'd taken offense when I tossed the cup aside, but you were wrong. When the evil spirit fled westwards, I didn't go after him, so he started that fire. I just used the goblet to put out the demon's fire and save the people outside the western gate. It didn't mean anything else."
The king, even more delighted than before, treated Monkey with still greater respect. He invited Sanzang and his 3 disciples to enter the throne hall with him, clearly intending to abdicate in their favor.
"Your Majesty,"
said Brother Monkey with a smile,
"the demon who was here just now said he was a vanguard warrior under the evil Star Matcher who'd come here to fetch palace girls. Now he's gone back beaten. He's bound to report that damned monster, who's certain to come here to fight me. I'm worried that if he comes here at the head of his hordes, he'll alarm the common people and terrify your Majesty. I'd like to go out to meet him, capture him in mid-air, and bring back your queen, but I don't know the way. How far is it to his cave from here?"
"We once sent some of the horsemen and infantry of our night scouts to find out what was happening," the king replied. "The return journey took them over 50 days. It's over 1,000 miles away to the south."
"Pig, Friar Sand," said Monkey on learning this, "stay on guard here. I'm off."
"Wait another day, holy monk," said the king, grabbing hold of him. "Don't go till we've had some dried provisions prepared for you. We'll give you silver for the journey and a fast horse, too."
"You're talking as if I'd have to go slogging up mountains and over ridges, your Majesty," Monkey replied. "I tell you truthfully that I can do the return journey of 1,000 miles each way before a cup of wine you've poured out has the time to get cold."
"Holy monk," the king replied, "I hope you won't take offense at our saying this, but your distinguished features are very much like those of an ape. How can you have such magical powers of travel?" To this, Monkey replied,
"Although my body is the body of an ape, when young I mastered the paths of life and death. I visited all the great teachers who taught me their way, and trained myself by night and day beside the mountain. I took heaven as my roof and the earth as my furnace, and used both kinds of drug to complete the sun and moon, taking from positive and negative, joining fire and water, until suddenly I was aware of the mystic pass. I relied entirely on the dipper for success in my movements, shifting my steps by relying on the handle of that constellation. When the time is right, I lower or increase the heat, taking out lead and adding mercury, watching them both. By grouping the 5 elements, transformations are made. Through combining the 4 forms, the seasons can be distinguished. The 2 vital forces returned to the zodiac. The 3 teachings met on the Golden Elixir Road. When understanding of the laws came to the 4 limbs, the original somersault was given divine assistance. With a single bound, I could cross the Taihong Mountains. At one go, I could fly across the cloud-touching ford. 1,000 steep ridges are no bother to me, nor hundreds of rivers as great as the Yangtze. Because my transformations are impossible to stop, I can cover 60,000 miles in a single leap. The king was both alarmed and delighted to hear this. He presented a cup of royal wine to Monkey with a chuckle and the words, "Holy monk, you have a long and tiring journey ahead of you. Won't you drink this wine to help you on your way?" All the great sage had on his mind was going off to defeat the demon. He was not at all interested in drinking. "Put it down," he said. "I'll drink it when I come back." No sooner had the splendid monkey said this than he disappeared with a whoosh. We will not describe the amazement of the king and his subjects. Instead, we will tell how with a single leap, Monkey was soon in sight of a tall mountain locked in mists. He brought his cloud down till he was standing on the summit. When he looked around, he saw that it was a fine mountain. Soaring to the heavens, occupying the earth, blocking out the sun and making clouds. Where it soared to the heavens, the towering peak rose high. In the earth it occupied its ranges spread afar. What blocked the sun was the ridge dark with pines. Where clouds were made was among the boulders glistening underneath the scar. The dark pines were green throughout all seasons. The glistening boulders would never change in many 1,000 years. Apes could often be heard howling in the night, and evil pythons would often cross the deep ravines. On the mountains, birds sang sweetly, while the wild beasts roared. Mountain roebuck and deer moved around in many a pair. Mountain magpies and crows flew in dense flocks. There was no end of mountain flowers in sight, while mountain peaches and other fruit gleamed in season. Steep it was, and the going impossible. But this was still a place where evil immortals could live in retirement. The great sage gazed with unbounded delight and was just about to look for the entrance to the cave when flames leapt out from a mountain hollow. In an instant the red fire blazed to the heavens, and from the flames there poured out evil smoke that was even more terrible than the fire. What splendid smoke! This is what could be seen. The fire glared with a myriad golden lamps. The flames leapt in 1,000 crimson rainbows. The smoke was not a stove chimney's smoke, nor the smoke of grass or wood, but smoke of many colors, blue, red, white,
black and yellow. It blackened the columns outside the southern gate of heaven, scorched the roof beams in the hall of miraculous mist. It burned so hard that wild beasts in their dens were cooked through, skins and all, and the forest birds lost all their plumage. At the mere sight of this appalling smoke, he wondered how the Demon King could be captured in the mountain. Just as the great sage was transfixed with terror, a sandstorm burst out of the mountain. What magnificent sand! It blotted out the sun and the sky. Look! Swirling masses of it filled the sky, dark and turbid as it covered the earth. The fine grains blinded the people everywhere, while big cinders filled the valleys like rolling sesame seeds. Immortal boys collecting herbs lost their companions. Woodmen gathering firewood could not find their way home. Even if you were holding a bright shining pearl, it still would have blown too hard for you to see. Monkey had been so absorbed in enjoying the view that he did not notice the sand and cinders flying into his nose till it started tickling. Giving 2 great sneezes, he stretched his hand out behind him, felt for 2 pebbles at the foot of a cliff, and blocked his nostrils with them, then shook himself and turned into a fire-grabbing sparrowhawk that flew straight in among the flames and smoke, made a few swoops, and at once stopped the sand and cinders and put out the fires. He quickly turned back into himself, landed, and looked around again. This time he heard a banging and a clanging like a copper gong. "I've come the wrong way," he said to himself. "This is no den of demons. The gong sounds like an official messenger's gong. This must be the main road to some country, and that I must be an official messenger on his way to deliver some document. I'll go and question him." As Monkey went along, what looked like a young demon appeared. He was holding a yellow flag, carrying a document on his back, and beating a gong as he hurried along so fast he was almost flying. "So this is the so-and-so who was beating that gong," Monkey said. "I wonder what document he's delivering. I'll ask him." The splendid great sage shook himself and turned into a grasshopper that lightly flew over and alighted on his document bag. Here Monkey could hear the evil spirit talking garrulously to himself as he beat the gong. "Our king is thoroughly vicious. 3 years ago he took the Golden Queen from the kingdom of Purpuria, but fate's been against him, and he hasn't been able to get his hands on her. The poor palace ladies he took had to suffer on her behalf. He killed 2 of them who came, then the next 4. He demanded them the year before last year, and earlier this year. When he sent for 2 more this time, he found his match. The vanguard warrior who went to demand the palace ladies was beaten by someone called Son the Novice or whatever. He didn't get his palace girls. It made our king so angry he wants to wage a war on Purpuria. He sent me with this declaration of war. Their king will be all right if he doesn't fight, but if he does fight, it'll be a disaster for him.
When our king uses his fire, smoke and sandstorms, their king, ministers and common people will all die. Then we'll take over the city. Our king will be its monarch, and we'll be his subjects. But even though we'll get official posts, it goes against heaven. Monkey was very pleased to hear this. So there are even some decent evil spirits, he thought. That last remark, it goes against heaven, was very good. I wonder what he meant when he said that fate has been against their king, and he hasn't been able to get his hands on the Golden Queen. Let me ask him some questions. With a whining buzz, he flew away from the evil spirit to a point some miles ahead of him on the road, shook himself, and turned into a Taoist boy. He wore his hair in 2 bunches, and a robe of 1,000 patches. He beat on a fisherman's drum, as he sang some Taoist snatches. As Monkey came round the slope towards the little devil, he raised his hands in greeting and said, "Where are you going, sir? What official document is that you are delivering?" The devil seemed to recognize him as he stopped beating his gong, returned his greeting, and said with a titter, "Our king sent me to Purpurea with a declaration of war." "Has that woman from Purpurea slept with the king yet?" Monkey asked, pressing on with his questioning. "When he brought her here the other year," the little devil replied, "an immortal gave the Golden Queen a magic robe as her wedding dress. As soon as she put it on, she was covered from head to toe with spike. Our king didn't dare so much as caress her. Even the slightest touch makes his hand hurt. I don't know why it happened. So, from that year till this, he hasn't had her. When his vanguard fighter was sent this morning to demand 2 more palace ladies to serve her, he was beaten. Our king was so angry, he sent me with this declaration of war. He's going to fight him tomorrow." "So, is the king in a bad mood?" "Yes, he's in a bad mood back there," said the little devil. "You ought to go and sing him some Taoist songs to cheer him up." The splendid monkey put his arms in his sleeves, ready to go, while the evil spirit went on his way, beating his gong as before. Monkey then turned murderous. He brought out his cudgel, turned round, and hit the little devil on the back of the head. The unfortunate demon's head was smashed to a pulp. The blood gushed out as his skin split open, and his neck was broken. He was dead. Monkey then put his cudgel away and said to himself with regret, "I was in too much of a hurry. I never even asked his name. Too bad." He took the declaration of war from the body and put it in his sleeve. Then he hid the yellow flag and the gong in the undergrowth by the path, and was dragging the body by its ankles to throw it down the ravine when he heard something clinking. An ivory tablet with gold inlaid could be seen at the demon's waist. The writing on it read, "This is our trusted subordinate Gokome. He is of short stature and has a spotty and unbearded face. This tablet is to be kept permanently at his waist. Anyone without this tablet is an impostor." So the wretch was called Gokome. But after being hit by this cudgel of mine, he's gone and won't be coming back." He then undid the ivory tablet, fastened it at his own waist, and was just about to throw the body down when he remembered the terrible fire and smoke and decided he could not bring himself to look for the cave palace. He raised the cudgel, rammed it into the demon's chest, lifted him up into the air, and went straight back to Purpurea to announce his first success. Watch him as he goes whistling back to that country. Pig was in front of the throne room guarding the king and his master, when suddenly he turned round to see Monkey carrying the demon through the air.
"Hey,"
he complained.
"that was an easy piece of work. If I'd known you were going to get him, I'd have done it and got the credit."
Before he had finished speaking, Monkey brought the cloud down and threw the demon at the foot of the steps. Pig ran over and struck the body with his rake.
"I'll take the credit for that,"
he said. "You? The credit?" Monkey replied.
"Don't try to rob me of it,"
Pig said.
"I've got proof. Can't you see the 9 holes I made in him with my rake?"
"See if he's got a head," said Monkey.
"So he doesn't have a head,"
Pig replied.
"Now I know why he never moved when I hit him."
"Where's the master?" Monkey asked.
"Talking to the king in the throne hall."
"Go and ask him to come out," said Monkey. And Pig hurried up into the hall. At Pig's nod, Sanzong rose to his feet and came out at once to see Monkey, who thrust the declaration of war into his sleeve with the words, "Look after this, master, and don't let the king see it." Before the words were all out of his mouth, the king too came out of the hall to greet Monkey and say, "You're back, holy monk, venerable sir. How did the capture of the demon go?" "Isn't that a demon at the foot of the steps?" Monkey asked, pointing. "I killed him." "True," said the king. "It is the body of an evil spirit, but it isn't the evil star matcher. We have twice seen the evil star matcher with our own eyes. He is 18 feet tall and 9 feet across the shoulders. His face shines like gold, and his voice is like thunder. He's not a terrible, miserable little wretch like that." "Your Majesty's right," Monkey replied. "This isn't him. It's just a little messenger devil I happened to meet. I killed him and brought him back as a trophy." "Splendid," said the king, who was very pleased indeed. "Splendid. This is the first success. We have often sent people out to find out what is happening, but they never discover anything. Then you just have to go out, holy monk, to bring one straight back. You really do have divine powers."
"Fetch some warm wine," he ordered, "and give it to the reverend gentleman."
"Never mind about the wine,"
said Monkey.
"I want to ask your majesty whether the Golden Queen left any keepsakes when she went. If so, give me some."
The word keepsakes cut the king to the heart. He could not help sobbing aloud with tears pouring down as he replied, "When we were enjoying the festival that year, the evil star matcher gave a mighty shout. He took our wife to be his bandit queen. To save the land, we had to send her out. We had no time for talk or parting words, nor could I see her off along her way. She left no keepsake and no perfume bag. We would be lonely here until today.
Your Majesty is here, Monkey said. So why upset yourself? If the Queen didn't leave any keepsake there, must be some things in the palace that she's specially fond of. Give me one of them.
What do you want it for? The king asked.
That Demon King's magic powers are quite something, said Monkey. And from what I've seen of his fire, smoke, and sand, he'll be really hard to capture. Even if I do capture him, the Queen might refuse to come back here with a stranger like me. I must have some favorite thing of hers so that she'll trust me and let me bring her back. That's why I want it.
There is a pair of gold bracelets in her dressing room in the Sunlight Palace that she used to wear, the king replied. She only took them off that day as it was the Dragon Boat Festival and she was going to wear multicolored threads instead. She was very fond of those bracelets. They must have been put away in her dressing table. We have not been able to bear the sight of them since she left us. Seeing them is like seeing her lovely face, and it makes us feel even more ill than ever.
Say no more, Monkey replied, and have the bracelets brought here. If you can bring yourself to part with them, give me both. If you can't, I'll take just one.
The king ordered the Jade Queen to fetch them, which she did, handing them to the king. At the sight of them, he called out, "My beloved and tender-hearted queen," several times, then handed them to Monkey, who took them and put them on his arm. The splendid great sage could not stay to drink the celebratory wine, but whistled back to Mount Unicorn on his somersault cloud. Now, he had no interest in the view as he headed straight for the cave palace. While he was walking along, he heard noisy shouts, so he stopped to take a careful look around. About 500 of the soldiers of all ranks guarding the entrance to Horndog Cave were drawn up in massed array, in close order. Drawn up in massed array, they held their weapons, gleaming in the sun. In close order, they unfurled their banners that fluttered in the breeze. Tiger and bear generals did transformations. Leopard and tiger cat marshals were full of spirit. Fiercely savage were the wolves. The elephants were mighty and imposing. Crafty hares and water deer swung sword and halberd. Great snakes and pythons carried cutlass and bow. Orangutans that understood human speech controlled the formations and gathered intelligence. When Monkey saw this, he ventured no closer, but went straight back the way he had come. Do you know why? Not because he was afraid of them. He went back to where he had killed the little devil, recovered the yellow flag and the gong, made a handspell, thought of what he wanted to become, faced the wind, shook himself, and turned into the likeness of Gokome. Then he started hitting the gong as he strode back towards Horndog Cave. He was going to look at the layout of the cave when he heard an orangutan say, "You're back, Gokome."
Yes, Monkey had to reply.
Hurry up,
the orangutan said.
Our king is waiting in the flying pavilion to hear what you have to report.
As soon as he heard this, Monkey hurried straight in through the main gate, beating his gong and looking around. He saw that rooms and halls had been carved out of the beetling crag. On either side bloomed rare and precious flowers, while all around stood ancient cypresses and tall pines. Before he realized it, he was through the inner gate, and suddenly looking up, he saw a pavilion made light by the 8 windows in it. In the pavilion was a splendid chair inlaid with gold on which a demon king was sitting upright. He was a truly terrifying sight. This is what he looked like. A shimmering red glow rose from the top of his head. A mighty and murderous air burst from his chest. Sharp were the fangs that protruded from his mouth. Red smoke rose from the scorched hair at his temples. The bristles of his mustache were like embedded arrows. His body was covered with hair like brushed-up felt. Eyes bulged like bells to rival the evil star. Hands held an iron mace like Mahadeva. When Monkey saw the evil spirit, he acted towards him in an offhand way, showing no trace of respect, but looking away and keeping on hitting his gong.
"So you're back, are you?"
said the Demon King. Monkey did not reply.
"Gokome,"
the Demon King asked again.
"You're back, are you?"
Still Monkey did not reply. The Demon King then went over to him, grabbed him, and said,
"Why are you still beating your gong now you're back home? And why don't you answer when I ask you a question?"
What do you mean by your why?
Monkey replied.
I told you I didn't want to go, but you insisted. When I got there, I saw huge numbers of foot soldiers and cavalry drawn up in order of battle. As soon as I was spotted, they shouted, "Seize the demon! Seize the demon!" They pushed and shoved and dragged and carried me into the city where I saw their king. He told them to cut my head off, but luckily his 2 groups of advisors said that in international conflicts, envoys should not be executed, so I was spared. They took the declaration of war, marched me out of the city, gave me 30 strokes in front of their army, and let me come back here to report. Before long, they'll be here to fight you.
"In other words," the monster said, "you had a bad time. I don't blame you for refusing to answer when I asked you those questions."
It wasn't that, said Monkey. The reason I didn't answer was because of the pain.
"How strong are their forces?"
the Demon King asked.
I was reeling from shock and too badly frightened by the beating to be able to count them,
Monkey replied.
All I could see were masses of weapons drawn up there. Bows and arrows, spears and sabers, suits of armor, dagger axes, halberds, swords, and tasseled banners, pikes, partisans, helmets, axes, round shields, and iron caltrops, long staves, short cudgels, steel forks, cannons, and casks. They were wearing tall boots, hats, and quilted jackets, and carrying cudgels, small pellet bows, and maces of bronze.
"That's neither here nor there,"
laughed the Demon King when he heard this.
Weapons like that can be finished off in a single blaze. Go and tell the Golden Queen all about it, and ask her to not upset herself. Ever since she heard me lose my temper this morning and decide to go to war, she's been crying her eyes out. Tell her that their army is so fierce and brave that they're bound to beat us. That'll calm her down for a while."
This delighted Monkey, who thought,
Just what I want.
"Watch him as he goes the way he knows, through the side door and across the hall." Inside there were tall buildings. It was not like outside. He went straight to the women's quarters at the back, where he saw from a distance a handsome and decorated doorway. That was where the Golden Queen lived. When he went to see her, there were two groups of fox and deer spirits dressed like beautiful women to wait on her. The queen sat in the middle with her fragrant cheeks in her hands and tears pouring from both of her eyes. Indeed, she had a beautiful face, so soft and charming, a bewitching countenance, so fair. But her raven black hair was uncombed and piled untidily on her head. She did not want to dress up and wore no hair ornaments or rings. Her face was unpowdered, and she wore no rouge. Her hair was not oiled, but all in a tangle. She pouted her cherry lips, ground her silver teeth, frowned with her brows like moth antennae, and let her eyes sparkle with tears. All her heart was filled with memories of Purpuria's king. All the time she longed to escape from the net that held her. Truly, ill-fated have been many lovely ladies, left in their wordless grief to face the eastern wind. Monkey went up to her and greeted her with a
Hello.
"You impudent, boorish freak," said the queen. "I remember how when I was living in splendor with my king in Purpuria, even the king's tutor and the prime minister had to prostrate themselves in the dust when they met me. They would never have dared look me in the face. How dare you say hello to me, you lout? Where are you from, you coarse beast?" "Please don't be angry, ma'am," the serving woman said. "He's one of His Majesty's most trusted lieutenants. His name is Gokome. He was the one who was sent with the declaration of war this morning." At this, the queen controlled her temper and asked, "Did you go inside Purpuria when you delivered the declaration?"
"I took it straight to the capital and right into the throne hall," said Monkey. "I saw the king himself and got an answer from him."
"What did the king say when you saw him?" the queen asked.
"I have already told His Majesty here what he said about war and about the dispositions of their forces," Monkey replied. "But there was also a private message from the king, who misses you, ma'am. There's something private I have come to report to you, but with all these attendants around, this is no place to talk."
When the queen heard this, she dismissed her foxes and deer. Brother Monkey shut the door of the palace, rubbed his face, and turned back into himself.
"Don't be afraid of me,"
he said to her.
"I'm a monk sent by the great Tang in the East to see the Buddha and fetch the scriptures at the Thunder Monastery in India. My master is Tong Sun Zong, the younger brother of the Tang Emperor." I'm Sun Wukong, his senior disciple. When we were in your capital to present our passport for approval, I saw a notice calling for doctors that your king and his ministers had posted. Then I used my medical skills to cure the illness he had contracted from missing you. When we were drinking at the banquet he gave to thank me, he told me that you had been carried off by the evil spirit. As I can subdue dragons and tigers, I was specially invited to capture the demon, rescue you, and take you back to your country. I was the one who defeated the vanguard and killed the little devil. When I saw you from outside the gates, how ferocious the Demon King was, I turned myself into Gokome's double and came here to bring you a message.
The queen said nothing when she heard this. Then Monkey produced the bracelets and presented them to her with both hands.
If you don't believe me, just look. Where did these come from? He asked.
As soon as she saw them, the queen burst into tears, came down from where she was sitting, bowed to him in thanks, and said, "Reverend sir, if you really can save me and get me back to court, I will remember my deep debt of gratitude to you, even when I'm old and toothless."
Let me ask you something,
said Monkey.
What treasure does he use to produce that fire, smoke, and sand?
It's no treasure, the queen said. Just 3 golden bells. As soon as he shakes the first one, 3,000 feet of burning flames shoot out. When he shakes the second one, a 3,000-foot column of smoke gushes out to kipper people. And when he shakes it the third time, a blinding 3,000-foot sandstorm blows up. The fire and smoke are nothing much, but the sand is lethal. If it gets up your nostrils, it can kill you.
It's terrible, Monkey said. Terrible. I've experienced it, and I had to sneeze a couple of times. I wonder where he keeps the bells.
He never puts them down, the queen replied. He keeps them at his waist, whether he's going somewhere, staying at home, sitting down, or sleeping. They are always with him.
If you still care for Purpurea and you want to see your king again, you must forget about your distress and grief for the moment, said Monkey. Make yourself look attractive and happy. Talk to him like a loving wife and get him to give you the bells to look after. When I've stolen them and defeated the monster, I'll take you back to be reunited with your royal husband so that you can live in peace together.
The queen did as Monkey said while he turned himself back into the Demon King's trusted lieutenant, opened the doors again, and called the serving women back in. Go to the pavilion at the front, Gokome, the queen said, and ask His Majesty to come here, as I've something to say to him. The splendid Monkey assented and went to the flaying pavilion, where he said to the evil spirit,
Your Majesty, Her Majesty would like to see you.
All she usually does is curse me, so why is she sending for me now?
The Demon King happily asked.
When she asked me about the king of Purpurea, I told her, he doesn't want you anymore. He's got a new queen now. When she heard that, Her Majesty stopped missing him. That's why she sent me out with this invitation.
You're very able, the Demon King said.
And when we've destroyed Purpuria, I'll make you my High Chancellor in personal attendance.
Monkey thanked the Demon King for his kindness and hurried to the door of the living quarters at the back, where the Queen greeted him with happy smiles and her hands on his arms. The king stepped back with an awkward noise.
Don't, he said. Don't. I'm very grateful for this sign of your affection, ma'am. But I don't dare stand next to you in case it hurts my hand.
Sit down, your majesty, the queen said. I have something to say to you.
There's no objection to you speaking,
the Demon King replied. I'm very obliged to your majesty for condescending to love me, she said. For 3 years now you have not shared my pillow, although we were fated from our earlier lives to be married. I never expected that your majesty would treat me as a stranger instead of your wife. I remember that when I was queen of Purpuria, the king gave all the valuable tribute from foreign countries to the queen to look after when he had seen it. But you have no treasures here. The servants wear marten hides and feed on blood. I have seen no fine silks, brocades, gold, or pearls here. All the covers and blankets are of skins and felt. Or perhaps you do have some treasures that you won't let me see or look after because you regard me as a stranger. They say you have 3 bells. I think they must be treasures. Why do you always keep them with you, even when you're traveling or sitting down? There's no reason why you shouldn't give them to me to look after. I can give them to you when you need them. That would be one way of being a wife to you, and it would show that we trust each other in our hearts. The only reason why you don't do this must be because you regard me as an outsider. At this, the Demon King burst into loud laughter, then bowed to her and said,
Ma'am, you're justified in your complaint. Here are the treasures, and today I'm giving them to you to look after.
He undid his clothing to bring them out. Monkey watched with unwavering eyes as the monster pulled 2 or 3 layers of clothing aside to bring out the 3 bells that he carried next to his skin. Putting cotton wool in to muffle them, he wrapped them up in a piece of leopard skin and handed them to the queen with the words,
They're nothing, but please look after them carefully. Whatever you do, don't shake them.
I understand, the queen replied as she accepted them. I shall keep them on my dressing table, and nobody will move them at all. Then she gave these orders. My little ones, lay on a banquet. His Majesty and I are going to have a few drinks to celebrate our happy union. At once the serving women brought in fruit, vegetables, and the flesh of water deer, raccoon dogs, deer, and hare, and poured out coconut toddy that they offered them. The queen made herself so bewitchingly attractive that she swept the evil spirit off his feet. Monkey, meanwhile, went to fetch the bells. Feeling and groping, he found his way to the dressing table, gently took the 3 bells, crept out through the doors of the inner quarters and left the cave palace. When he reached the flaying pavilion, there was nobody about, so he opened the leopard skin wrapper to have a look. One of the bells was as big as a teacup, and the other two the size of fists. With reckless folly, he tore the cotton wool apart. There was a loud clang, and smoke, fire, and sand came gushing out. Desperately, Monkey tried to stop them, but could do nothing. The pavilion was by now ablaze, sending the evil spirits on the gates all crowding in alarm inside the inner quarters.
"Put the fire out,"
said the Demon King, who was badly rattled. As he rushed out to look, he saw that Gokome had taken the golden bells, went up to him, and shouted,
"Dirty slave! Why did you steal my precious golden bells? What sort of nonsense are you up to? Arrest him!"
The tiger and bear generals, the leopard and tiger cat marshals, the elephants, gray wolves, cunning water deer, crafty hares, long snakes, great pythons, orangutans, and all the other troops on the gates rushed him in a crowd. Monkey was thrown into a panic. Dropping the golden bells, he turned back into himself, pulled out his gold-banded as-you-will cudgel, went and charged at them, going through his cudgel routines and lashing out wildly. The Demon King took his treasures back and ordered,
"Shut the main gates."
At this, some of the demons shut the gates, and others went into battle. Unable to get away, Monkey put his cudgel away, shook himself, and turned into a silly fly that attached itself to a spot on the stone wall which was not burning. None of the demons could find him. "Your Majesty," they reported, "the thief's got away! The thief's got away!"
"Did he get out through the gates?"
the Demon King asked. "The front gates are firmly locked and bolted," the demons replied. "He can't have got out through them."
"Make a careful search,"
said the Demon King, and while some of them fetched water to douse the fire, the others made a close search but found no trace of him.
"What sort of thief is he?"
the Demon King asked with fury.
"He's got a hell of a nerve, turning himself into Gokome's double, coming in here to report back to me, then staying with me till he found a chance to steal my treasures. It's luck he didn't take them out. If he'd taken them over the mountaintop, there had been a heavenly wind. It would have caused a disaster."
"Your Majesty's good fortune is divine," said the Tiger General, stepping forward. "It was because our luck has not yet run out that he was discovered." Then the Bear Marshal came forward to say,
"Your Majesty, the thief was none other than the Sun Wukong who beat our vanguard warrior. I think he must have run into Gokome when he was on his way, killed him, taken his yellow flag, gong, and ivory tablet, and turned into his double to come here and deceive your Majesty." "Yes, yes," the Demon King replied. "You're clearly right, little ones," he ordered. "Make another careful search and be on your guard. Whatever you do, don't open the gates and let him out."
It is rightly said that by being too clever, one becomes a fool.
What was once a joke can turn out to be real. If you don't know how Brother Monkey got out through the demon's gates, listen to the explanation in the next installment.